Chapter 22 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 22. Learning. There came a charming new life into the house of the Lothorpes. Marge and Lois were learning to draw, and Lois was prosecuting her French studies with a zeal which promised to carry all before it. Every minute of her time was used, every opportunity was grasped. Numa Pompilius and the dictionary were in her hands whenever her hands were free, or Lois was bending over her drawing with an intent eye and eager fingers. Marge kept her company in these new pursuits, perhaps with less engrossing interest, nevertheless with steady purpose and steady progress. Then Mrs. Barclay received from New York a consignment of beautiful drawings and engravings from the best old masters and some of the best of the new, and she found her hands becoming very full. To look at these engravings was almost a passion with the two girls, but not in the common way of picture seeing. Lois wanted to understand everything, and it was necessary, therefore, to go into the wide fields of knowledge, where the paths branched many ways, and to follow these various tracks out, one after another. This could not be done all in talking, and Lois plunged into the very sea of reading. Mrs. Barclay was not obliged to restrain her, for the girl was thorough and methodical in her ways of study, as of doing other things. However, she would carry on 2 or 3 lines of reading at once. Mrs. Barclay wrote to her unknown correspondent, "Send me Sismondi. Send me Hallam's Middle Ages. Send me Walks About Combe. Send me Plutarch's Lives. Send me de Aubigny's Reformation." At last she wrote, "Send me Ruskin's Modern Painters. I have the most enormous intellectual appetite to feed that ever I had to do with in my life, and yet no danger of an indigestion. Positively, Philip, my task is growing from day to day delightful. It is only when I think of the end and aim of it all that I get feverish and uneasy. At present we are going with a full sail and a flowing sea, a regular sweeping into knowledge, with a smooth, easy, swift occupying and talking possession, which gives the looker on a stir of wondering admiration. Those engravings were a great success. They opened for me, and at once, doors before which I might have waited some time, and now eyes were exploring eagerly the vast realms those doors unclosed, and hesitating only in which first to set foot. You may send the stones of Venice, too. I foresee that it will be useful, and the 7 lamps of architecture. I'm catching my breath with the swiftness of the way we go on. It is astonishing what all clustered around a view of Milan Cathedral yesterday. By the way, Philip, no hurry. But by and by a stereoscope would be a good thing here. Let it be a little hand glass, not a great instrument of unvarying routine and magnificent sameness." Books came by packages and packages. Such books! The eyes of the two girls gloated over them as they helped Mrs. Barclay unpack. The room grew full, with delightful disorder of the riches, but none too much to feel their minds so empty that no amount of provision could be too generous. "The room is getting to be running over full. What will you do, Mrs. Barclay?" "It is terrible when you have to sweep the carpet, isn't it? I must send for some bookcases." "You might let Mr. Midgin put up some shelves. I could stain them, and make them look very nice." "Who is Mr. Midgin?" "The carpenter." Oh, well, I think we had better send for him, Lois. The door stood open into the kitchen, or dining room rather, on account of the packing cases which the girls were just moving out. Then appeared the figure of Mrs. Marks in the opening. Louis, Charity ain't at home. How much beef are you going to want? Beef, said Louis, smiling at the transition in her thoughts. For salting, you mean? For salting, and for smoking, and for mincemeat, and for pickling. What is the girl thinking of? She's thinking of books just now, Mrs. Marks, suggested Mrs. Barclay. Books! The lady stepped nearer and looked in. Well, I declare, I should think you had some. What in all the world can you do with so many? Just what we were considering. I think we must have a carpenter here to put up some shelves. Well, I should say that was plain. But when you have got 'em on the shelves, what next? What will you do with 'em then? Take 'em down and read them. And your life ain't as busy as mine. Then, if you have time for all that, what's the good of reading so much? There's so much to know that we don't know. I should like to know what, said Mrs. Marks, going round and picking up one book after the other. You've been to school, haven't you? Lois changed her tone. I'll talk to Charity about the beef and let you know, Aunt Anne. Well, come out to the other room and let me talk to you. Good afternoon, ma'am. I hope you don't let these girls make you too much worry. Now, Lois, after the door was shut between them and Mrs. Barclay, I just want you to tell me what you and Marge are about. Lois told her, and Mrs. Marks listened with a judicial air, then observed gravely. Seems to me there ain't much sense in all that, Lois. Oh, yes, Aunt Anne, there is. What's the use? What do you want to know more tongues than your own for? To begin with, you can't talk but in one at once, and spending your time in making marks on paper. I believe in girls going to school and getting all that they can there, but when school is done, then they have something else to see to. I'd rather have you racking quills and getting ready to be married. Dumb woman's work. I do my work, said Lois gaily. Child, your head's getting turned. Mother, do you know the way Marge and Lois are going on? I don't understand it, said Mrs. Armadale. I understand it, and I'll tell you, I like learning, nobody better, but I want things kept in their places, and I'll tell you, if this is let to go on, it'll be like Jack's bean wine, and not stop at the top of the house, and they'll be like Jack, and go after to sea, and never come back to common ground any more. Mrs. Armadale sat looking enlightened. Marge, who had come in midway of this speech, stood indignant. Aunt Anne, that's not like you. You read as much yourself as ever you can, and never can you get books enough. I stick to English. English or French, what's the odds? What was good enough for your fathers and mothers ought to be good enough for you. That won't do, Aunt Anne, retorted Marge. You were wanting a Berkshire pig a while ago, and I heard you talking of shorthorns. That's it. I like to hear you talking of shorthorns. If it is necessary, I could, said Lois, but there are pleasanter things to talk about. There you are. But pictures won't help Marge make butter, and French is in no use in a garden. It's all very well for some people, I suppose, but mother, if these girls go on, and they'll be all spoiled for their place in life, this lodger of yours is trying to make him like herself. I wish she could, said Marge. That's it, mother. That's what I say. But she's one thing and they're other. She lives in a world which ain't Shampuashu by a long jump, and they live in Shampuashu and have got to live there. Ain't it a pity to get their heads so filled with the other things that they'll be forever out a conceit o' their own? It don't work so, Aunt Anne, said Lois. It will work so. What use can all this crinkums be to you? Shampuashu ain't the place for him. You'll be like the girl that got a new bonnet, and had to sit with her head out of the window to wear it. Marge's cheeks grew red. Lois laughed. Daughter, said Mrs. Armadale, seems to me you're making a storm in a teapot. Mrs. Marks laughed at that, then became quite serious again. I ain't doing that, she said. I never do, and I've got no enmity against all manner of fiddle-faddling, if folks have got nothing better to do. But 'tain't so with our girls. They work for their living, and they've got to work. And what I say is, they're in a way to get to hate work, if they don't despise it, and in my judgment that's a poor business. It's going the wrong way to be happy. Mother, they ought to marry farmers, and they won't look at a farmer in all Shampuashu, if you let 'em go on. Lois remarked merrily that she did not want to look at a man anywhere. Then you ought. It's time. I'd like to see you married to a good, solid man who would learn you to talk of Shorthorns and Berkshires. Life's life, chickens, and it ain't the tinkle of a piano. All well enough for your neighbor in the other room, but you are a different sort. Privately, Lois did not want to be a different sort. The refinement, the information, the accomplishments, the grace of manner, which in a high degree belonged to Mrs. Barclay, seemed to her very desirable possessions and endowments, and the mental life of a person so enriched and gifted appeared to her far to be preferred over a horizon bounded by cheese and bedquills. Mrs. Marks was not herself a narrow-minded woman, or one wanting in appreciation of knowledge and culture, but she was also a shrewd business woman, and what she had seen at the Isles of Shoals had possibly given her a key wherewith to find her way through certain problems. She was not sure, but Lois had been a little touched by the attentions of that very handsome, fair-haired, and elegant gentleman who had done Mrs. Marks the honour to take her into his confidence. She was jealous, lest all this study of things unneeded in Shampuashu life might have been a dim purpose of growing fitness for some other. There she did Lois wrong, for no distant image of Mr. Caruthers was connected in her niece's mind with the delight of the new acquirements she was making. Although Tom Caruthers had done his part, I do not doubt, towards Lois' keen perception of the beauty and advantage of such acquirements. She was not thinking of Tom when she made her copies and studied her verbs, though if she had never known the society in which she met Tom, and of which he was a member, she might not have taken hold of them so eagerly. Mother, she said, when Mrs. Marks was gone, are you afraid these new things will make me forget my duties, or make me unfit for them? Mrs. Armadale's mind was shade more liberal than her daughter's, and she had not been at the Isles of Shoals. She answered somewhat hesitatingly. No, child, I don't know as I am. I don't see as they do. I don't see what use they will be to you, but maybe there will be some. They are pleasure, said Lois. We don't live for pleasing ourselves, child. No, mother, but don't you think, if duties are not neglected, that we ought to educate ourselves all we can, and get all of every sort of good that we can, and when we have the opportunity? To be sure, said Mrs. Armadale, if it ain't a temptation, it's a providence. Maybe you'll find a use for it, you don't think? Only take care if it ain't a temptation, Lois." From that time Lois's studies were carried on with more systematic order. She would not neglect her duties, and the short winter days left her little spare time of daylight. Therefore she rose long before daylight came. If nobody had been there to look, Lois might have been seen at 4 o'clock in the family room, which this winter rather lost its character of kitchen, seated at the table with her lamp and her books, the room warm and quiet, no noise but the snapping of the fire and breathing of the flames, and now and then the fall of a brand, and Lois sitting absorbed and intent, motionless except when the above-mentioned falling brands obliged her to get up and put them in their places. Her drawing she left for another time of the day. She could do that in company. In these hours she read and wrote French, and read pages and pages of history. Sometimes Madge was there too, but Lois always from a very early hour until the dawn was advanced far enough for her to see to put Mrs. Barclay's room in order. Then with a sigh of pleasure Lois would turn down her lamp, and with another breath of hope and expectation betake herself to the next room to put all the things in readiness for its owner's occupancy and use, which occupancy and use involved most delightful hours of reading and talking and instruction by and by, making the fire, sweeping, brushing, dusting, regulating chairs and tables and books and trifles, drawing back the curtains and opening the shutters, which last, to be sure, she began with. And then Lois went to do some same offices for the family room, and to set the table for breakfast, unless Madge had already done it. And then Lois brought her Bible and read to Mrs. Armadale, who by this time was in her chair by the fireside, and busy with her knitting. The knitting was laid down then, however, and Mrs. Armadale loved to take the book in her hands upon her lap, while her granddaughter, leaning over it, read to her. They two had it alone. No other meddled with them. Charity was always in the kitchen at this time, and Madge often in her diary, and neither of them inclined to share in the service which Lois always loved dearly to render. They two, the old and the young, would sit wholly engrossed with their reading and their talk, unconscious of what was going on around them, even while Charity and Madge were bustling in and out with the preparations for breakfast. Nothing of the bustle reached Mrs. Armadale or Lois, whose faces at such times had a high and sweet and withdrawn look, very lovely to behold. The hard features and wrinkled lines of the one face made more noticeable the soft bloom and delicate moulding of the other, while the contrast enhanced the evident oneness of spirit and interest which filled them both. When they were called to breakfast and moved to the table, then there was a difference. Both, indeed, showed a subdued sweet gravity, but Mrs. Armadale was wont also to be very silent and withdrawn into herself, or busied with inner communings, while Lois was ready with speech or action for everybody's occasion, and full of gentle ministry. Mrs. Barclay used to study them both, and be wonderingly busy with the contemplation. End of chapter 22. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 23 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 23. A Breakfast Table. It was Christmas Eve. Lois had done her morning work by the lamplight, and was putting the dining room, or sitting room rather, in order, when Madge joined her and began to help. "Is the other room ready?" "All ready," said Lois. "Are you doing that elm tree?" "Yes." How do you get along? I cannot manage it yet to my satisfaction, but I will. Oh, Madge, isn't it too delicious? What? The drawing? Isn't it? I don't mean the drawing only, everything. I am getting hold of French, and it's delightful. But the books, oh, Madge, the books! I feel as if I had been a chicken in his shell until now, and as if I were just getting my eyes open to see what the world is like. What is it like? asked Madge, laughing. My eyes are shut yet, I suppose, for I haven't found out. You can tell me. Eyes that are open cannot help eyes that are shut. Besides, mine are only getting open. What do they see? Come, Lois, tell. Lois stood still, resting on her broom handle. The world seems to me an immense battle place, where wrong and right have been struggling, always struggling, and sometimes the wrong seems to cover the whole earth like a flood, and there is nothing but confusion and horror, and then sometimes the floods part and one sees a little bit of a firm ground, where grass and flowers might grow, if they had a chance, and in those spots there is generally some great grand man who has fought back the flood of wrong and made a clearing. Well, I do not understand all that one bit, said Madge. I do not wonder, said Lois, laughing. I do not understand it very clearly myself. I cannot blame you. But it is very curious, Madge, that the ancient Persians had just that idea of the world being a battle place, and that wrong and right were fighting, or rather that the spirit of good and the spirit of evil were struggling. Ormuzd was their name for the good spirit, and Ahriman the other. It is very strange, for that is just the truth. Then why is it strange? Said downright Madge. Because they were hidden. They did not know the Bible. Is that what the Bible says? I did not know. Why, Madge, yes, you did. You know who is called the Prince of this world, and you know Jesus was manifested that he might destroy the works of the devil, and you know he shall reign till he has put all enemies under his feet. But how should those old Persians know so much without knowing more? I'll tell you, Madge. You know Enoch knew? No, I don't. Yes, you do. Enoch knew. And of course they all knew when they came out of the ark. Who, the Persians? Lois broke out into a laugh and began to move her broom again. What have you been reading to put all this into your head? The broom stopped. Ancient history and modern. Parts here and there in different books. Mrs. Barclay showed me where, and then we have talked. Lois began now to sweep vigorously. Lois, is she like the people you used to see in New York? I mean, were they all like her? Not all so nice. But like her? Not in everything. No, they were not most of them so clever, and most of them did not know so much, and were not so accomplished. But they were like her in other things? No, said Lois, standing still. She's a head and shoulders above most of the women I saw, but they were of her sort, if that is what you mean. That is what I mean. She's not a bit like people here. We must seem very stupid to her, Lois. Shampuashuh people are not stupid. Well, Aunt Anne isn't stupid, but she's not like Mrs. Barclay, and she don't want us to be like Mrs. Barclay. No danger, said Lois, very busy now at her work. But couldn't you like to be like Mrs. Barclay? Yes. So would I. Well, we can, in the things that are most valuable, said Lois, standing still again for a moment to look at her sister. Oh, yes, books. But I would like to be graceful like Mrs. Barclay. You would call that not valuable, but I care more for it than for all the rest. Her beautiful manners. She has beautiful manners, said Lois. I do not think manners can be taught. They cannot be imitated. Why not? Oh, they wouldn't be natural. And what suits one might not suit another. A very handsome nose of somebody else might not be good on my face. No, they would not be natural." "You need not wish for anybody's nose but your own," said Madge. "That will do, and so will mine. I'm thankful. But what makes her look so unhappy, Lois?" "She does look unhappy. She looks like if she had lost all her friends." "She has got one here," said Lois, sweeping away. "But what good can you do her?" "Nothing. It isn't likely that she will ever even know the fact." "She's doing a good deal for us." A little later Mrs. Barclay came down to her room. She found it, as always, in bright order, the fire casting red reflections into every corner, and making pleasant contrasts with the grey without, for it was cloudy and windy weather, and wintry neutral tints were all that could be seen abroad. The clouds swept along grey overhead, and the earth lay brown and bare below. But in Mrs. Barclay's room was the cheeriest play of light and colour. Here it touched the rich leather bindings of books, there the black and white of an engraving, here it was caught in thin folds of the chintz curtains, which were ruddy and purple in hue, and again it warmed up the old-fashioned furniture and lost itself in a brown table cover. Mrs. Barclay's eye loved harmonies, and it found them even in this country furnished room at Shampuashuh, though indeed the piles of books came from afar, and so did the large portfolio of engravings, and Mrs. Barclay's desk was a foreigner. She sat in her comfortable chair before the fire and read her letters, which Lois had laid ready for her, and then she was called to breakfast. Mrs. Barclay admired her surroundings here too, as she had often done before. The old lady, ungainly as her figure and uncomely as her face were, had yet a dignity in both, the dignity of a strong and true character, which, with abundant self-respect, had not, and never had, any anxious concern about the opinion of any human being, whoever feels himself responsible to one great ruler alone, and does feel that responsibility will be both worthy of respect and sure to have it in his relations with his fellows. Such tribute Mrs. Barclay paid Mrs. Armadale. Her eye passed on and admired Madge, who was very handsome in her neat, smart home dress, and rested on Lois finally with absolute contentment. Lois was in a nut brown stuff dress, with a white knitted shawl bound round her shoulders, in the way children sometimes have, the ends crossed on the breast and tied at the back of the waist. Brown and white was her whole figure, except the rosy flush on cheeks and lips. The masses of fluffy hair were reddish brown, a shade lighter than her dress. At Charity, Mrs. Barclay did not look much unless for curiosity. She was a study of a different sort. "What delicious rolls!" said Mrs. Barclay. "Are these your work, Miss Charity?" "I can make as good, I guess," said that lady, "but these ain't mine. Lois made 'em." "Lois!" said Mrs. Barclay. "I did not know that this was one of your accomplishments." "Is that what you call an accomplishment?" said Charity. "Certainly. What do you mean by it? I thought an accomplishment was something that one could accomplish that was no use." "I am sorry you have such an opinion of accomplishments." "Well, ain't it true, Lois? Maybe Mrs. Barclay don't care for sausages. There's cold meat." "Your sausages are excellent. I like such sausage very much." "I always think sausages ain't sausages if they ain't stuffed. Aunt Anne won't have the plague of it, but I say, if a thing's worth doing at all, it's worth doing the best way, and there is no comparison in my mind." "So you judge everything by its utility." "Don't everybody that's got any sense?" "And therefore you condemn accomplishments?" Well, I don't see the use. Oh, if folks have got nothing else to do, and just want to make a flare up, but for us in Shampuashuh, what's the good of them? For Lois and Madge, now? I don't make it out. You forget your sisters may marry, and go somewhere else to live, and then I do not know what Madge do, but Lois ain't going to marry anybody but a real godly man. And what use'll her accomplishments be to her then? Why, just as much use, I hope, said Mrs. Barclay, smiling. Why not? The more education a woman has, the more fit she is to content a man of education anywhere. Where's she to get a man of education? Said Charity. What you mean by that don't grow in these parts. We ain't savages exactly, but there ain't many accomplishments scattered through the village, unless, as you say, bread making is one. We do know how to make bread and cake with anybody. Lois said she didn't see a bit of real good cake at all while she was in Gotham. And we can cure hams, and we understand horses and cows, and butter and cheese, and farming, of course, and that, but you won't find your man of education here, or Lois won't. She may find him somewhere else, said Mrs. Barclay, looking at Charity over her coffee cup. Then he won't be the right kind, persisted Charity, while Lois laughed, and begged them would not discuss the question of her possible finds. But Mrs. Barclay asked, how not the right kind? Well, every place has its sort, said Charity. Our sort is religious. I don't know whether we're any better than other folks, but we're religious, and your men of accomplishments ain't, be they? Depends on what you mean by religious. Well, I mean godly. Lois won't ever marry any but a godly man. I hope not, said Mrs. Armadale. She won't, said Charity, but you had better talk to Madge, mother. I am not so sure of her. Lois is safe. The fashion of this world passeth away, said the old lady, with a gravity which was yet sweet, but the word of the Lord endureth for ever. Mrs. Barclay was now silent. This morning, contrary to her usual wont, she kept her place at the table, though the meal was finished. She was curious to see the ways of the household, and felt herself familiar enough with the family to venture to stay. Charity began to gather her cups. Did you give Aunt Anne's invitation? Hand along the plates, Madge, and carry your butter away. We've been forever eating breakfast. Talking, said Mrs. Barclay with a smile. Talking's all very well, but I think one thing at a time is enough. It is as much as most folks can attend to. Lois, do give me the plates, and give your invitation. Aunt Anne wants all us to come and take tea with her tonight, said Lois, and she sent her compliments to Mrs. Barclay and a message that she would be very glad to see her with the rest of us. I am much obliged, and shall be very happy to go. Ain't a party, said Charity, who was receiving plates and knives and forks from Lois' hand, and making them elaborately ready for washing, while Madge went back and forth clearing the table of the remains of the meal. It's nothing but to go and take our tea there instead of here. We save the trouble of getting it ready, and have the trouble of going. That's our side, and what Aunt Anne has for her side she knows best herself. I guess she's proud of her sweetmeats. Mrs. Barclay smiled again. It seems parties are much the same thing wherever they are given, said she. This ain't a party, repeated Charity. Madge had now brought a tub of hot water, and the washing up of the breakfast dishes was undertaken by Lois and Charity with a dispatch and neatness and celerity which the looker-on had never seen equalled. Parties do not seem to be Shampuashuh's fashion, she remarked. I have not heard of any since I have been here. No, said Charity, we have more sense. I am not sure that it shows sense, remarked Lois, carrying off a pile of clean hot plates to the cupboard. What's the use of them? Said the elder sister. Cultivation of friendly feeling, suggested Mrs. Barclay. If folks ain't friendly already, the less they see of one another, the better they'll agree, said Charity. Miss Charity, I am afraid you don't love your fellow creatures, said Mrs. Barclay, much amused. As well as they love me, I guess, said Charity. Mrs. Armadale, said Mrs. Barclay, appealing to the old lady who sat in her corner knitting as usual. Do not these opinions require some correction? Charity speaks what she thinks, said Mrs. Armadale, scratching behind her ear with the point of her needle, as she was very apt to do when called upon. But that is not the right way to think, is it? It's the natural way, said the old lady. It is only the fruit of the Spirit that is love, joy, peace. Ain't natural to love what you don't like. What you don't like? No, said Mrs. Barclay. That is a pitch of love I never dreamt of. If ye'll love them that love you, what thank have ye? Said the old lady quietly. Mothers of now, said Charity, out of anybody's understanding, one would think I was more unnatural than the rest of folks. She said you were more natural, that's all, said Lois with a sly smile. The talk ceased. Mrs. Barclay looked on for a few minutes more, marvelling to see the quick dexterity with which everything was done by the two girls, until the dishes were put away, the tub and towels were gone, the table was covered with its brown cloth, a few crumbs were brushed from the carpet, and Charity disappeared in one direction and Lois in another. Mrs. Barclay herself withdrew to her room and her thoughts. End of chapter 23. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 24 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cheryl Michele. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 24. The Carpenter. The day was a more than commonly busy one, so that the usual hours of lessons in Mrs. Barclay's room did not come off. It was not until late in the afternoon that Lois went to her friend to tell her that Mrs. Marks would send a little carriage in about an hour to fetch her mother, and that Mrs. Barclay also might ride if she would. Mrs. Barclay was sitting in her easy chair before the fire, doing nothing, and upon receipt of this information turned a very shadowed face towards the bringer of it. What will you say to me if, after all your aunt's kindness in asking me, I do not go? Not go? You are not well? Inquired Lois anxiously. I'm quite well, too well. But something is the matter? Nothing new. Dear Mrs. Barclay, can I help you? I do not think you can. I'm tired, Lois. Tired? Oh, that is spending too much time giving lessons to Madge and me. I am so sorry. It's nothing of the kind, said Mrs. Barclay, stretching out her hand to take one of Lois's, which she retained in her own. If anything would take away this tired feeling, it's just that, Lois. Nothing refreshes me so much, or does me so much good. Then what tires you, Mrs. Barclay? Lois's face showed unaffected anxiety. Mrs. Barclay gave the hand she held a little squeeze. It's nothing new, my child, she said with a faint smile. I'm tired of life. Looking at the girl as she spoke, she saw how unable her listener's mind was to comprehend her. Lois looked puzzled. You do not know what I mean, she said. Hardly. I hope you never will. It's a miserable feeling. It is like what I fancy a withered autumn leaf is feeling, if it were a sentient and an intelligent thing, of no use to the branch which holds it. Fresh and power gone, no reason for existence left, its work all done. Only I never did any work, and was never of any particular use. "Oh, you cannot mean that!" cried Lois, much troubled and perplexed. "I keep going over to day that little hymn you showed me that was found under the dead soldier's pillow. The words run in my head and wake echoes. I lay me down to sleep with little thought or care whether the waking find me here or there. A bowing burdened head—" But there the speaker broke off abruptly, and for a few minutes Lois saw or guessed that she could not go on. "Never mind that verse," she said, beginning again. "It's the next. Do you remember? My good right hand forgets its cunning now, to march the weary march I know not how. I am not eager, bold, nor brave all that is past. I am not ready to go. At last, at last." "I am too young to feel so," Mrs. Barclay went on, after a pause which Lois did not break. "But that is how I feel to-day." "I do not think one need or ought at any age," Lois said gently, but her words were hardly regarded. "Do you hear that wind?" said Mrs. Barclay. "It's been singing and sighing in the chimney in that way all afternoon." "It is Christmas," said Lois. "Yes, it often sings so, and I like it, especially at Christmas time. It carries me back years. It takes me to my old home, when I was a child. I think it must have sighed so round the house then. It takes me to a time when I was in my fresh young life and vigour, the unfolding leaf, when life was careless and cloudless, and I have kind of a homesickness to-night for my mother and father. All the days since that time I dare not think." Lois saw that rare tears had gathered in her friend's eyes, slowly and few, as they come to people with whom hope is a lost friend, and her heart was filled with a great pang of sympathy. Yet she did not know how to speak. She recalled the verse of the soldier's hymn which Mrs. Barclay had passed over. "A bowing burdened head that only asks to rest, unquestioning, upon a loving breast." She thought she knew what the grief was, but how to touch it? She sat still and silent, and perhaps even so spoke her sympathy better than any words could have done. And perhaps Mrs. Barclay felt it so, for she presently went on after a manner which was not like her usual reserve. "Oh, that wind! Oh, that wind! It sweeps away all that's been between, and puts my home and my childhood before me. But it makes me homesick, Lois. Can you not go on with the hymn, dear Mrs. Barclay? You know how it goes. My half day's work is done, and this is all my part. I give a patient God my patient heart." "What does he want with it?" said the weary woman beside her. "What? Oh, that is the very thing he wants of us, and of you, the one thing he cares about, that we would love him." "I have not done a half day's work," said the other, "and my heart is not patient. It is only tired and dead." "It is not that," said Lois. "How very, very good you have been to Madge and me." "You've been good to me; and as your grandmother quoted this morning, no thanks are due when we only love those that love us. My heart does not seem to be alive, Lois, and you had better go to your aunt's without me, dear. I would not be good company." "But I cannot leave you so!" exclaimed Lois, and she left her seat and sank upon her knees at her friend's side, still clasping the hand that had taken hers. "Dear Mrs. Barclay, there is help." "If you would give it, then there would be, you pretty creature," said Mrs. Barclay, with her other hand pushing the beautiful masses of red brown hair right and left from Lois's brow. "But there is one who can give it, and he is stronger than I, and loves you better." "What makes you think so?" "Because he has promised. 'Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest.'" Mrs. Barclay said nothing, but she shook her head. "It's a promise," Lois repeated. "It is a promise. It is the King's promise, and he never breaks his word." "How do you know, my child? You have never been where I am." "No," said Lois, "not there. I have never felt just so. I have had all that life could give. I have had it, and knew I had it, and it is all gone. There is nothing left." "There is this left," said Lois eagerly, "which you have not tried." "What?" "The promise of Christ. My dear, you do not know what you are talking of. Life is in its spring with you." "But I know the king's promise," said Lois. "How do you know it?" "I have tried it." "But you've never had any occasion to try it, you heart-sound creature," said Mrs. Barclay, with again a caressing, admiring touch of Lois's brow. "O, but indeed I have. Not in need like yours. I have never touched that. I have never felt like that. But in other need, as great and as terrible. And I know, and every one else who has ever tried knows, that the Lord keeps his word." "How have you tried?" Mrs. Barclay asked abstractedly. "I needed the forgiveness of sin," said Lois, letting her voice fall a little, "and deliverance from it." "You?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "I was as unhappy as anybody could be until I got it." "When was that?" 4 years ago." "Are you much different now from what you were before?" "Entirely." "I cannot imagine you in need of forgiveness. What had you done?" "I had done nothing whatever that I ought to have done. I loved only myself, first, and lived only to myself and my own pleasure, and did my own will." "Whose will do you do now? Your grandmother's?" "Not grandmother's first. I do God's will, as far as I know it." "And therefore you think you are forgiven?" "I don't think, I know," said Lois, with a quick breath. "And it's not all therefore at all. It is because I am converted, or my sin is, with the blood of Christ. And I love him. He makes me happy." "It's easy to make you happy, dear. To me it is nothing left in the world, nor the possibility of anything. That wind is singing a dirge in my ears, and it sweeps over a desert where nothing green will grow any more." The words were spoken very calmly. There was no emotion visible that either threatened or promised tears. A dull, matter of fact, perfectly clear and quiet utterance that almost broke Lois's heart. The water that was denied to the other eyes sprang to her own. "It was in the wilderness that the people were fed with manna," she said, with a great gush of feelings in both heart and voice. "It was when they were starving and had no food, just then, that they got the bread from heaven." "Manna does not fall nowadays," said Mrs. Barclay with a faint smile. "O yes, it does. There is your mistake, because you do not know. It does come. Look here, Mrs. Barclay." She sprang up and went for a Bible which lay on one of the tables, and dropping to her knees again by Mrs. Barclay's side, showed her an open page. "Look here. I am the bread of life. He that cometh unto me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. This is the bread which cometh down from heaven, that man may eat thereof and not die of weariness, nor of anything else." Mrs. Barclay did look with a little curiosity at the words Lois held before her, but then she put down the book and took the girl in her arms, holding her close and laying her head on Lois's shoulder. Whether the words had moved her, Lois could not tell, or whether it was the power of her own affection and sympathy. Mrs. Barclay did not speak, and Lois did not dare add another word. They were still, wrapped in each other's arms, and one or two of Lois's tears wet the other woman's cheek, and there was no movement made by either of them until the door was suddenly opened and they sprang apart. "Here's Mr. Midgin," announced the voice of Miss Charity. "Shall he come in, or ain't there time? Of all things, why can't folks choose convenient times for doing what they have to do? It passes me, but it's because of the sinful world, I suppose. But what shall I tell him? To go about his business and come, New Year's or next 4th of July?" "You do not want to see him now?" Lois said hastily; but Mrs. Barclay roused herself, and begged that he might come in. "It is the carpenter, I suppose," said she. Mr. Midgin was a tall, loose jointed, large featured man, with an undecided cast of countenance, and slow movements, which fit oddly to his big frame and powerful muscles. He wore his working suit, which hung about him in a flabby way, and entered Mrs. Barclay's room with his hat on. Hat and all, his head made a sudden jerk of salutation to the lady. "Good afternoon," said he. "Something I can do here?" "Yes, Mr. Midgin. I left word for you 3 days ago," said Lois. "Just so. I heerd, and here I be. Wall, I never seen a room with so many books in it. Lois, you must be like a cow in clover, if you half as fond of 'em as I be." "You're fond of reading, Mr. Midgin?" said Mrs. Barclay. "Wall, I think so. But what's in 'em all?" He came forward into the room and picked a volume from the table. Mrs. Barclay watched him. He opened the book and stood still, eagerly scanning the page for a minute or two. "Lamps of Architecture," said he, then scanning the title page. "That's beyond me. The only lamps of architecture I ever see was in Shampuashuh. Is them that stands up to the depot by the railroad. But here's Truth and Sacrifice. And I don't know what all. Hope and Love, I suspect. Wall, them's good lamps to light up anything by. Only I don't make out whatever they can have to do with buildings." He picked up another volume. "What's this?" said he. "'Tain't my native tongue. What do you call it, Lois?" "That's French, Mr. Midgin." "That's French, eh?" said he, turning over the leaves. "I want to know. Don't look as though there were any sense in it. What is it about now?" "It's a story of a man who was king of Rome a long time ago." "King of Rome? What's his name? Not Romulus and Remus, I suppose?" "No, he came just after Romulus." "Did? Eh? Then you suppose there ever was such a man as Romulus?" "Probably," Mrs. Barclay now said. "When a story gets form and lives, there is generally something of fact to serve as a foundation for it." "You think that?" said the carpenter. "Well, I can tell you stories I had form enough of life enough in 'em to do a great deal of work, and then yet grew up out of nothing but smoke. There was Governor Denver. He was governor over this state for a spell, and he was a Shampuashuh man, so we all knew him and thought lots of him. He was sot against drinking. Maybe you don't think there's harm in wine and the like." "Well, I've not been accustomed to think that there was any harm in it, certainly, unless taken immoderately." "Ah, but how you goin' to fix what's moderately? There's the pinch. What's a gallon for me's only a pint for you. Wall, Governor Denver didn't believe in having nothing to do with the blame stuff, and he'd taken a pledge agin it. And he was known for an out and out temperance man. Teetotal was a word with him. Wall, his daughter was married, over there at New Haven, and they had a grand wedding, and a good many of the folks was like you. They thought there was no harm in it, if one kept inside the pint, you know. And there was enough for everybody to have had his gallon. And then they said the governor had taken his glass to his daughter's health, or something like that. Wall, all Shampuashuh was talking about it, and Governor Denver's friends was hanging their heads and didn't know what to say, for whatever a man thinks, and thoughts is free, he's bound to stand to what he says, and particularly if he's taken his oath upon it. So Governor Denver's friends was as worried as a steam vessel in fog, when she can't hear the alarm bells, and one said this and t'other said that, and at last I couldn't stand to hear it no longer, and I read him a letter to the governor, and says I, 'Governor,' says I, 'did you drink wine at your daughter Lottie's wedding at New Haven last month?' And if you'd believe me, he writ me back, 'Jonathan Midgin, Esquire. Dear Sir, I was in New York the day you mentioned, shaking with chills and fever. I never got to Lottie's wedding at all.' What do you think of that? Overturns your theory a little, don't it? Weren't no sort of foundation for that story, and yet it did go round, and folks said it was so." "That's a strong story for your side, Mr. Midgin, undoubtedly." "Ain't it? La, bless you, there's nothing you can be sartain of in this world. I don't believe in no Romulus and his wolf. Half of those books, now, I have no doubt, tell lies, and the other half you don't know which 'tis. I cannot throw them away, however, just yet, and so, Mr. Midgin, I want some shells to keep them off the floor." "I should say you just did. Where'll you put 'em?" "The shells? All along that side of the room, I think. About 6 feet high." "That'll hold 'em," said Mr. Midgin, as he applied the measuring rule. "Just shells, or do you want a bookcase fixed up all reg'lar?" "Just shells. That's the prettiest bookcase to my thinking." "That's as folks look at it," said Mr. Midgin, who apparently was of a different opinion. "What'll they be? Mahogany, or walnut, or cherry, or maple, or pine? You can stain 'em any colour. One thing's handsome, another thing's cheap, and I don't know yet whether you want to keep 'em cheap or handsome." "We'll want both, Mr. Midgin," said Lois. Maybe there's folks out there who knows how to combine both advantages, but I'm afraid I ain't one of 'em. Nothing that's cheap's handsome, to my way of thinking. You don't make much count of cheap things here anyhow," said he, surveying the room, and then he began his measuring, going round the sides of the apartment to apply his rule to all the plain spaces. And Mrs. Barclay noticed how tenderly he handled the books which he had to move out of his way. Now and then he stopped to open one, and stood a minute or two peering into it, all this while his hat was on. "Should like to read this," he remarked, with a volume of Macaulay essays in his hand. "That's well written, but a man can't read all the world," he went on, and as he laid out his hands again, "much study is a weariness to the flesh. Arter all, I don't suppose a man'd be no wiser if he read all you got here. The biggest fool I ever knowed was the man that had read the most." "How did he show his folly?" Mrs. Barclay asked. "Wall, it's a story Lois knows. He was dreadfully sot on a little grandchild he had. His children was all dead, and he had just this one left, and she was a little girl, and he never let her out of his sight, nor she him, until one day he had to go to Boston for some business, and he couldn't take her, and he said he knowed some harm had come. Do you believe in presentiments?" "Sometimes," said Mrs. Barclay. "How should a man have presentiments of what's coming?" "I cannot answer that." "No, nor anybody else. It ain't reason. I believe the presentiments make the things come." "What was the case in this instance?" "Wall, I don't see how it could. When he come back from Boston, the little girl was dead, but she was as well as ever when he went away. Ain't that curious?" "Certainly, if it's true." "Well, I ain't telling you nothing but the truth. The whole town knows it. 'Tain't no secret. 'Twas old Mr. Roderick, you know, Lois, lived up yonder on the road to the ferry. After he came back from the funeral, he shut himself up in the room where his grandchild had been, and nobody ever see him no more that day. 'Twas folks in the house, and there warn't many of them, but he never went out, and he never went out for 7 years, and at the end of 7 years he had to. There was money in it, and folks don't mind nothing else, they minds mammon, you know. So he went out, and as soon as he was out of the house, the women folks they made a rush for the room for to clean it. If you believe me, it hain't been cleaned all those years, and I expect 'twas in a condition. But the women likes nothing better, and as they opened some door or another of a closet or that, out runs a little white mouse, and it run clear off. They couldn't catch it anyway, and they tried every way. It was gone, and they were scared, for they knowed the old man's ways. It wasn't a closet either it was in, it was some piece of furniture. I'm blessed if I can remember what they called it. The mouse was gone, and the women folks was scared, and to be sure, when Mr. Roderick come home, he went as straight as a line to that there door where the mouse was, and they say he made a terrible rumpus when he couldn't find it. But arter that the spell was broke, like, and he lived pretty much as other folks. Did you say 6 feet? That'll be high enough, and then you may leave a space of 8 or 10 feet on that side from the window to window." "'Thout any?" "Yes." "That'll be kind of lopsided, won't it?" "I always like to see things samely." "What'll you do with all that space of emptiness? It'll look awful bare." "I'll put something else there. What do you suppose that white mouse had to do with your old gentleman's seclusion?" "Seclusion? Living shut up, you mean? Why, don't you see, he believed the mouse was the spirit of the child. Leastways, the spirit of the child was in it. You see, when he got back from the funeral, the first thing his eyes lit on was that 'ere white mouse. And it was white, you see, and that ain't a common colour for a mouse. And when it got into his head, and couldn't get it out that was Ella's spirit, it might have been, for all I can say, but arter that day, it was gone." "You think the child's spirit might have been in the mouse?" "Who knows? I never say nothing I don't know, nor deny nothing I do know. Ain't that a good principle?" "But you know better than that, Mr. Midgin," said Lois. "Wall, I don't. Maybe you do, Lois, but according to my lights, I don't know. You'll have 'em walnut, won't you? That'll look more like furniture." "Are you coming? The wagon's here, Lois," said Madge, opening the door. "Is Mrs. Barclay ready?" "We'll be in 2 minutes," replied the lady. "Yes, Mr. Midgin, let 'em be walnut. And good evening." "Yes, Lois, I'm quite roused up now, and I will go with you. I'll walk, dear. I prefer it." Chapter 24 Recording by Cheryl Michele.
Chapter 25 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 25. Roast Pig. Mrs. Barclay seemed to have entirely regained her usual composure and even her usual spirits, which indeed were never high. She said she enjoyed the walk which she and Lois took in company, Madge having gone with her grandmother and Charity in Mrs. Marks's wagon. The winter evening was falling grey, and the grey was growing dark, and there was something in the dusky stillness and soft, half-defined lines of the landscape with the sharp, crisp air which suited the mood of both ladies. The stars were not visible yet. The western horizon had still a glow left from the sunset. The houses and trees stood like dark, solemn ghosts along the way before the end of the walk was reached. They talked hardly at all, but Mrs. Barclay said when she got to Mrs. Marks's that the walk had been delightful. At Mrs. Marks's all was in holiday perfection of order, though that was the normal condition of things, indeed, where that lady ruled. The paint of the floors was yellow and shining, the carpets were thick and bright, the table was set with great care. The great chimney in the upper kitchen, where the supper was prepared, was magnificent with its blazing logs. So was a lesser fireplace in the best parlour, where the guests were first received. But supper was ready, and they adjourned to the next room. There the table invited them most hospitably, loaded with dainties such as people in the country can get at Christmas time. One item of the entertainment not usual at Christmas time was a roast pig, its brown and glossy back making a very conspicuous object at one side of the board. "I thought I surprised you all," remarked the satisfied hostess, for she knew the pig was done to a turn, and anything you don't expect tastes twice as good. "I knew ma liked the pig better than anything, and I think myself it's about to top chaff. I suppose nothing can be a surprise to Mrs. Barclay." "Why do you suppose so?" asked that lady. "I thought you seen everything there was in the world, and a little more." "Never saw a roast pig before in my life, but I had read about them." "Read of them!" exclaimed the hostess. "In a cookbook, likely." "Alas, I never read a cookbook." "No more didn't I, but you'll excuse me. I didn't believe you carried it all in your head, like we folks." "I have not a bit of it in my head. If you mean the art of cookery, I have a profound respect for it, but I know nothing about it whatever." "Well, you are right to have a respect for it. Uncle Tim, do you just give Mrs. Barclay some of the best of that pig, and let us see how she likes it. And the stuffing, Uncle Tim, and the gravy, and plenty of the crackle. Mother, it's done just as you used to do it." Mrs. Barclay meanwhile surveyed the company. Mrs. Armadale sat at the end of the table, placid and pleasant as always, though to Mrs. Barclay her aspect had somewhat of the severe. She did not smile much, yet she looked kindly over her assembled children. Uncle Tim was her brother, Uncle Tim Hotchkiss. He had the so frequent New England mingling of the shrewd and the benevolent in his face, and he was a much more jolly personage than his sister. Younger than she, too, and still vigorous. Unlike her, also, he was a handsome man, had been very handsome in his young days, and as Mrs. Barclay's eye roved over the table, she thought few could show a better assemblage of comeliness that was gathered around this one. Madge was strikingly handsome in her well-fitting black dress. Lois made a very plain brown stuff seem resplendent. She had a little fleecy white woolen shawl wound about her shoulders, and Mrs. Barclay could hardly keep her eyes away from the girl. And if the other members of the party were less beautiful in feature, they had every one of them in a high degree the stamp of intellect and of character. Mrs. Barclay speculated upon the strange society in which she found herself, upon the odd significance of her being there, and on the possible outcome, weighty and incalculable, of the connection of the two things, so intently that she almost forgot what she was eating, and she started at Mrs. Marks's sudden question. "Well, how do you like it? Charity, give Mrs. Barclay some pickles, what she likes. There is sweet pickle, that's peaches, and sharp pickle, that's red cabbage, and I don't know which of them she likes best. And give her some apple. Have you got any apple sauce, Mrs. Barclay?" "Thank you, everything, and everything is delicious." "That's how things are generally in Mrs. Marks's hands," remarked Uncle Tim. "There ain't her beat for sweets and sours in all the country." "Mrs. Barclay is accustomed to another sort of doings," said their hostess. "I didn't know but she mightn't like our ways." "I like them very much, I assure you." "There ain't no better ways than Shampuashuh's ways," said Uncle Tim. "If there be, I'd like to see them once. Lois, you never see a handsomer dinner this in New York, did you? Come now and tell. Did you?" "I never saw a dinner where things were better of their kind, Uncle Tim." Mrs. Barclay smiled to herself. That will do, she thought. "Is that an answer?" said Uncle Tim. "I'll be shot if I know." "It is as good answer as I can give," returned Lois, smiling. "Of course she has seen handsomer," said Mrs. Marks. "If you talk of elegance, we don't pretend to it in Shampuashuh. Be thankful if what you have got is good, Uncle Tim, and leave the rest." "Well, I don't understand," responded Uncle Tim. "Why shouldn't Shampuashuh be elegant? I don't see. Ain't this elegant enough for anybody?" "'Tain't elegant at all," said Mrs. Marks. "If this was in one of the elegant places, there'd be a bunch of flowers in the pig's mouth, and a ring on his tail." At the face which Uncle Tim made at this, Lois' gravity gave way, and a perfect echo of laughter went round the table. "Well, I don't know what you're laughing at, nor what you mean," said the object of their merriment, "but I should uncommonly like to know." "Tell him, Lois," cried Madge, "what a dinner in New York is like. You never did tell him." "Well, I'm ready to hear," said the old gentleman. "I thought a dinner was a dinner, but I'm willing to learn." "Tell him, Lois," Madge repeated. "It would be very stupid for Mrs. Barclay," Lois objected. "On the contrary," said the lady, "I should very much like to hear your description. It is interesting to hear what is familiar to us described by one to whom it is a novel. Go on, Lois." "I'll tell you of one dinner, Uncle Tim," said Lois, after a moment of consideration. "All dinners in New York, you must understand, are not like this. This was a grand dinner." "Christmas Eve?" suggested Uncle Tim. "No, I was not there at Christmas. This was just a party. There were 12 at table. In the first place, there was an oval plate of looking glass, as long as this table, not quite so broad, that took up the whole centre of the table." Here Lois was interrupted. "Looking glass!" cried Uncle Tim. "Did you ever hear anything so ridiculous?" said Charity. "Looking glass to set the hot dishes on?" said Mrs. Marks, to whom this story seemed new. "No, not to set anything on. It took up the whole centre of the table. Round the edge of this looking glass, all round, was a border of little fence of solid silver, about 6 or 8 inches high, of beautiful wrought openwork, and just within this silver fence, at intervals, stood most exquisite little white marble statues, about 1.5 feet high. There must have been a dozen of them, and anything more beautiful than the whole thing was, you cannot imagine. "I should think they'd have been awfully in the way," remarked Charity. "Not at all. There was room enough all round outside for the plates and glasses." "The looking glass, I suppose, was for the pretty ladies to see themselves in." "Quite mistaken, Uncle Tim. One could not see the reflection of oneself, only bits of one's opposite neighbours. Little flashes of colour here and there, and the reflection of the statuettes on the further side. It was prettier than ever you can think." "I reckon it must have been, but I don't see the use of it," said Uncle Tim. "That wasn't all," Lois went on. "Everybody has his own salt cellar." "Table must have been full, I should say." "No, it was not full at all. There was plenty of room for everything, and that allowed every pretty thing to be seen. And those salt cellars were a study. They were delicious little silver figures, every one different from the others, and each little figure presented the salt in something. Mine was a little girl, with her apron all gathered up, as if to hold nuts or apples, and the salt was in her apron. The one next to her was a market woman, with a flat basket on her head, and the salt was in the basket. Another was a man bowing, with his hat in his hand. The salt was in the hat. I could not see them all, but each one seemed prettier than the other. One was a man standing by a well, with a bucket drawn up, but full of salt, not water. A very pretty one was a milkman with a pail." Uncle Tim was now reduced to silence, but Charity remarked that she could not understand where the dishes were. The dinner. It was somewhere else. It was not on the table at all. The waiters brought the things round. There were 6 waiters, handsomely dressed in black and with white silk gloves. "White silk gloves," echoed Charity. "Well, I do think the way some people live is just a sin and a shame." "How did you know what there was for dinner?" inquired Mrs. Marks now. "I shouldn't like to make my dinner of boiled beef if there was partridges coming, and when there's plum pudding, I always like to know it beforehand." "We knew everything beforehand, Aunt Anne. There were beautifully painted little pieces of white silk on everybody's plate, with all the dishes named. Only most of them were French names, and I was none the wiser for them." "Can they call good victuals by English names?" asked Uncle Tim. "What's the sense of that? How was anybody to know what was he eating?" "Oh, they all knew," said Lois, "except me." "I'll bet you were the only sensible one of the lot," said the old gentleman. Then at every plate there was a beautiful cut glass bottle, something like a decanter, with ice water, and over the mouth of it a tumbler to match. Besides that, there were on each plate 5 or 6 other goblets or glasses, of different colours. "What colours?" demanded Charity. "Yellow and dark red and green and white." "What were they all for?" asked Uncle Tim. "Wine. Different sorts of wine." "Different sorts of wine? How many sorts did they have at one dinner?" "I cannot tell you. I do not know. A great many." "Did you drink any, Lois?" "No, Aunt Anne." "I suppose they thought you were a real country girl because you didn't?" "Nobody thought anything about it. The servants brought the wine. Everybody did just as he pleased about taking it." "What did you have to eat, Lois, with so much to drink?" asked her elder sister. "More than I can tell, Charity. There must have been a dozen large dishes at each end of the table, besides the soup and the fish, and no end of smaller dishes. "For a dozen people!" cried Charity. "I suppose it's because I don't know anything," said Mr. Hodgkins, "but I always do hate to see a whole lot of things before me more than I can eat." "It's downright wicked waste, that's what I call it," said Mrs. Marks. "But I suppose that's because I don't know anything." "And you like that sort of way better than this?" inquired Uncle Tim of Lois. "I said no more than that it was prettier, Uncle Tim. But did you?" Lois' eye met involuntarily Mrs. Barclay's for an instant, and she smiled. "Uncle Tim, I think there is something to be said on both sides." "There ain't no sense on that side." "There is some prettiness, and I like prettiness." "Prettiness won't butter nobody's bread. Mother, you've let Lois go once too often among those city folks. She's nigh about spoiled for a Shampuashuh man now." "Perhaps a Shampuashuh man will not get her," said Mrs. Barclay mischievously. "Who else is to get her?" cried Mrs. Marks. "We're all one sort here, and there's hardly a man but what's respectable, and very few that ain't more or less well to do. But we all work and mean to work, and we mostly all know our own mind. I do despise a man who don't do nothing, and who asks other folks what he's to think." "That sort of person is not held in very high esteem in any society, I believe," said Mrs. Barclay courteously, though she was much amused, and was willing for her own reasons that the talk should go a little further. Therefore she spoke. "Well, idleness breeds them," said the other lady. "But who respects them? The world respects anybody, even a man that goes with his hands in his pockets, if he only can fetch them out full of money. There was such a feller hanging round Appledore last summer. My, didn't he try my patience!" "Appledore?" said Lois, pricking up her ears. "Yes, there was a lot of them." "People who did not know their own minds?" Mrs. Barclay asked purposely and curiously. "Well, no, I won't say that of all of them. There was some of them knew their own minds a'most too well, but he weren't one. He come to me once to help him out, and I filled his pipe for him, and I sent him to smoke it." "Aunt Anne!" said Lois, drawing up her pretty figure with a most unwonted assumption of astonished dignity. Both the dignity and the astonishment drew all eyes upon her. She was looking at Mrs. Marks with eyes full of startled displeasure. Mrs. Marks was entrenched behind a whole army of coffee and teapots and pitchers, and answered coolly, "Yes, I did. What is it to you? Did he come to you for help too?" "I do not know whom you are talking of." "Oh," said Mrs. Marks, "I thought you did. Before I'd have you marry such a soft feller as that, I'd shoot him." There was some laughter, but Lois did not join in it, and with heightened colour was attending very busily to her supper. "Was the poor man looking that way?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "He was looking two ways," said Mrs. Marks, "and when a man's doing that, he don't fetch up nowhere, you bet. I'd like to know what becomes of him." They were all of the sort Lois has been telling of. Thought a deal of prettiness. I don't think the way some people live is a way to shame the flies. And I don't know nothing in creation more useless than they be. Mrs. Marks could speak better English, but the truth was, when she got much excited she forgot her grammar. "But at a watering place," remarked Mrs. Barclay, "you do not expect people to show their useful side. They are out for play and amusement." "I can play too," said the hostess, "but my play always has some meaning to it. Did I tell you, mother, what that lady was doing?" "I thought you were speaking of a gentleman," said quiet Mrs. Armadale. Well, there was a lady too, and she was doing a piece of work. It was a beautiful piece of grey satin, thick and handsome as you ever see, and she was sewing gold thread upon it with fine gold coloured silk, fine gold thread, and it went one way straight and another way round, curling and crinkling like nothing on earth but a spider's web, all over the grey satin. I watched her a while, and then, says I, what are you doing, if you please? I've been looking at you, and I can't make out. No, says she, I suppose not. It's a cover for a bellows. For a what? says I. For a bellows, says she. A bellows to blow the fire with. Don't you know what they are? Yes, says I. I've seen a fire bellows before now, but in our part of the country we don't cover them with satin. No, says she, I suppose not. I would just like to ask one more question, says I. Well, you may, says she. What is it? I would just like to know, says I, what the fire is made of that you blow with a satin of gold bellows? And she laughed a little. 'Cause, says I, it ought to be something that won't soil a kid glove and won't give out no sparks nor smoke. Oh, says she, nobody really blows the fire, only the bellows have come into fashion along the fire dogs. Wherever people have an open fireplace and a good fire. Well, what she meant by fire dogs I couldn't guess, but I thought I couldn't expose any more of my ignorance. Now, mother, how would you like to have Lois in a house like that, where people don't know any better what to do with their immortal lives than to make satin covers for bellows they don't want to blow the fire with, and dish up dinner enough for 12 people to feed 100? Lois will never be in a house like that, responded the old lady contentedly. Then it's just as well if you keep her away from the places where they make so much of prettiness. I can tell you, Lois is human. Lois is Christian, said Mrs. Armadale, and she knows her duty. Well, it's heartbreaking work to know one's duty sometimes, said Mrs. Marks. But you do not think, I hope, that one is a pattern for all, said Mrs. Barclay. There are exceptions. It is not everybody in the great world that lives to no purpose. If that's what you call the great world, I call it mighty small then. If I didn't know anything better to do with myself than to work sprangles of gold on a satin cover that weren't to cover nothing, I'd go down to Fairhaven and hire myself out to open oysters and think I made a bargain. Anyhow, I respect myself better. I don't know what you mean by the great world, said Uncle Tim. Be there 2 of them, a big and a little? Don't you see, old Shampuashuh would go in one of those houses Lois was telling about, and if it got there, I expect I wouldn't give it house room. The worlds are not so different as you think, Mrs. Barclay went on courteously. Human nature is the same everywhere. Well, I guess likely, responded Mrs. Marks. Mother, if you don't, we'll go into the other. End of chapter 25. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 26 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 26. Scruples. The next day was Christmas, but in the country of Shampuashuh, Christmas, though a holiday, was not held in so high regard as it receives in many other quarters of the earth. There was no service in the church, and after dinner Lois came as usual to draw in Mrs. Barclay's room. "I did not understand some of your aunt's talk last evening," Mrs. Barclay remarked after a while. "I am not surprised at that," said Lois. "Did you?" Oh, yes, I understand Aunt Anne. Does she really think that all the people who like pretty things lead useless lives? She does not care so much about pretty things as I do, said Lois slightly. But does she think all who belong to the great world are evil, given up to wickedness? Not so bad as that, Lois answered, smiling. But naturally Aunt Anne does not understand any world but this of Shampuashuh. I understood her to assume that under no circumstances could you marry one of the great world she was talking of? Well, said Lois, I suppose she thinks that one of them could not be a Christian. You mean an enthusiast? No, said Lois, but I mean, as she means, one who is in heart a true servant of Christ. He might or he might not be enthusiastic. And would you marry no one who was not a Christian as you understand the word? The Bible forbids it, said Lois, her colour rising a little. The Bible forbids it? I have not studied the Bible like you, but I have heard it read from the pulpit all my life. And I never heard, either from the pulpit or out of it, such an idea as that one who is a Christian may not marry one who is not. I can show you the command in more places than one, said Lois. I wish you would. Lois left her drawing and fetched a Bible. It is forbidden in the Old Testament and in the New, she said, but I will show you a place in the New. Here it is, in the second epistle to the Corinthians. Be not equally yoked together with unbelievers. And it goes on to give the reason. Unbelievers, but those in that day were heathen. Yes, said Lois simply, going on with her drawing. There are no heathen now, not here. I suppose that makes no difference. It is the party which will not obey and serve Christ, and which is working against him. In that day they worshipped idols, of wood or stone. Now they worship a different sort. They do not worship him, and there are but two parties. No neutrals? No, the Bible says not. But what is being yoked together? What do you understand is forbidden by that? Marriage? Any connection, I suppose, said Lois, looking up, in which two people are forced to pull together. You know what a yoke is. And you can smile at that, you wicked girl? Lois laughed now. Why not? She said. I have not much fancy for putting my head in a yoke at all, but a yoke where the two pull different ways must be very miserable. You forget. You might draw somebody else to go the right way. That would depend upon who was the strongest. True, said Mrs. Barclay. But, my dear Lois, you do not suppose that a man cannot belong to the world and yet be what you call a Christian? That would be very uncharitable. I don't want to be uncharitable, said Lois. Mrs. Barclay, it is extremely difficult to mark the foliage of different sorts of trees. Yes, but you are making a very good beginning. Lois, do you know you are fitting to be the wife of just one of that world? You are condemning, cultivated, polished, full of accomplishments and graces and fine and refined tastes? Then he would be very dangerous, said Lois. If he were not a Christian, he might have all that and yet be a Christian too. Suppose he were not, could you refuse him? I hope I should, said Lois, but her questioner noticed that this answer was soberly given. That evening she wrote a letter to Mr. Dillwyn. I am enjoying the most delightful rest, the letter said, that I have known for a very long time. Yet I have a doubt whether I ought to confess it, whether I ought not to declare myself tired of Shampuashuh and draw up my cards. I feel a little like an honest swindler, using your money, not on a false pretenses, but on a foregone case. I should never get tired of the place or the people. every one of them, indeed, almost every one that I see, is a character, and here, where there is less varnish, the grain of the wood shows more plainly. I have had a most original carpenter here to measure for my bookshelves, only yesterday, for my room is running over with books. Not only everybody is a character, but nearly everybody has a good mixture of what is admirable in his composition. And as for these two girls, well, I am even more in love than you are, Philip. The elder is the handsomer, perhaps. She is very handsome, but your favorite is my favorite. Lois is lovely. There is a strange, fresh, simple, undefinable charm about the girl that makes one her captive. Even me, a woman. She wins upon me daily with her sweet unconscious ways. But nevertheless I am uneasy when I remember what I am here for, and what you are expecting. I fear I am acting the part of an innocent swindler, as I said, little better. In one way there is no disappointment to be looked for. These girls are both gifted with a great capacity and aptitude for mental growth. Lois especially, for she cares more to go into the depths of things. But both of them grow fast, and I can see the change almost from day to day. Tastes are waking up and eager for gratification. There is no limit to the intellectual hunger or the power of assimilation. The winter is one of very great enjoyment to them as to me, and there is, and that has been from the first, a refinement of manner which surprised me, but that too is growing. And yet, with all this, which promises so much, there is another element which threatens discomfiture to our hopes. I must not conceal it from you. These people are regular Puritans. They think now, in this age of the world, to regulate their behavior entirely by the Bible. You are from a different type, and I am persuaded that the whole family would regard an alliance with a man like you as an unlawful thing. Though he were a prince or a Rothschild, it would make no difference in their view of the thing, for here is independence, pure and absolute. The family is very poor. They are glad of the money I pay them, but they would not bend their heads before the prestige of wealth, or do what they think wrong to gain any human favor or any earthly advantage. And Lois is like the rest, quite as firm. In fact, some of these gentlewomen have a power of saying no, which is only a little less than fearful. I cannot tell what love would do, but I do not believe it would break down her principle. We had a talk lately on this very subject. She was very firm. I think I ought not to conceal from you that I have doubts on another question. We were at a family supper party last night at an aunt's house. She is a character too, a kind of a grenadier of a woman, in nature, not looks. The house and the entertainment were very interesting to me. The mingling of things was very striking, that one does not expect to find in connection. For instance, the appointments of the table were, as of course they would be, of no pretension to style or elegance. Clumsily comfortable, was all you could say. And the cooking was delicately fine. Then manners and language were somewhat lacking in polish, to put it mildly, and the tone of thought and the qualities of mind and character exhibited were very far above what I have heard often in circles of great pretension. Once the conversation got upon the contrasting ways of life in this society and in what it is called the world. The latter, I confess to you, met with some hard treatment, and the idea was rejected with scorn that one of the girls should ever be tempted out of her own sphere into the other. All this is of no consequence, but that struck me was a hint or two that Lois had been tempted, and a pretty plain assertion that this aunt, who it seems was at Appledore last summer, nursing Mrs. Wishart, had received some sort of overture or advance on Lois's behalf, and had rejected it. This was evidently news to Lois, and she showed so much startled displeasure in her face, for she said almost nothing, that the suspicion was forced upon me. There might have been more in the matter than the aunt knew. Who was at Appledore? A friend of yours, was it not? And are you sure he did not gain some sort of lien upon this heart which you are so keen to win? I owe it to you to set you upon this inquiry, for if I know anything of the girl, she is as true, as unbending as steel. What she holds she will hold, and what she loves she will love, I believe, to the end. So before we go any further, let us find whether we have ground to go on. No, I would not have you come here at present, not in any case, and certainly not in this uncertainty. You are too wise to wish it. Whether Philip were too wise to wish it, he was too wise to give the rein to his wishes. He stayed in New York all winter, contenting himself with sending to Shampuashuh every imaginable thing that could make Mrs. Barclay's life there pleasant, or help her to make it useful to her two young friends. A fine Chickering piano arrived between Christmas and New Year's Day, and was set up in the space left for it between the bookshelves. Books continued to flow in, books of all sorts, science and art, history and biography, poetry and general literature, and Lois would have developed into a bookworm had not the piano exercised an almost equal charm upon her. Listening to Mrs. Barclay's music at first was an absorbing pleasure. Then Mrs. Barclay asked casually one day, "Shall I teach you?" "Oh, you could not," was Lois' answer, given with a breath and a flush of excitement. "Let us try," said Mrs. Barclay, smiling. "You might learn at least enough to accompany yourself. I have never heard your voice. Have you a voice?" "I do not know what you would call a voice," said Lois, smiling. "But you sing?" "Hymns, nothing else." "Have you a hymn book, with music, I mean?" Lois brought one. Mrs. Barclay played the accompaniment of a familiar hymn, and Lois sang. "My dear," exclaimed the former when she had done, "that is delicious!" "Is it? Your voice is very fine. It has a peculiar and uncommon richness. You must let me train that voice." "I should like to sing hymns as well as I can," Lois answered, flushing somewhat. "You would like to sing other things too? Songs?" "Yes, some songs are beautiful." "I never liked much those I have heard." "Why not?" "They seem rather foolish." "Did they? The choice must have been unfortunate. Where did you hear them?" "In New York, in company there. The voices were sometimes delightful, but the words—" "Well, the words?" "I wonder how they could like to sing them. There was nothing in them but nonsense." "You are a very severe critic." "No," said Lois deprecatingly, "but I think hymns are much so better." "Well, we will see. Songs are not the first thing. Your voice must be trained." So a new element came into the busy life of that winter, and music now made demands on time and attention which Lois found it a little difficult to meet, without abridging the long reading hours and diligent studies to which she had hitherto been giving all her spare time. But the piano was so alluring, and every morsel of real music that Mrs. Barclay touched was so entrancing to Lois. Madge did not care about it, except for the wonder of seeing Mrs. Barclay's fingers fly over the keys, and Charity took quite a different view again. "Mother," she said one evening to the old lady, whom they often called so, "don't it seem to you that Lois is getting turned around?" "How, my dear?" "Well, it ain't like the Lois we used to have. She's rushing, at books from morning to night, or screeching and scratching on a slate, and the rest of the time she's like nothing but the girl in the song that had bells on her fingers and rings on her toes. I hear that pianoforte going at all hours. It's a tinkly, tinkly every other thing. What's the good of all that?" "What's the harm?" said Lois. "What's she doing it for, that woman? Why'n't you think she had come here just on purpose to teach Madge and you, for she don't do anything else? What is it all for? That's what I'd like to be told." "I am sure she's very kind," said Madge. "Mother, do you like it?" "What is the harm in what we are doing, Charity?" asked her younger sister. "If a thing ain't good, it's always harm. But these things are good. Maybe good for some folks. They ain't good for you." "I wish you would say 'are not,'" said Lois. "There!" said Charity. "There it is. You're piling one thing on top of another, till your head won't stand it, and the house won't be high enough for you by and by. All these ridiculous ways of people that think themselves too nice for common things. And you've lived all your life among common things, and are going to live all your life among them. And mother, all this French and music will just make Lois discontented. You see if it don't." "Do I act discontented?" Lois asked, with a pleasant smile. "Does she leave any of her work for you to do, Charity?" said Madge. "Wait till the spring opens and garden must be made," said Charity. "I should never think of leaving that to you to do, Charity," said Lois, laughing. "We should have a poor chance of a garden." "Mother, I wish you'd stop it." Mrs. Armadale said, however, nothing at the time, but the next chance she had when she and her youngest granddaughter were alone, she said: "Lois, are you in danger of letting your pleasure make you forget your duty?" "I hope not, grandmother. I do not think it. I take these things to be duty. I think one ought always to learn anything one has an opportunity of learning." "One thing is needful," said the old lady doubtfully. "Yes, grandmother, I do not forget that." "You don't want to learn the ways of the world, Lois?" "No, grandmother." End of chapter 26. Recorded by Gabby Cowan. Chapter 27 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 27. Peas and Radishes. Mr. Dillwyn, as I said, did not come near Shampuashuh. He took his indemnification in sending all sorts of pleasant things. Papers and magazines flowed over into Mrs. Marx's hands, and made her life rich, flowed over again into Mr. Hodgkins's hands, and embroidered his life for him. Mr. Dillwyn sent foreign fruit, strange and delicious, which it was a sort of education even to eat, bringing one nearer to the country so far and unknown, where it grew. He sent music, and if some of it passed under Lois' ban as nonsense, that was not the case with the greater part. "She has a marvelous true appreciation of what is fine," Mrs. Barclay wrote, "and she rejects with an accuracy which surprises me all that is merely pretty and flashy. There are some bits of Handel that have great power over the girl. She listens to them, I might almost say, devoutly, and is never weary. Madge is delighted with Rossini, but Lois gives her adherence to the German classics, and when I play Haydn and Mozart or Mendelssohn, stands rapt in her delighted listening, and looking like, well, I will not tantalize you by trying to describe to you what I see every day. I marvel only where the girl got these tastes and susceptibilities. It must be blood, I believe in inheritance. She has had until now no training or experience, but your bird is growing her wings fast now, Philip. If you can manage to cage her, natures hereabout are not tame by any means. Mr. Dillwyn, I believe I mentioned, sent engravings and exquisite photographs, and these almost rivaled Haydn and Mozart in Lois's mind. For various reasons, Mrs. Barclay sought to make at least this source of pleasure common to the whole family, and would often invite them all into her room, or carry her portfolio out into their general sitting room, and display to the eyes of them all the views of foreign lands, cities, castles and ruins, palaces and temples, Swiss mountains and Scotch lochs, Paris boulevards and Venetian canals, together with the remains of ancient art and works of modern artists, of all which Philip sent an unbounded number and variety. These evenings were unendingly curious to Mrs. Barclay. Comment was free, and undoubtedly original, whatever else might be said of it, and character and the habit of life of her audience were unconsciously revealed to her. Intense curiosity and eagerness for information were observable in them all, but tastes and the power of apprehension and receptiveness towards new and strange ideas, and the judgment passed upon things, were very different in the different members of the group. These exhibitions had further one good effect, not intended by the exhibitor. They brought the whole family somewhat in tone with the new life to which two of its members were rising. It was not desirable that Lois should be too far in advance of her people, or rather that they should be too far behind her. The questions propounded to Mrs. Barclay on these occasions, and the elucidations she found it desirable to give without questions, transformed her part into that of a lecturer, and the end of such an evening would find her tired with her exertions, yet well repaid for them. The old grandmother manifested great curiosity, great admiration, with frequently an expression of doubt or disapproval, and very often a strange slight, inexpressible air of one who felt herself to belong to a different world, to which all these things were more or less foreign. Charity showed also intense eagerness and curiosity and inquisitiveness, and mingled with those a very perceptible flavour of incredulity or of disdain, the latter possibly born of envy. But Lois and Madge were growing with every journey to distant lands, and every new introduction to the great works of men's hands, of every kind and of every age. After receiving that letter of Mrs. Barclay's mentioned in the last chapter, Philip Dillwyn would immediately have attacked Tom Caruthers again on the question of his liking for Miss Lothrop, to find out whether possibly there were any the least foundation for Mrs. Barclay's scruples and fears. But it was no longer in his power. The Caruthers family had altered their plans, and instead of going abroad in the spring, had taken their departure with the 1st of December, after an impromptu wedding of Julia to her betrothed. Mr. Dillwyn did not seriously believe that there was anything his plan had to fear from this side. Nevertheless, he preferred not to move in the dark, and he waited. Besides, he must allow time for the work he had sent Mrs. Barclay to do. To hurry matters would be to spoil everything, and it was much better on every ground that he should keep away from Shampuashuh. As I said, he busied himself with Shampuashuh affairs all he could, and wore out the winter as he best might, which was not very satisfactorily. And when spring came, he resolutely carried out his purpose, and sailed for Europe. Till at least a year had gone by he would not try to see Lois. Mrs. Barclay should have a year at least to push her beneficent influence and bring her educational efforts to some visible result. He would keep away, but it would be much easier to keep away if the ocean lay between them. And he went to Florence and northern Italy and the Adriatic. Meanwhile the winter had flown on soft wings at Shampuashuh. Every day seemed to be growing fuller and richer than its predecessors. Every day Lois and Madge were more eager in the search after knowledge, and more ready for the reception of it. A change was going on in them, so swift that Mrs. Barclay could almost see it from day to day. Whether others saw it, I cannot tell, but Mrs. Marks shook her head in the fear of it, and Charity opined that the family might whistle for a garden, and for butter and cheese next summer. Precious opportunity of winter days, when no gardening nor dairy work was possible, and blessed long nights and mornings, after sunset and before sunrise, when no housework of any sort put in claims upon the leisure of the two girls. There were no interruptions from without. In Shampuashuh society could not be said to flourish, beyond an occasional sewing society meeting, and a much more rare gathering for purely social purposes. Nothing more than a stray caller now and then broke the rich quiet of those winter days. The time for a tillage and a sowing and a growth far beyond in preciousness all the precious things put forth by the sun, in the more genial time of the year. But days began to become longer, nevertheless, as the weeks went on, and daylight was pushing those happy mornings and evenings into lesser and lesser compass, and snow quite disappeared from the fields, and buds began to swell on the trees and take color, and airs grew more gentle in temperature, though I am bound to say there is a sharpness sometimes in the nature of a Shampuashuh spring that quite outdoes all the greater rigors of the winter that has gone. "The frost is out of the ground," said Lois one day to her friend. "Well," said Mrs. Barclay innocently, "I suppose that is a good thing." Lois went on with her drawing and made no answer. But soon Mrs. Barclay began to perceive that less reading and studying were done, or else some drawing lingered on its way towards completion, and the deficits became more and more striking. At last she demanded the reason. "Oh," said Madge, "the cows have come in, and I have a good deal to do in the dairy now. It takes up all my mornings. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do, but the milk must be seen to, and the butter churned, and then worked over, and it takes time, Mrs. Barclay." "And Lois?" "Oh, Lois is making garden." "Making garden?" "Yes. Oh, she always does it. It's her particular part of the business. We all do a little of everything, but the garden is Lois's special province, and the dairy mine, and Charity takes the cooking and the sewing. Oh, we all do our own sewing, and we all do grandmother's sewing, only Charity takes head in that department." "What does Lois do in the garden?" "Oh, everything. We get somebody to plow it up in the fall, and in the spring we have it dug over, but all the rest she does. We have a good garden too," said Madge, smiling. "And these things take your morning and her morning?" "Yes, indeed. I should think they did, rather." Mrs. Barclay held her peace then, and for some time afterwards the spring came on. The days became soft and lovely, after March had blown itself out. The trees began to put forth leaves. The bluebirds were darting about like skyey messengers. Robins were whistling, and daffodils were bursting, and grass was green. One lovely warm morning, when everything without seemed beckoning to her, Mrs. Barclay threw on a shawl and hat, and made her way out to the old garden, which up to this day she had never entered. She found the great wide enclosure looking empty and bare enough. The 2 or 3 old apple trees hung protectingly over the wooden bench in the middle, their branches making pretty tracery against the tender, clear blue of the sky, but no shade was there. The branches only showed a little token of swelling and bursting buds, which indeed softened in a lovely manner the lines of their interlacing network, and promised a plenty of green shadow by and by. No shadow was needed at present, for the sun was too gentle. Its warmth was welcome and beneficent and kindly. The old cherry tree in the corner was beginning to open its wealth of white blossoms. Everywhere else the bareness and brownness of winter was still reigning, only excepting the patches of green turf around the boles and under the spreading boughs of the trees here and there. The garden was no garden, only a spread of soft upturned brown loam. It looked a desolate place to Mrs. Barclay. In the midst of it, the one point of life and movement was Lois. She was in a coarse, stout stuffed dress, short and tucked up besides to keep it out of the dirt. Her hands were covered with coarse, thick gloves, her head with a little old straw hat. At the moment Mrs. Barclay came up, she was raking a patch of ground which she had carefully marked out and bounded with a trampled footway. She was bringing it with her rake into a condition of beautiful level smoothness, handling her tool with light dexterity. As Mrs. Barclay came near, she looked up with a flash of surprise and a smile. "I have found you," said the lady. "So this is what you are about." "It is what I am always about in this time of the year. What are you doing?" "Just here I am going to put it radishes and lettuce." "Radishes and lettuce? And that is instead of French and philosophy?" "This is philosophy," said Lois, while with a neat movement of her rake she threw off some stones which she had collected from the surface of the bed. "Very good philosophy. Surely the philosophy of life is first to live." Mrs. Barclay was silent a moment upon this. "Are radishes and lettuce the first thing you plant in the spring, then?" "Oh dear, no," said Lois. "Do you see all that corner? That's in potatoes. Do you see those slightly marked lines here, running across from the walk to the wall? Peas are there. They'll be up soon. I think I shall put in some corn tomorrow. Yonder is a bed of radishes and lettuce just out of the ground. We'll have some radishes for tea before you know it." "And do you mean to say that you have been planting potatoes? You?" "Yes," said Lois, looking at her and laughing. "I like to plant potatoes. In fact, I like to plant anything. What I do not always like so well is the taking care of them after they are up and growing." Mrs. Barclay sat down and watched her. Lois was now tracing delicate little drills across the breadth of her nicely prepared bed. Little drills all alike, just so deep and just so far apart. Then she went to a basket hard by for a little paper of seeds, 2 papers, and began deftly to scatter the seed along the drills, with delicate and careful but quick fingers. Mrs. Barclay watched her till she had filled all the rows, and began to cover the seeds in. That, too, she did quick and skilfully. "That is not fit work for you to do, Lois." "Why not?" "You have something better to do." "I do not see how I can. This is the work that is given me." "But any common person could do that." "We have not got the common person to do it," said Lois, laughing. "So it comes up an uncommon one. But there is a fitness in things. So you will think, when you get some of my young lettuce." The drills were fast covered in, but there were a good many of them, and Lois went on talking and working with equal spirit. "I do not think I shall. Mrs. Barclay answered the last statement. "I like to do this, Mrs. Barclay. I like to do it very much. I am pulled a little two ways this spring, but that only shows this is good for me." "How so?" "When anybody is living to his own pleasure, I guess he is not in the best way of improvement." "Is there no one but you to do all the weeding by and by, when the garden will be full of plants?" "Nobody else," said Lois. "That must take a great deal of your time." "Yes," said Lois, "it does. That and the fruit picking." "Fruit picking? Mercy! Why, child, must you do all that?" "It is my part," said Lois pleasantly. "Charity and Madge have each their part. This is mine, and I like it better than theirs. But it is only so, Mrs. Barclay, that we are able to get along. A gardener would eat up our garden. I take only my share, and there is a great deal of pleasure in it. It is pleasant to provide for the family's wants, and to see the others enjoy what I bring in. Yes, and to enjoy it myself. And then, do you see how pleasant the work is? Don't you like it out here this morning?" Mrs. Barclay cast a glance around her again. There was a slight spring haze in the air, which seemed to catch and hold the sun rays and diffuse them in gentle beneficence. Through it the opening cherry blossoms gave their tender promise. The brown bare apple trees were softened. An indescribable breath of hope and life was in the air, to which the birds were doing all they could to give expression. There was a delicate joy in nature's face, as if at being released from the bands of winter and having her hands free again. The smell of the upturned earth came fresh to Mrs. Barclay's nostrils, along with a salt savour from the not distant sea. Yes, it was pleasant, with a rare and wonderful pleasantness. And yet Mrs. Barclay's eyes came discontentedly back to Lois. "It would be possible to enjoy all this, Lois, if you were not doing such evil work." "Evil work? Oh no, Mrs. Barclay. The work that the Lord gives anybody to do cannot be evil. It must be the very best thing he can do. And I do not believe I should enjoy the spring and the summer and the autumn near so well if I were not doing it." "Must one be a gardener to have such enjoyment?" "I must," said Lois, laughing. "If I do not follow my work follows me, and then it comes like a taskmaster and carries a whip." "But Lois, that sort of work will make your hands rough." Lois lifted one of her hands in its thick glove and looked at it. "Well," she said, "what then? What are hands made for?" "You know very well what I mean. You know a time may come when you would like to have your hands white and delicate." "The time is come now," said Lois, laughing. "I have not to wait for it. I like white hands and delicate hands as well as anybody. Mine must do their work, all the same. Something might be said for my feet, too, I suppose," she added with another laugh. At the moment she had finished outlining another bed, and was now trampling a little hard bordered pathway round it, making the length of her foot the breadth of the pathway, and setting foot to foot close together, so bit by bit stamping it round. Mrs. Barclay looked on, and wished somebody else could have looked on, at the bright fresh face under the little old hat, and the free action and spirit and accuracy with which everything that either feet or hands did was done. Somehow she forgot the coarse dress, and only saw the delicate creature in it. "Lois, I do not like it," she began again. "Do you know some people are very particular about these little things, fastidious about them? You may one day yet want to please one of those very men." "Not unless he wants to please me first," said Lois, with a glance from her path treading. "Of course I am supposing that." "I don't know him," said Lois, "and I don't see him in the distance." "That proves nothing, and it wouldn't make any difference if I did." "You are mistaken in thinking that. You do not know yet what it is to be in love, Lois." "I don't know," said Lois. "Can one be in love with one's grandmother?" "But, Lois, this is going to take a great deal of your time." "Yes, ma'am." "And you want all your time to give to more important things. I can't bear to have you drop them all to plant potatoes. Could not somebody else be found to do it?" "We could not afford the somebody, Mrs. Barclay." It was not doubtfully or regretfully that the girl spoke. The brisk content of her answers drove Mrs. Barclay almost to despair. "Lois, you owe something to yourself." "What, Mrs. Barclay?" "You owe it to yourself to be prepared for what I am sure is coming to you. You are not made to live in Shampuashuh all your life. Somebody will want you to quit it and go out into the wide world with him." Lois was silent a few minutes, with her colour a little heightened, fresh as it had been already. Then, having tramped all round her new bed, she came up to where Mrs. Barclay and her basket of seeds were. "I don't believe it all," she said. "I think I shall live and die here." "Do you feel satisfied with that prospect?" Lois turned over the bags of seeds in her basket a little hurriedly. Then she stopped and looked up at her questioner. "I have nothing to do with all that," she said. "I do not want to think of it. I have enough in hand to think of, and I am satisfied, Mrs. Barclay, with whatever God gives me." She turned to her basket of seeds again, searching for a particular paper. "I never heard any one say that before," remarked the other lady. "As long as I can say it, don't you see that is enough?" said Lois lightly. "I enjoy all this work, besides, and so will you by and by when you get the lettuce and radishes and some of my tom peas. And I am not going to stop my studies either." She went back to the new bed now, where she presently was very busy putting more seeds in. Mrs. Barclay watched her a while. Then, seeing a small smile break on the lips of the gardener, she asked Lois what she was thinking of. Lois looked up. "I was thinking of that geode you showed us last night." "That geode?" "Yes, it is so lovely. I have thought of it a great many times. I am wanting very much to learn about the stones now. I thought always till now that stones were only stones. The whole world is changed to me since you have gone, Mrs. Barclay." "Yes," thought that lady to herself, "and what will be the end of it?" "To tell you the truth," Lois went on, "the garden work's come harder to me this spring than ever it did before. But that shows it is good for me. I have been having too much pleasure all winter." "Can one have too much pleasure?" said Mrs. Barclay discontentedly. "If it makes one unready for duty," said Lois. End of chapter 27. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 28 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 28. The Lagoon of Venice. Towards evening, one day late in the summer, the sun was shining, as its manner is, on that marvellous combination of domes, arches, mosaics, and carvings, which goes by the name of St. Mark's at Venice. The soft Italian sky, glowing and rich, gave a very benediction of colour. All around was the still peace of the lagoon city. Only in the great square there was a gentle stir and flutter and rustle and movement, for thousands of doves were flying about, and coming down to be fed, and a crowd of varied human nature, but chiefly not belonging to the place, were watching and distributing food to the feathered multitude. People were engaged with the doves, or with each other. Few had a look to spare for the great church. Nobody even glanced at the columns bearing St. Theodore and the lion. That is, generally speaking. For under one of the arcades, leaning against one of the great pillars of the same, a man stood whose look by turns went to everything. He had been standing there motionless for half an hour, and it passed to him like a minute. Sometimes he studied that combination aforesaid, where feeling and fancy and faith have made such glorious work together, and to which, as I hinted, the Venetian evening was lending such indescribable magnificence. His eye dwelt on details of loveliness, of which it was constantly discovering new revelations, or rested on the whole colour-glorified pile with meditative remembrance of what it had seen and done, and whence it had come. Then with sudden transition he would give his attention to the motley crowd before him, and the soft-winged doves fluttering up and down and filling the air. And, tiring of these, his look would go off again to the bronze lion on his place of honour in the Piazzetta, his thought probably wandering back to the time when he was set there. The man himself was noticed by nobody. He stood in the shade of the pillar and did not stir. He was a gentleman evidently. One sees that by slight characteristics, which are nevertheless quite unmistakable and not to be counterfeited. His dress, of course, was the quiet, unobtrusive, and yet perfectly correct thing, which dress ought to be. His attitude was that of a man who knew both how to move and how to be still, and did both easily. And further, the look of him betrayed the habit of travel. This man had seen so much that he was not moved by any young curiosity, knew so much that he could weigh and compare what he knew. His figure was very good, his face agreeable and intelligent, with good observant grey eyes, the whole appearance striking. But nobody noted him. And he had noted nobody. The crowd before him was to him simply a crowd, which excited no interest except as a whole, until suddenly he caught sight of a head and shoulders in the moving throng, which started him out of his carelessness. They were but a few yards from him, seen and lost again in the swaying mass of human beings. But though half seen, he was sure he could not mistake. He spoke out a little loud the word "Tom." He was not heard, and the person spoken to moved out of sight again. The speaker, however, now left his place and plunged among the people. Presently he had another glimpse of the head and shoulders, and was yet more sure of his man. Lost sight of him anew, but following in the direction taken by the chase, gradually won his way nearer, and at length overtook the man, who was then standing between the pillars of the Lion and St. Theodore, and looking out towards the water. "Tom!" said his pursuer, clapping him on the shoulder. "Philip Dillwyn," said the other, turning. "Philip, where did you come from? What a lucky turn-up, that I should find you here." "I found you, man. Where have you come from?" "Oh, from everywhere." "Are you alone? Where are your people?" "Oh, Julia and Lenox are gone home. Mamma and I are here yet. I left mamma in a pension in Switzerland, where I could not hold it out any longer, and I have been wandering about, Florence and Pisa, and I don't know all, till now I have brought up in Venice. It is so jolly to get you." "What are you doing here?" "Nothing." "What are you going to do?" "Nothing." "Oh, I have done everything, you know. There is nothing left to a fellow." "That sounds hopeless," said Dillwyn, laughing. "It is hopeless. Really, I don't see sometimes what a fellow's life is good for. I believe the people who have to work for it have all the best time." "They work to live," said the other. "I suppose they do." "Therefore you are going round in a circle. If life is worth nothing, why should one work to keep it up?" "Well, what is it worth, Dillwyn? Upon my word, I have never made it out satisfactorily." "Look here, we cannot talk in this place. Have you ever been to Torcello?" "No." "Suppose we take a gondola and go." "Now? What is there?" "An old church." "There are old churches all over. The thing is to find a new one." "You prefer the new ones?" "Just for the rarity," said Tom, smiling. "I do not believe you have studied the old ones yet. Do you know the mosaics in St. Mark's?" "I never study mosaics." "And I'll wager you have not seen the Tintorets in the palace of the Doge." "There are Tintorets all over," said Tom, shrugging his shoulder wearily. "Then have you seen Murano?" "The glassworks, yes." "I do not mean the glassworks. Come along. Anywhere in a gondola will do, such an evening as this, and we can talk comfortably. You need not look at anything." They entered a gondola, and were presently gliding smoothly over the coloured waters of the lagoon, shining with richer sky reflections than any mortal painter could put on canvas. Not long in silence. "Where have you been, Tom, all this while?" "I told you, everywhere," said Tom, with another shrug of his shoulders. "The one thing one comes abroad for, you know, is to run away from the winter. So we have been doing that, as long as there is any winter to run from, and since then we have been running away from the summer. Let me see. We came over in November, didn't we? Or December. We went to Rome as fast as we could. There was very good society in Rome last winter. Then, as spring came on, we coasted down to Naples and Palermo. We stayed at Palermo a while. From there we went back to England, and from England we came to Switzerland. And there we have been till I couldn't stand Switzerland any longer, and I bolted." "Palermo isn't a bad place to spend a while in." "No, but Sicily is stupid generally. It's all ridiculous, Philip. Except for the name of the thing, one can get just as good nearer home. I could get better sport at Appledore last summer than in any place I've been at in Europe." "Ah, Appledore," said Philip slowly, and dipping his hand in the water. "I surmise the society also was good there." "Would have been," Tom returned discontentedly, "if there had not been a little too much of it." "Too much of it?" "Yes, I couldn't stir without 2 or 3 at my heels. It's very kind, you know, but it rather hampers a fellow." "Miss Lothrop was there, wasn't she?" "Of course she was. That made all the trouble." "And all the sport too, eh, Tom?" "Things usually are two-sided in this world." "She made no trouble. It was my mother and sister. They were so awfully afraid of her, and they drilled George in, so among them they were too many for me. But I think Appledore is the nicest place I know." "You might buy one of the islands. A little money would do it. Build a lodge, and have your Europe always at hand, when the winter is gone, as you say." "Even the winter you might manage to live through, if you could secure the right sort of society, eh, Tom? Isn't that an idea? I wonder it never occurred to you. I think one might bid defiance to the world if one were settled in the Isles of Shoals." "Yes," said Tom, with something very like a groan, "if one hadn't a mother and sister." "You are heathenish." "I'm not at all," returned Tom passionately. "See here, Philip, there is one thing goes before mother and sister, and that you know. It's a man's wife, and I've seen my wife, and I can't get her." "Why?" said Dillwyn dryly. He was hanging over the side of the gondola, and looking attentively at the play of colour in the water, which was reflecting the sky in still splendour where it lay quiet, broke up in ripples under the gondolier's oar, and seemed to scatter diamonds and amethysts and topazes in fairy-like prodigality all around. "I've told you," said Tom fretfully. "Yes, but I do not comprehend. Does not the lady in question like Appledore as well as you do?" "She likes Appledore well enough. I do not know how well she likes me. I never had a chance to find out. I don't think she dislikes me, though," said Tom meditatively. "It's not too late to find out yet," Philip said, with even more dryness in his tone. "Oh, isn't it, though?" said Tom. "I'm tied up from ever asking her now. I'm engaged to another woman." "Tom!" said the other, suddenly straightening himself up. "Don't shout at a fellow. What could I do? They wouldn't let me have what I wanted, and now they're quite pleased, and Julia has gone home. She has done her work. Oh, I am making an excellent match. An old family, and $300,000, as my mother says. That's all one wants, you know." "Who is the lady?" "It don't matter, you know, when you have heard her qualifications. It's Miss Dulcimer, one of the Philadelphia Dulcimers. Of course one couldn't make a better bargain for oneself, and I'm as fond of her as I can be. In fact, I was afraid I was getting too fond, so I ran away, as I told you, to think over my happiness at leisure, and moderate my feelings." "Tom, Tom, I never heard you bitter before," said his friend, regarding him with real concern. "Because I never was bitter before. Oh, I shall be all right now. I haven't had a soul on whom I could pour out my mind till this hour. I know you're as safe as a mine. It does me good to talk to you. I tell you, I shall be all right. I'm a very happy bridegroom expectant. You know, if the Caruthers have plenty of money, the Dulcimers have twice as much. Money's really everything." "Have you any idea how this news will touch Miss The other lady you were talking about?" "I suppose it won't touch her at all. She's different. That's one reason why I liked her. She would not care a farthing for me because I'm a Carruthers, or because I have money. Not a brass farthing. She is the realest person I ever saw. She would go about Appledore from morning to night in the greatest state of delight you ever saw anybody. When my sister, for instance, would see nothing but rocks and weeds, Lois would have her hands full of what Julia would call trash, and what to her was better than if the fairies had done it. Things pulled out of the shingle and mud, I can just see her, and flowers and stones and shells. What she would make of this now! But you couldn't set that girl down anywhere, I believe, that she wouldn't find something to make her feel rich. She's a richer woman this minute than my Dulcimer with her thousands. And she's got good blood in her too, Philip. I learned that from Mrs. Wishart. She has the blood of ever so many of the old Pilgrims in her veins. And that is good descent, Philip?" "They think so in New England." "Well, they are right. I am ready to believe. Anyhow, I don't care." He broke off, and there was a silence of some minutes' length. The gondola swam along over the quiet water, under the magnificent sky. The reflected colours glanced upon two faces, grave and self-absorbed. "Old boy," said Philip at length, "I hardly think you are right." "Right in what?" "I am right in all I have told you." "I meant right in your proposed plan of action. You may say it is none of my business. I shall not say it, though. What's the wrong you mean? It seems to me Miss Dulcimer would not feel obliged to you if she knew all." "She doesn't feel obliged to me at all," said Tom. "She gives as good as she gets." "No better? What do you mean?" "Pardon me, Tom, but you have been frank with me. By your own account, she will get very little." "All she wants. I'll give her a local habitation and a name." "I am sure you are unjust." "Not at all. That is all half the girls want, all they try for. She's very content. Oh, I'm very good to her when we are together, and I mean to be. You needn't look at me," said Tom, trying to laugh. "Three-quarters of all the marriages that are made are on the same pattern. Why, Phil, what do the men and women of this world live for? What's the purpose in all I've been doing since I left college? What's the good of floating round in the world, as I have been doing all summer and winter here this year? And at home it is different only in the manner of it. People live for nothing, and don't enjoy life. I don't know at this minute a single man or woman of our sort, you know, that enjoys life, except that one, and she isn't our sort. She has no money, and no society, and no Europe to wander round in. Oh, they would say they enjoy life, but their way shows they don't." "Enjoyment is not the first thing," Philip said thoughtfully. "Oh, isn't it? It's what we're all after, anyhow. You'll allow that." "Perhaps that is the way we miss it. So Dulcimer and I are all right, you see," pursued Tom, without heeding this remark. "We shall be a very happy couple. All the world will have us at their houses, and we shall have all the world at ours. There won't be room left for anything but happiness, and that'll squeeze in anywhere, you know. It's like chips floating round on the surface of a whirlpool. They fly round and round splendidly till they get sucked in." "Tom," cried his companion, "what has come to you? Your life is not so different now from what it has always been, and I have always known you for a light-hearted fellow. I can't have you take this tone." Tom was silent, biting the ends of his moustache in a nervous way, which bespoke a good deal of mental excitement. Philip feared of mental trouble. "If a friend may ask, how came you to do what is so unsatisfactory to you?" he said at length. "My mother and sister. They were so preciously afraid I should ruin myself. Philip, I could not make head against them. They were too much for me, and too many for me. They were all round me. They were ahead of me. I had no chance at all, so I gave up in despair. Women are the overpowering when they take a thing in their head. A man's nowhere. I gave in, and gave up, and came away, and now they're satisfied." "Then the affair is definitely concluded?" "As definitely as if my head was off." Philip did not laugh, and there was a pause again. The colours were fading from sky and water, and a yellow, soft moonlight began to assert her turn. It was a change of beauty for beauty, but neither of the two young men seemed to take notice of it. "Tom," began the other, after a time, "what you say about the way most of us live is more or less true, and it ought not to be true." "Of course it is true," said Tom, "but it ought not to be true." "What are you going to do about it?" "One must do as everybody else does, I suppose." "Must one? That is the very question." "What can you do else, as long as you haven't your bread to get?" "I believe the people who have their bread to get have the best of it, but there must be some use in the world, I suppose, for those who are under no such necessity. Did you ever hear that Miss Lothrop's family was strictly religious?" "No. Yes, I have," said Tom. "I know she is." "That would not have suited you." "Yes, it would. Anything she did would have suited me. I have a great respect for religion, Philip." "What do you mean by religion?" "I don't know. What everybody means by it. It is the care of the spiritual part of our nature, I suppose." "And how does that care work?" "I don't know," said Tom. "It works altar cloths, and it seems to mean church going and choral music and teaching ragged schools, and that sort of thing. I don't understand it, but I should never interfere with it. It seems to suit the women particularly." Again there fell a pause. "Where have you been, Dillwyn, and what brought you here again?" Tom began now. "I came to pass the time," the other said musingly. "Ah, and where have you passed it?" "Along the shores of the Adriatic part of the time, at Abazia and Sebenico and the islands." "What's in all that? I never heard of Abazia." "The world is a large place," said Philip absently. "But what is Abazia?" "A little paradise of a place, so sheltered that it is like a nest of all lovely things." "Really? It has its own climate, through certain favouring circumstances, and it is a hidden little nook of delight." "Ah. What took you to the shores of the Adriatic, anyhow?" "Full of interest," said Philip. "Pray, of what kind?" "Every kind. Historical, industrial, mechanical, natural, and artistic. But I grant you, Tom, that was not why I went there. I went there to get out of the ruts of travel and break new ground. Like you, being a little tired of going round in a circle for ever. And it occurs to me that man must have been made for somewhat else than such a purposeless circle. No other creature is a burden to himself." "Because no other creature thinks," said Tom. "The power of thought can surely be no final disadvantage." "I don't see what it amounts to," Tom returned. "A man is happy enough, I suppose, as long as he is busy thinking out some new thing, inventing, creating, discovering, or working out his discoveries. But as soon as he has brought his invention to perfection and set it going, he is tired of it, and drives after something else." "You are coming to Solomon's judgment," said the other, leaning back upon the cushions and clasping his hands above his head. "What the preacher says, 'Vanity of vanities, all is vanity.'" "Well, so are you," said Tom. "It makes me ashamed." "Of what?" "Myself." "Why?" "That I should have lived to be 32 years old, and never have done anything, or found any way to be of any good in the world. There isn't a butterfly of less use than I." "You weren't made to be of use," said Tom. "Upon my word, my dear fellow, you have said the most disparaging thing, I hope, that ever was said of me. You cannot better that statement, if you think an hour. You mean it of me as a human being, I trust, not as an individual. In the one case it would be indeed melancholy, but in the other it would be humiliating. You take the race, not the personal view. The practical view is, that what is of no use had better not be in existence. Look here. Here we are at Murano. I hadn't noticed it. Shall we land and see things by moonlight, or go back to Venice?" "Back and have dinner," said Tom. "By way of prolonging this existence, which to you is burdensome and to me is unsatisfactory. Where is the logic of that?" But they went back, and had a very good dinner too. Chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 29. An Ox Cart. It happened not far from this same time in the end of August, when Mr. Dillwyn and Tom Caruthers came together on the Piazzetta of St. Mark, that another meeting took place in the far-away regions of Shampuashuh. A train going to Boston was stopped by a broken bridge ahead, and its passengers discharged in one of the small towns along the coast, to wait until the means of getting over the little river could be arranged. People on a railway journey commonly do not like to wait. It was different, no doubt, in the days of stage-coaches, when patients had some exercise frequently. Now we are spoiled, and you may notice that a 10 minutes delay is often more than can be endured with complacency. Our fathers and mothers had hours to wait, and took it as a matter of course. Among the impatient passengers thrown out at Independence were two specially impatient. "What on earth shall we do with ourselves?" said the lady. "Pity the breakdown had not occurred a little further on," said the gentleman. "You might have visited your friend, or Tom's friend, Miss Lothrop. We are just a few miles from Shampuashuh." "Shampuashuh? Miss Lothrop? Was that where she lived? How far, George?" "A few miles, half a dozen perhaps." "Oh, George, let us get horses and drive there." "But then you may not catch the train this evening again." "I don't care. I cannot wait here. It would be a great deal better to have the drive and see the other place. Yes, we will go and visit her. Get horses, George, please. Quick. This is terrible." "Will you ask for their hospitality?" "Yes, of course. They would be delighted. That is just what the better sort of country people like, to have someone come and see them. Make haste, George." With a queer little smile on his face, Mr. Lennox, however, did as he was desired. A waggon was procured without much delay, in which they could be driven to Shampuashuh. It was a very warm day, and the travellers had just the height of it. Hot sunbeams poured down on them. The level, shadeless country through which lay their way showed as little as it could of the attractive features which really belonged to it. The lady declared herself exceeded by the heat and dust. The gentleman opined they might as well have stayed in Independence where they were. Between 2 and 3 o'clock they entered the long green street of Shampuashuh. The sunbeams seemed tempered there, but it was only a mental effect procured by the quiet beauty and airy space of the village avenue, and the shade of great elms which fell so frequently upon the wayside grass. "What a sweet place!" cried the lady. "Comfortable-looking houses," suggested the gentleman. "It seems cooler here," the lady went on. "It's getting to a cooler time of day." "I know, George. 3 o'clock is just the crown of the heat. Don't it look as if nobody ever did anything here? There's no stir at all." "My eyes see different tokens. They are more versed in business than yours are naturally." "What do your eyes see?" a little impatiently. "You may notice that nothing is out of order. There is no bit of fence out of repair, and never a gate hanging upon its hinges. There is no carelessness. Do you observe the neatness of this broad street?" "What should make it unneat, with so few travellers?" "Ground is the last thing to keep itself in order. I notice, too, the neat stacks of wood in the woodsheds, and in the field we have passed the work is all done up to the minute, nothing hanging by the eyelids. The houses are full of windows, and all of them shining bright." "You might be a newspaper reporter, George. Is this the house we are coming to?" "It is quite a large house, quite respectable." "Did you think that little girl had come out of any but a respectable house?" Pshaw, George. You know what I mean. They're very poor and very plain people. I suppose we might go straight in." They dismissed their vehicle, so burning the ships, and knocked at the front door. A moment later it was opened by Charity. Her tall figure was arrayed in a homely print gown of no particular fashion. A little shawl was over her shoulders, notwithstanding the heat, and on her head a sunbonnet. "Does Miss Lothrop live here?" "3 of us," said Charity, confronting the pair with a doubtful face. "Is Miss Lois at home?" "She's as near as possible not," said the doorkeeper, "but I guess she is. You may come in and I'll see." She opened a door in the hall which led to a room on the north side of it, corresponding to Mrs. Barclay's on the south, and there she left them. It was large and pleasant and cool, if it was also very plain, and Mrs. Lennox sank into a rocking chair, repeating to herself that it was very respectable. On a table at one side lay a few books which drew Mr. Lennox's curiosity. "Ruskin's Modern Painters," he exclaimed, looking at his wife. "Selections, I suppose. No, this is volume 5, and next is Thiers' Consulate and Empire." "Translation?" "No, original. And the old red sandstone." "What's that? Hugh Miller." "Who's Hugh Miller?" He is or was a gentleman who would not admit to your society. He began life as a Scotch mason. Meanwhile, Charity, going back to the living room of the family, found there Lois busied in arraying old Mrs. Armadale for some sort of excursion, putting a light shawl about her and drawing a white sunbonnet over her cap. Lois herself was in an old nankeen dress with a cape and had her hat on. "There's some folks that want you, Lois," her sister announced. "Want me?" said Lois. "Who is it? Why didn't you tell them we were just going out?" "I don't usually say things without I know that it's so," responded Charity. "Maybe we're going to be hindered." "We must not be hindered," returned Lois. "Grandmother is ready, and Mrs. Barclay is ready, and the cart is here. We must go, whoever comes. You get mother into the cart, and the baskets and everything, and I'll be as quick as I can." So Lois went into the parlour. A great surprise came over her when she saw who was there, and with the surprise a slight feeling of amusement, along with some other feeling, she could not have told what, which put her gently upon her mettle. She received her visitors frankly and pleasantly, and also with a calm ease which at the moment was superior to their own. So she heard their explanation of what had befallen them, and of their resolution to visit her, and a slight account of their drive from Independence, all which Mrs. Lennox gave with more prolixity than she had intended or previously thought necessary. "And now," said Lois, "I will invite you to another drive. We are just going down to the Sound, to smell the salt air and get cooled off. We shall have supper down there before we come home. I do not think I could give you anything pleasanter if I had the choice, but it happens that all is arranged for this. Do come with us. It will be a variety for you at least." The lady and gentleman looked at each other. "It's so hot," objected the foreman. "It'll be cooler every minute now," said Lois. "We ought to take the train when it comes along." "You cannot tell when that will be," said Mr. Lennox. "You would find it very tedious waiting at the station. We might take the night train. That will pass about 10 o'clock, or should." "But we should be in your way, I'm afraid," Mrs. Lennox went on, turning to Lois. "You are not prepared for two more in your party." "Always," said Lois, smiling. "We should never think ourselves prepared at all in Shampuashuh if we were not ready for two more than the party, and the cart will hold us all." "The cart!" cried the other. "Yes, oh yes, I did not tell you that," said Lois, smiling more broadly. "We are going in an ox cart. That will be quite a novel experience for you too." If Mrs. Lennox had not half accepted the invitation already, I am not sure but this intimation would have been too much for her courage. However, she was an outwardly well-bred woman, that is, like so many others, well-bred when there was nothing to gain by being otherwise, so she excused her hesitation and doubt by the pleas of being so dusty. There was help for that. Lois took her upstairs to a neat chamber and furnished her with water and towels. It was a new experience to the city lady. She took note, half disdainfully, of the plainness of the room, the painted floor, yellow and shining, which boasted only one or two little strips of carpet, the common earthenware toilet set, the rush-bottomed chairs. On the other hand, there was an old mahogany dressing-bureau, a neat bed, and water and towels, the latter course, were exceedingly fresh and sweet. She made up her mind to go through with the adventure, and rejoined her husband with a composed mind. Lois took them first to the sitting-room, where they were introduced to Mrs. Barclay, and then they all went out the back door of the house, and across a little grassy space to a gate leading into a lane. Here stood the cart, in which the rest of the family was already bestowed, Mrs. Armadale being in an armchair with short legs, while Madge and Charity sat in the straw with which the whole bottom of the cart was spread. A tall oldish man with an ox-whip stood leaning against the fence, surveying things. "Are we to go in there?" said Mrs. Lennox with perceptible doubt. "It's the only carriage we have to offer you," said Lois merrily. "For your sake I wish we had a better. For my own, I like nothing so well as an ox cart. Mrs. Barclay, will you get in, and stimulate this lady's courage?" A kitchen chair had been brought out to facilitate the operation, and Mrs. Barclay stepped lightly in, curled herself down in the soft bed of straw, and declared it was very comfortable, with an expression of face which made Lois and Madge laugh for weeks after when they recalled it. Mrs. Lennox stepped gingerly in, following, and took her place. "Grandmother," said Lois, "this is Mrs. Lennox, whom you have heard me speak about. And these are my sisters, Madge and Charity, Mrs. Lennox. And grandmother, this is Mr. Lennox. Now you see the cart has room enough," she added, as herself and the gentleman also took their seats. "Is that the whole of ye?" inquired now the man with the ox-whip, coming forward. "And be all your stores got in for the voyage? I don't want to be coming back from somewheres about half-way." "All right, Mr. Sears," said Lois. "You may drive on. Mother, are you comfortable?" And then there was a wowing and a geeing, and a mysterious flourishing of the long leathern whip, with which the driver seemed to be playing, for if its tip touched the shoulders of the oxen it did no more, though it waved over them vigorously. But the oxen understood and pulled the cart forward, lifting and setting down their heavy feet with great deliberation seemingly, but with equal certainty, and swaying their great heads gently from side to side as they went. Lois was much amused at her guest's situation, that she had some difficulty to keep her features in their due calmness and sobriety. Mrs. Lennox eyed the oxen, then the contents of the cart, then the fields. "Slow travelling," said Lois with a smile. "Can they go no faster?" "They could go a little faster if they were urged, but that would spoil the comfort of the whole thing. The entire genius of a ride in an ox cart is that everybody should take his ease." "Oxen included," said Mr. Lennox. "Why not?" "Why not indeed?" said the gentleman, smiled. "Only ordinary people cannot get rid easily of the notion that the object of going is to get somewhere." "That's not the object in this case," Lois answered merrily. "The sole object is fun." Mrs. Lennox said nothing more, but her face spoke as plainly as possible. "And you call this fun?" "I am enjoying myself very much," said Mrs. Barclay. "I think it is delightful." Something in her manner of speech made Mr. Lennox look at her. She was sitting next to him on the cart bottom. "Perhaps this is a new experience to you also," he said. "Delightfully new. Never rode in an ox cart before in my life. Hardly ever saw one, in fact. We are quite out of the race and struggle and uneasiness of the world, don't you see? There comes down a feeling of repose upon one, softly, as Longfellow says, as a feather is wafted downwards from an eagle in his flight. Only I should say in this case it was from the wing of an angel." "Mrs. Barclay, you are too poetical for an ox cart," said Lois, laughing. "If we begin to be poetical, I'm afraid the repose will be troubled." "'T won't do poetry no harm to go in an ox cart," remarked here the ox carter. "I agree with you, sir," said Mrs. Barclay. "Poetry would not be poetry if she could not ride anywhere. But why should she trouble repose, Lois?" "Yes," added Mr. Lennox, "I was about to ask that question. I thought poetry was always soothing, or that the ladies at least think so." "I like it well enough," said Lois, "but I think it is apt to be melancholy, except in hymns." "Except hymns?" said Mrs. Lennox. "I thought hymns were always sad. They deal so much with death and the grave." "And the resurrection," said Lois. "They always make me gloomy," the lady went on. "The resurrection, do you call that a lively subject?" "Depends on how you look at it, I suppose," said her husband. "Miss Lothrop, I cannot recover from my surprise at your assertion respecting non-religious poetry." Lois left that statement alone. She did not care whether he recovered or not. Mr. Lennox, however, was curious. "I wish you would show me on what your opinion is founded," he went on pleasantly. "Yes, Lois, justify yourself," said Mrs. Barclay. "I could not do that without making quotations, Mrs. Barclay, and I'm afraid I cannot remember enough. Besides, it would hardly be interesting." "To me it would," said Mrs. Barclay. "Where could one have a better time? The oxen go on so comfortably, and leisure is so graciously abundant." "Pray go on, Miss Lothrop," Mr. Lennox urged. "And then I hope you'll go on and prove hymns lively as it is wife." The conversation which followed was long enough to have a chapter to itself, and so may be comfortably skipped by any who are so inclined. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 30. Poetry. "Perhaps you will none of you agree with me," Lois said, "and I do not know much poetry, but there seems to me to run an undertone of lament and weariness through most of what I know. Now take the death of the flowers, that you were reading yesterday, Mrs. Barclay. The south wind searches for the flowers whose fragrance late he bore, and sighs to find them in the wood and by the stream no more. That is the tone I mean, a sigh and a regret." "But the death of the flowers is exquisite," pleaded Mrs. Lennox. "Certainly it is," said Lois, "but is it gay? The windflower and the violet, they perished long ago, and the briar rose and orchids died amid the summer glow. But on the hill the goldenrod and the aster in the wood, and the yellow sunflower by the brook in autumn beauty stood, till fell the frost from the clear cold heaven as falls the plague on men, and the brightness of their smile was gone from upland, glade, and glen." "How you remember it, Lois!" said Mrs. Barclay. "But is not all that true?" asked Mrs. Lennox. "True in fact," said Lois. "The flowers do die. But the frost does not fall like a plague, and nobody that was right happy would say so, or think so. Take Pringles afar in the desert, Mrs. Barclay. When the sorrows of life the soul o'ercast, and sick of the present, I turn to the past. When the eye is suffused with regretful tears from the fond recollections of former years, and shadows of things that are long since fled flit over the brain like the ghosts of the dead, bright visions—" I forget how it goes on. "But that is as old as the hills!" exclaimed Mrs. Lennox. "It shows what I mean." "I am afraid you will not better your case by coming down into modern time, Mrs. Lennox," remarked Mrs. Barclay. "Take Tennyson. With weary steps I loiter on, though always under altered skies. The purple from the distance dies, my prospect and horizon gone." "Take Byron," said Lois. "My days are in the yellow leaf, the flower and fruit of life are gone. The worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone." "Oh, Byron was morbid," said Mrs. Lennox. "Take Moore," Mrs. Barclay went on, humouring the discussion on purpose. "Do you remember— 'My birthday, what a different sound That word had in my younger years, And now, each time the day comes round, Less and less white its mark appears.'" "Well, I am sure that is true," said the other lady. "Do you remember Robert Herrick's lines to daffodils? 'Fair daffodils, we weep to see You haste away so soon.' And then— 'We have short time to stay as you, We have as short a spring, As quick a growth to meet decay As you or anything. We die as your showers do, And dry away like to the summer's rain, Or as the pearls of morning dew, Ne'er to be found again.'" And Waller to the rose— "Then die, that she the common fate Of all things rare may read in thee, How small a part of time they share That are so wondrous sweet and fair." "And Burns to the daisy," said Lois. "There in thy scanty mantle clad, Thy snowy bosom sunward spread, Thou lift'st thy unassuming head In humble guise. But now the share uptears thy bed, And low thou lies. Even thou who mourn'st the daisy's fate, That fate is thine, no distant date. Stern ruin's ploughshare drives elate Full on thy bloom, Till crushed beneath the furrow's weight Shall be thy doom." "Oh, you are getting very gloomy," exclaimed Mrs. Lennox. "Not we," said Lois, merrily laughing, "but your poets." "Mend your cause, Julia," said her husband. "I haven't got the poets in my head," said the lady. "They are all not like that. I am very fond of Elizabeth Barrett Browning." "The Cry of the Children?" said Mrs. Barclay. "Oh no, indeed. She is not all like that." "She is not all like that. There is Hector in the garden." "Oh, that is pretty," said Lois. "But do you remember how it runs? 9 years old, the first of any, Seem the happiest years that come." "Go on, Lois," said her friend, and the request being seconded, Lois gave the whole, ending with— "Oh, the birds, the tree, the ruddy and white blossoms sleek with rain. Oh, my garden rich with pansies. Oh, my childhood's bright romances. All revive like Hector's body, and I see them stir again. And despite life's chances, and despite the death bell's toll, They press on me in full seeming. Help, some angel, stay this dreaming. As the birds sang in the branches, Sing God's patience through my soul. That no dreamer, no neglecter Of the present work unsped, I may wake up and be doing Life's heroic ends pursuing, Though my past is dead as Hector, And though Hector is twice dead." "Well," said Mrs. Lennox slowly, "of course, that is all true." "From her standpoint," said Lois. "That is according to my charge, which you disallowed." "From her standpoint?" repeated Mr. Lennox. "May I ask for an explanation?" "I mean, that as she saw things, the first of any seem the happiest years that come." "Well, of course," said Mrs. Lennox. "Does not everybody say so?" Nobody answered. "Does not everybody agree in that judgment, Miss Lothrop?" urged the gentleman. "I dare say, everybody looking from that standpoint," said Lois. "And the poets write accordingly. They are all of them seeing shadows." "How can they help seeing shadows?" returned Mrs. Lennox impatiently. "The shadows are there." "Yes," said Lois, "the shadows are there." But there was a reservation in her voice. "Do not you, then, reckon the years of childhood the happiest?" Mr. Lennox inquired. "No." "But you cannot have had much experience of life," said Mrs. Lennox, "to say so. I don't see how they can help being the happiest to any one." "I believe," Lois answered, lowering her voice a little, "that if we could see all, we should see that the oldest person in our company is the happiest here." The eyes of the strangers glanced toward the old lady in her low chair at the front of the ox cart. In her wrinkled face there was not a line of beauty, perhaps never had been. In spite of its sense and character unmistakable, it was grave. She was thinking her own thoughts. It was weather-beaten, so to say, with the storms of life, and yet there was an expression of unruffled repose upon it, as calm as the glint of stars in a still lake. Mrs. Lennox's look was curiously incredulous, scornful, and wistful together. It touched Lois. "One's young years ought not to be one's best," she said. "How are you going to help it?" came almost querulously. Lois thought if she were Mr. Lennox she would not feel flattered. "When one is young, one does not know disappointment," the other went on. "And when one is old, one may get the better of disappointment." "When one is young, everything is fresh." "I think things grow fresher to me with every year," said Lois, laughing. "Mrs. Lennox, it is possible to keep one's youth." "Then you have found the philosopher's stone?" said Mr. Lennox. Lois's smile was brilliant, but she said nothing to that. She was beginning to feel that she had talked more than her share, and was inclined to draw back. Then there came a voice from the armchair. It came upon a pause of stillness, with its quiet, firm tones. "He satisfieth thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagle's." The voice came like an oracle, and was listened to with somewhat of the same silent reverence. But after that pause Mr. Lennox remarked that he never understood that comparison. What was it about an eagle's youth? "Why," said Lois, "an eagle never grows old." "Is that it? But I wish you would go on a little further, Miss Lothrop. You spoke of hymn writers having a different standpoint, and of their words as more cheerful than the utterances of other poets. Do you know, I had never thought other poets were not cheerful until now, and I certainly never got the notion that hymns were an enlivening sort of literature. I thought they dealt with the shadowy side of life almost exclusively." "Well, yes, perhaps they do," said Lois, "but they go kindling beacons everywhere to light it up, and it is the beacons you see, and not the darkness. Now the secular poets turn that about. They deal with the brightest things they can find, but to change the figure they cannot keep the minor chord out of their music." Mr. and Mrs. Lennox looked at each other. "Do you mean to say," said the latter, "that the hymn writers do not use the minor key? They write in it, or they sing in it more properly altogether?" "Yes," said Lois, into whose cheeks a slight colour was mounting. "Yes, perhaps, but it is with the blast of the trumpet and the clash of the cymbals of triumph. There may be the confession of pain, but the cry of victory is there too." "Victory? Over what?" said Mrs. Lennox rather scornfully. "Over pain, for one thing," said Lois, "and over loss and weariness and disappointment." "You will have to confirm your words by examples again, Lois," said Mrs. Barclay. "We do not all know hymn literature as well as you do." "I never saw anything of all that in hymns," said Mrs. Lennox. "They always sounded a little, to me, like dirges." Lois hesitated. The cart was plodding along through the smooth lanes at the rate of less than a mile an hour, the oxen swaying from side to side with their slow, patient steps. The level country around lay sleepily still under the hot afternoon sun. It was rarely that any human stir was to be seen, save only the ox driver walking beside the cart. He walked beside the cart, not the oxen, evidently lending a curious ear to what was spoken in the company, on which account also the progress of the vehicle was a little less lively than it might have been. "My Cynthy's writ a lot of hymns," he remarked just here. "I never heerd no trumpets in 'em, though. I don't know what them other things is." "Cymbals?" said Lois. "They are round, thin plates of metal, Mr. Sears, with handles on one side to hold them by, and the player clashes them together at certain parts of the music, as you would slap the palms of your hands." "Doos hay! I want to know. And what doos they sound like?" "I can't tell," said Lois. "They sound shrill and sweet and gay." "But that's curious sort of church music," said the farmer. "Now, Miss Lothrop, you must let us hear the figurative cymbals," Mr. Lennox reminded her. "Do," said Mrs. Barclay. "There cannot be much of it," opined Mrs. Lennox. "On the contrary," said Lois, "there is so much of it that I am at a loss where to begin. I love yon pale blue sky, it is the floor Of that glad home where I shall shortly be, A home from which I shall go out no more, From toil and grief and vanity set free. I gaze upon yon everlasting arch, upon which the bright stars wander as they shine, and, as I mark them in their nightly march, I think how soon that journey shall be mine. Yon silver drift of silent cloud, far up in the still heaven, through you my pathway lies. Yon rugged mountain peak, how soon your top shall I behold beneath me as I rise. Not many more of life's slow pacing hours, shaded with sorrow's melancholy hue. Oh, what a glad ascending shall be ours! Oh, what a pathway up yon starry blue! A journey like Elijah, swift and bright, caught gently upward to an early crown, in heaven's own chariot of all blazing light, with death untasted and the grave unknown. "That's not like any hymn I ever heard," remarked Mrs. Lennox, after a pause had followed the last words. "That is a hymn of Dr. Bonar's," said Lois. "I took it merely because it came first in my head. Long ago somebody else wrote something very like it. 'Ye stars are but the shining dust of my divine abode, the pavement of those heavenly courts where I shall see my God. The Father of unnumbered lights shall there his beams display, and not one moment's darkness mix with that unvaried day.' Do you hear the cymbals, Mrs. Lennox?" There came here a long breath. It sounded like a breath of satisfaction or rest. It was breathed by Mrs. Armadale. In the stillness of their progress, the slowly revolving wheels making no noise on the smooth road, and the feet of the oxen falling almost soundlessly, they all heard it. And they all felt it. It was nothing less than an echo of what Lois had been repeating, a mute even so, probably unconscious, and certainly undesigned. Mrs. Lennox glanced that way. There was a far-off look in the old worn face, and lines of peace all about the lips and the brow and the quiet folded hands. Mrs. Lennox did not know that a sigh came from herself as her eyes turned away. Her husband eyed the three women curiously. They were a study to him, albeit he hardly knew the grammar of the language in which so many things seemed to be written on their faces. Mrs. Armadale's features, if strong, were of the homeliest kind, work-worn and weather-worn to boot, yet the young man was filled with reverence as he looked from the hands in their cotton gloves, folded on her lap, to the hard features shaded and framed by the white sunbonnet. The absolute, profound calm was imposing to him, the still peace of the spirit was attractive. He looked at his wife, and the contrast struck even him. Her face was murky. It was impatience in part, he guessed, which made it so, but why was she impatient? It was cloudy with unhappiness, and she ought to be very happy, Mr. Lennox thought. Had she not everything in the world that she cared about? How could there be a cloud of unrest and discontent on her brow, and those displeased lines about her lips? His eye turned to Lois and lingered as long as it dared. There was peace too, very sunny, and a look of lofty thought, and a brightness that seemed to know no shadow, though at the moment she was not smiling. "Are you not going on, Miss Lothrop?" he said gently, for he felt Mrs. Barclay's eye upon him, and besides, he wanted to provoke the girl to speak more. "I could go on till I tired you," said Lois. "I do not think you could," he returned pleasantly. "We are in a most pastoral frame of mind, with pastoral surroundings. Poetry could not be better accompanied." "When one gets excited in talking, perhaps one had better stop," Lois said modestly. "On the contrary, then the truth will come out best." Lois smiled and shook her head. "We shall soon be at the shore. Look, this way we turn down to go to it and leave the high road." "Then make haste," said Mr. Lennox. "It will sound nowhere better than here." "Yes, go on," said his wife now, raising her heavy eyelids. "Well," said Lois, "do you remember Bryant's Thanatopsis?" "Of course, that is bright enough at any rate," said the lady. "Do you think so?" "Yes. What is the matter with it?" "Dark and earthly." "I don't think so at all," cried Mrs. Lennox, now becoming excited in her turn. "What would you have? I think it's beautiful, and elevated, and hopeful." "Can you repeat the last lines?" "No, but I dare say you can. You seem to me to have a library of poets in your head." "I can," said Mrs. Barclay here, putting in her word at this not very civil speech. And she went on: "The gay will laugh when thou art gone, the solemn brood of care plod on, and each one as before will chase his favourite phantom. Yet all these shall leave their mirth and their employments, and shall come and make their bed with thee." "Well, of course," said Mrs. Lennox, "that is true." "Is it cheerful?" said Mrs. Barclay. "But that is not the last." So live that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan which moves to that mysterious realm where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not like the quarry slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but, sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust, approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him and lies down to pleasant dreams." "There!" Mrs. Lennox exclaimed. "What would you have better than that?" Lois looked at her and said nothing. The look irritated husband and wife in different ways, her to impatience, him to curiosity. "Have you got anything better, Miss Lothrop?" he asked. "You can judge. Compare that with a dying Christian's address to his soul. 'Deathless principle, arise. Soar, thou native of the skies. Pearl of price by Jesus bought, to his glorious likeness wrought. Go to shine before the throne, deck the mediatorial crown. Go, his triumphs to adorn. Made for God, to God return.' I won't give you the whole of it. 'Is thy earthly house distressed, willing to retain her guest? 'Tis not thou, but she, must die. Fly, celestial tenant, fly. Burst thy shackles, drop thy clay, sweetly breathe thyself away. Singing to thy crown remove, swift of wing and fired with love. Shudder not to pass the stream, venture all thy care on him whose dying love and power stilled its tossing, hushed its roar. Safe is the expanded wave, gentle as a summer's eve. Not one object of his care ever suffered shipwreck there." "That ain't no hymn in the book, is it?" inquired the ox driver. "Haw, go 'long. That ain't in the book, is it, Lois?" "Not in the one we use in church, Mr. Sears." "I wisht it was. Like it fust rate. Never heerd it afore in my life." "There's as good as that in the church book," remarked Mrs. Armadale. "Yes," said Lois, "I like Wesley's hymn even better. 'Come, let us join our friends above that have obtained the prize, and on the eagle wings of love to joys celestial rise. One army of the living God, to his command we bow. Part of his host have crossed the flood, and part are crossing now. His militant embodied host with wishful looks we stand, and long to see that happy coast, and reach the heavenly land. E'en now by faith we join our hands with those that went before, and greet the blood besprinkled bands on the eternal shore." End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 31. Long Clams. There was a soft ring in Lois' voice. It might be an echo of the trumpets and cymbals of which she had been speaking, yet not done for effect. It was unconscious and delicate as indescribable, for which reason it had the greater power. The party remained silent for a few minutes, all of them, during which a killdeer on the fence uttered his little shout of gratulation, and the wild salt smell coming from the sound of the not distant ocean joined with the silence and Lois' hymn, gave a peculiar impression of solitude and desolation to at least one of the party. The cart entered an enclosure and halted before a small building at the edge of the shore, just above high water mark. There were several such buildings scattered along the shore at intervals, some enclosed, some not. The whole breadth of the Sound lay in view, blinking under the summer sun, yet the air was far fresher here than it had been in the village. The tide was half out, a wide stretch of wet sand, with little pools in the hollows intervened between the rocks and the water. The rocks being no magnificent buttresses of the land, but large and small boulders strewn along the shore edge, hung with seaweed draperies, and where there were not rocks there was a growth of rushes on a mud bottom. The party were helped out of the cart one by one, and the strangers surveyed the prospect. "Afar in the desert this is, I declare," said the gentleman. "Might as well be," echoed his wife. "Whatever do you come here for?" she said, turning to Lois. "And what do you do when you are here?" "Get some clams and have supper." "Clams!" with an inimitable accent. "Where do you get clams?" "Down yonder at the edge of the rushes." "Who gets them? And how do you get them?" "I guess I shall get them to day." "Oh, we do it with a hoe." Lois stayed for no more, but ran in. The interior room of the house, which was very large for a bathing house, was divided in two by a partition. In the inner, smaller room, Lois began busily to change her dress. On the walls hung a number of bathing suits of heavy flannel, one of which she appropriated. Charity came in after her. "You ain't a going for clams, Lois?" "Well, I wouldn't if I was you." "Why not?" "I wouldn't make myself such a sight for folks to see." "I don't at all do it for folks to see, but that folks might eat. We have brought them here, and now we must give them something for supper." "Are you going with bare feet?" "Why not?" said Lois, laughing. "Do you think I am going to spoil my best pair of shoes for vanity's sake?" And she threw off shoes and stockings as she spoke, and showed a pair of pretty little white feet, which glanced coquettishly under the blue flannel. "Lois, what's brought these folks here?" "I am sure I don't know." "I wish they stayed where they belong. That woman's just turning up her nose at every blessed thing she sees." "It won't hurt the sound," said Lois, laughing. "What did they come for?" "I can't tell. But, Charity, it will never do to let them go away feeling they got nothing by coming. So you have the kettle boiled, will you? And the table all ready, and I'll try for the clams." "They won't like them." "Can't help that." "And what am I going to do with Mr. Sears?" "Give him his supper, of course." "Along with all the others?" "You must. You cannot set two tables." "There's Aunt Anne!" exclaimed Charity, and in the next minute Aunt Anne came round to them by the front steps, for each half of the bathing house had its own door of approach, as well as a door of communication. Mrs. Marks came in, surveyed Lois, and heard Charity's statement. "These things will happen in the best regulated families," she remarked, beginning also to loosen her dress. "What are you going to do, Aunt Anne?" "Going after the clams with Lois. We shall want a bushel or less, and we can't wait till the moon rises to eat them." "And how am I going to set the table with them all there?" Mrs. Marks laughed. "I expect they're like cats in a strange garret. Set your table just as usual, Charity. Push them out of the way if they get in it. Now then, Lois." And slipping down the steps and away off to the stretch of mud where the rushes grew, two extraordinary flannel-clad, barefooted figures, topped with sunbonnets and armed with hoes and baskets, were presently seen to be very busy there about something. Charity opened the door of communication between the two parts of the house, and surveyed the party. Mrs. Barclay sat on the step outside, looking over the plain of waters with her head in her hand. Mrs. Armadale was in a rocking chair just within the door, placidly knitting. Mr. and Mrs. Lenox, somewhat further back, seemed not to know just what to do with themselves, and Madge, holding a little aloof, met her sister's eye with an expression of despair and doubt. Outside, at the foot of the steps, where Mrs. Barclay sat, lounged the ox driver. "Been here afore?" he asked confidentially of the lady. "Yes, once or twice. I never came in an ox cart before." "I guess you hain't," he replied, chewing a blade of rank grass which he had pulled for the purpose. "My judgment is we had a fust-rate entertainment coming down." "I quite agree with you. Now, in anything but an ox cart you couldn't had it. Not so well, certainly. I couldn't ha' had it anyway, without them, we'd come so softly. I declare, I believe the critters stepped soft o' purpose. It's better in a book to hear that girl talk now, ain't it? Much better than many books. She's got a lot of 'em inside her head. That beats me. She allays was smart, Lois was, but I'd no idea she was so full of book learning. Books is a great thing. And he heaved a sigh. Do you have time to read much yourself, sir? Depends on the book, he said, with a bit of a laugh. According to that, I get much or little. No, in these here summer days a man can't do much at books. The evening's short, you see, and the days is long, and the days is full o' work. The winter's the time for reading. I got hold of a book last winter that was worth a great deal of time, and got it. I never liked a book better. That was Rolley's Ancient History. Ah, said Mrs. Barclay, so you enjoyed that? Ever read it? Yes. Did you enjoy it? I believe I like modern history better. I've read some of that too, said he meditatively. It ain't so different, seems to me. Folks is always pretty much alike, only we call things by different names. Alexander the Great. Now, he weren't much different from Napoleon Bonaparte. Wasn't he a better man? Inquired Mr. Lenox, putting his head out at the door. Wall, I don't know. It's difficult, you know, to judge of folks' insides, but I don't make much count of a man that drinks himself to death at 30. Haven't you any drinking in Shampuashuh? Wall, there ain't much, and what there is done in the dark, like. You won't find no rum shops open. Indeed! How long has the town been so distinguished? I guess it's 5 year. I know it is, for it was just afore we put in our last president. Then we voted liquors shouldn't be president in Shampuashuh. Do you get along any better for it? Wall, slowly, I should say we did. There ain't no quarreling, nor fighting, nor anybody took up for the jail, nor no one living in the poorhouse, though it's some tramp on his way to some place where there is liquor, and he don't want to stay. What are those two figures yonder among the grass? Mrs. Lenox now asked, she also having come out of the house in search of objects of interest, the interior offering none. Them? Said Mr. Sears. Them's Lois and her aunt. Their baskets is getting heavy too. I'll make the fire for ye, Miss Charity, he cried, lifting his voice, and therewith disappeared. What are they doing? Mrs. Lenox asked in a lower tone. Digging clams, Mrs. Barclay informed her. Digging clams? How do they dig them? With a hoe, I believe. I ought to go and offer my services, said the gentleman, rising. Do not think of it, said Mrs. Barclay. You could not go without plunging into wet, soft mud. The clams are found only there, I believe. How do they go? Barefoot, dressed for it. Undressed for it? said Mrs. Lenox. Barefoot in the mud? Could you have conceived it? They say the mud is warm, Mrs. Barclay returned, keeping back a smile. But how horrid! I am told it is very good sport. The clams are shy, and endeavour to take flight when they hear the strokes of the hoe, so that it comes to a trial of speed between the pursuer and the pursued, which is quite exciting. I should think if I could see a clam, I could pick it up, Mrs. Lenox said scornfully. Yes, you cannot see them. Do you mean they run away underground? So I am told. How can they? They have no feet. Mrs. Barclay could not help laughing now. and confessed her ignorance of the natural powers of the clam family. "Where is that old man gone to make his fire? Didn't he say he was going to make a fire?" "Yes, in the cooking house." "Where is that?" And Mrs. Lennox came down the steps and went to explore. A few yards from the bathing house, just within the enclosure fence, she found a small building, hardly 2 yards square, but thoroughly built and possessing a chimney. The door stood open. Within was a cooking stove, in which fire was roaring, a neat pile of billets of wood for firing, a tea kettle, a large iron pot, and several other kitchen utensils. "What is this for?" inquired Mrs. Lennox, looking curiously in. "Wall, I guess we're going to have supper by and by. Ef the world won't come to an end sooner than I expect we will, sure. I'm getting ready." "And is this place built and arranged just for the sake of having supper, as you call it, down here once in a while?" "Couldn't be no better arrangement," said Mr. Sears. "This stuff draws first rate." "But this is a great deal of trouble. I should think they would take their clams home and have them there." "Some folks does," returned Mr. Sears. "These here folks knows what's good. Wait till you see. I'll tell you, long clams, fresh digged, and boiled as soon as they're fetched in, is something you never seen beat." "Long clams?" repeated the lady. "Are they not the usual sort?" "Depends on what you're used to. This is usual here, and I'm glad on't. Round clams ain't nowheres alongside of 'em." He went off to fill the kettle, and the lady returned slowly round the house to the steps and the door, which were on the sea side. Mr. Lennox had gone in and was talking to Mrs. Armadale. Mrs. Barclay was in her old position on the steps, looking out to sea. There was a wonderful light of westering rays on land and water, a rich gleam from brown rock and green seaweed, a glitter and fresh sparkle on the waves of the incoming tide, an indescribable freshness and life in the air and in the light, a delicious invigoration in the salt breath of the ocean. Mrs. Barclay sat drinking it all in, like one who had been long athirst. Mrs. Lennox stood looking, half cognizant of what was before her, more than half impatient and scornful of it. Yet even on her, the witchery of the place and the scene was not without its effect. "Do you come here often?" she asked Mrs. Barclay. "Never so often as I would like." "I should think you would be tired to death." Then, as Mrs. Barclay made no answer, she looked at her watch. "Our train is not till 10 o'clock," she remarked. "Plenty of time," said the other, and then there was silence, and the sun's light grew more westering, and the sparkle on earth and water more fresh, and the air only more and more sweet, till 2 figures were discerned approaching the bathing house, carrying hooks slung over their shoulders and baskets, evidently filled, in their hands. They went round the house towards the cook house, and Mrs. Barclay came down from her seat and went to meet them there, Mrs. Lennox following. 2 such figures! Sunbonnets shading merry faces, flushed with business, blue flannel bathing suits draping very unpicturesquely the persons, bare feet stained with mud, basket full of the delicate fish they had been catching. "What a quantity!" exclaimed Mrs. Barclay. "Yes, because I had Aunt Anne help. We cannot boil them all at once, but that is all the better. They will come hot and hot." "You don't mean that you are going to cook all those?" said Mrs. Lennox incredulously. "There will not be one too many," said Lois. "You do not know long clams yet." "They are ugly things," said the other, with a look of great disgust into the basket. "I don't think I could touch them." "There is no obligation," responded here Mrs. Marks. She had thrown one basketful in a huge pan, and was washing them free from the mud and sand of their original sphere. "It's a free country, but looks don't prove much neither at the shore nor anywhere else. An ugly shell often covers a good fish, so I find it and the other way." "How do you get them?" inquired Mr. Lenox, who also came now to the door of the cook house. Lois made her escape. "I see you make use of hooks." "Yes," said Mrs. Marks, throwing her clams about in the water with great energy. "We dig for them. We see where the clam lives, and then drive at him. And don't be slow about it. And then when the clam spits at you, you know you're on his heels, or on his track, I should say, and you take care of your eyes and go ahead till you catch up with him, and then you've got him. And every one you throw into your basket you feel gladder and gladder. In fact, as the basket grows heavy, your heart grows light, and that's digging for long clams. The best part of it is the hunt, isn't it? I'll take your opinion on that after supper." Mr. Lenox laughed, and he and his wife sauntered round to the front again. The freshness, the sweetness, the bright rich colouring of sky and water and land, the stillness, the strangeness, the novelty, all moved Mr. Lenox to say, "I would not have missed this for $100. "Missed what?" asked his wife. "This whole afternoon." "It's one way that people live, I suppose." "Yes, for they really do live. There is no stagnation. That is one thing that strikes me." "Don't you want to buy a farm here and settle down?" asked Mrs. Lenox scornfully. "Live on hymns and long clams?" Meanwhile, the interior of the bathing house was changing its aspect. Part of the partition of boards had been removed, and a long table improvised, running the length of the house, and made of planks laid on trestles. White cloths hid the rudeness of this board, and dishes and cups and viands were giving it a most hospitable look. A whiff of coffee aroma came now and then through the door. At the back of the house, which opened near the place of cookery, piles of white bread and brown gingerbread and golden butter and rosy ham and new cheese made a most abundant and inviting display. And after the guests were seated, Mr. Sears came in bearing a great dish of the clams smoking hot. Well, Mrs. Lenox was hungry. Through the combined effects of salt air and an early dinner, she found bread and butter and coffee and ham most excellent, but looked askance at the dish of clams, which, however, she so emptied with astonishing rapidity. Noticing at last a striking heap of shells beside her husband's plate, the lady's fastidiousness gave way to curiosity, and after that it was well that another big dishful was coming, or somebody would have been obliged to go short. At 10 o'clock that evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lenox took the night train to Boston. "I never passed a pleasanter afternoon in my life," was the gentleman's comment as the train started. "Pretty faces go a great way always with you men," answered his wife. "There is something more than a pretty face there, and she is improved, changed, somehow, since a year ago. What do you think now of your brother's choice, Julia?" "It would have been his ruin," said the lady violently. "I declare I doubt it. I am afraid he will never find a better. I am afraid you have done him mistaken service." "George, this girl is nobody." "She's a lady, and she's intelligent, and she's cultivated, and she has excellent manners. I see no fault at all to be found. Tom does not need money." "She is nobody nevertheless, George. It would have been miserable for Tom to lose all the advantage he is going to have with his wife, and to marry this girl whom no one knows, and who knows nobody. I am sorry for the poor Tom." "George, you are very provoking. Tom will live to thank mamma and me all his life. Do you know, I don't believe it. I am glad to see she's all right anyhow. I was afraid at the Isles she might have been bitten." "You don't know anything about it," returned his wife sharply. "Women don't show. I think she was taken with Tom." "I hope not," said the gentleman. "That's all I have to say." End of chapter 31. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 32 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 32. A Visitor. After that summer day the time sped on smoothly at Shampuashuh until the autumn coolness had replaced the heat of the dog days, and hay harvest and grain harvest were long over, and there began to be a suspicion of frost in the air. Lois had gathered her pears and was garnering her apples. There were 2 or 3 famous apple trees in the Lothrop old garden, the fruit of which kept sound and sweet all through the winter. It was very good to eat. One fair day in October, Mrs. Barclay, wanting to speak with Lois, was directed to the garden and sought her there. The day was as mild as summer, without summer's passion, and without spring's impulses of hope and action. A quiet day. The air was still, the light was mellow, not brilliant, the sky was clear, but no longer of an intense blue. The little racks of cloud were lying supine on its calm depths, apparently having nowhere to go and nothing to do. The driving, sweeping, changing forms of vapor, which in spring had come with rain and in summer had come with thunder, had all disappeared, and these little delicate lines of cloud lay purposeless and at rest on the blue. Nature had done her work for the year. She had grown the grass and ripened the grain, and manufactured the wonderful juices in the tissues of the fruit, and laid a new growth of woody fiber round the heart of the trees. She was resting now, as it were, content with her work. And so seemed Lois to be doing, at the moment Mrs. Barclay entered the garden. It was unusual to find her so. I suppose the witching beauty of the day beguiled her, but it was of another beauty Mrs. Barclay thought, as she drew near the girl. A short ladder stood under one of the apple trees, upon which Lois had been mounting to pluck her fruit. On the ground below stood 2 large baskets, full now of the ruddy apples, shining and beautiful. Beside them, on the dry turf, sat Lois with her hands in her lap, and Mrs. Barclay wondered at her as she drew near. Yet it is not too easy to tell why, at least so as to make the reader get the sense of the words. I have the girl's image before my eyes, mentally, but words have neither form nor colour. How shall I paint with them? It was not the beauty of mere form and colour, either, that struck Mrs. Barclay in Lois's face. You may easily see more regular features and more dazzling complexion. It was not any particular brilliance of eye or piquancy of expression. There was a soundness and fullness of young life, that is not so uncommon either. There was a steadfast strength and sweetness of nature. There was an unconscious, innocent grace that is exceedingly rare, and a high, noble expression of countenance and air and movement, such as can belong only to one whose thoughts and aims never descend to pettiness, who assimilates nobility by being always concerned with what is noble. And then the face was very fair, the ruddy brown hair very rich and abundant, the figure graceful and good. All the spiritual beauty I have been endeavouring to describe had a favouring groundwork of nature to display itself upon. Mrs. Barclay's steps grew slower and slower as she came near, that she might prolong the view, which to her was so lovely. Then Lois looked at her and slightly smiled. "Lois, my dear, what are you doing?" "Not exactly nothing, Mrs. Barclay, though it looks like it. Such a day one cannot bear to go indoors." "You are gathering your apples?" "I have got done for to day." "What are you studying, here beside your baskets?" What beautiful apples!" "Aren't they? These are our royal Reddings. They are good for eating and cooking, and they keep perfectly, if only they are picked off by hand." "What were you studying, Lois? May I not know?" Mrs. Barclay took an apple and a seat on the turf beside the girl. "Hardly studying, only musing, as such a day makes one muse. I was thinking, Mrs. Barclay, what use I could make of my life." "What use? Can you make better use of it than you are doing in taking care of Mrs. Armadale?" "Yes, as things are now. But in the common course of things I should outlive grandmamma." "Then you will marry somebody and take care of him." "Very unlikely, I think." "May I ask why?" "I do not know anybody that is the sort of man I could marry." "What do you require?" asked Mrs. Barclay. "A great deal, I suppose," said Lois slowly. "I have never studied that. I was not studying it just now, but I was thinking what might be the best way of making myself of some use in the world. Foolish, too." "Why so?" "It is no use for us to lay plans for our lives, not much use for us to lay plans for anything. They are pretty sure to be broken up." "Yes," said Mrs. Barclay, sighing. "I wonder why." "I suppose because they do not fall in with God's plans for us." "His plans for us," repeated Mrs. Barclay slowly. "Do you believe in such things? That would mean individual plans, Lois. For you individually, and for me." "Yes, Mrs. Barclay, that is what I believe." "It is incomprehensible to me." "Why should it be?" "To think that the Highest should concern himself with such small details." "It is just because he is the Highest, and so high, that he can. Besides, do we know what are small details?" "But why should he care what becomes of us?" said Mrs. Barclay gloomily. "Oh, do you ask that, when he is love itself, and would have the very best things for each one of us? We don't have them, I am sure." "Because we will not, then. To have them, we must fall in with his plans." "My dear Lois, do you know that you are talking the profoundest mysteries?" "No, they are not mysteries to me. The Bible says all I have been saying." "That is sufficient for you, and you do not stop to look into the mystery. Lois, it is all mystery. Look at all the wretched ruined lives one sees. What becomes of those plans for good for them?" "Failed, Mrs. Barclay, because of the people's unwillingness to come into the plans." "They do not know them." "No, but they do know the steps which will lead into them, and those steps they refuse to take." "I do not understand you. What steps?" "The Lord does not show us his plans. He shows us, one by one, the steps he bids us take. If we take them, one by one, they will bring us into all that God has purposed and meant for us, the very best that could come to us." "And you think his plans and purposes could be overthrown?" "Why, certainly. Else what mean Christ's lamentations over Jerusalem? 'O Jerusalem, how often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her brood under her wings, and ye would not. I would, ye would not, and the choice lies with us.'" "And suppose a person falls in with these plans, as you say, step by step?" "Oh, then it is all good," said Lois. "The way and the end, all good. There is no mistake nor misadventure." "Nor disaster?" "Not what turns out to be such." "Lois," said Mrs. Barclay, after a thoughtful pause, "you are a very happy person." "Yes," said Lois, smiling, "and I have just told you the reason. Don't you see, I have no care about anything? On your principles, I do not see what need you had to consider your future way of life, to speculate about it, I mean." "No," said Lois, rising, "I have not. Only sometimes one must look a little carefully at the parting of the ways, to see which road one is meant to take. Sit down again. I did not come out here to talk of all this. I wanted to ask you something." Lois sat down. "I came to ask you a favor." "How could you, Mrs. Barclay? I mean, nothing we could do could be a favor to you." "Yes, it could. I have a friend that wants to come to see me." "Well, may he come?" "Why, of course." "But it is a gentleman." "Well," said Lois, again smiling, "we have no objections to gentlemen." "It is a friend whom I have not seen in a very long while. A dear friend of my husband's in years gone by. He has just returned from Europe, and he writes to ask if he may call on his way to Boston and spend Sunday with me. He shall be very welcome, Mrs. Barclay, and we will try to make him comfortable." "Oh, comfortable! There is no question of that. But will it not be at all inconvenient?" "Not in the least." "Then he may come?" "Certainly. When does he wish to come?" "This week. Saturday. His name is Dillwyn." "Dillwyn!" Lois repeated. "Dillwyn! I saw a Mr. Dillwyn at Mrs. Wishart's once or twice." "It must be the same. I do not know of two. And he knows Mrs. Wishart. So you remember him? What do you remember about him?" "Not much. I have an impression that he knows a great deal, and has very pleasant manners." "Quite right. That is the man. So he may come? Thank you." Lois took up one of her baskets of apples and carried it into the house, where she deposited it at Mrs. Armadale's feet. "They are beautiful this year, aren't they, mother? Girls, we are going to have a visitor." Charity was brushing up the floor. The broom paused. Madge was sewing. The needle remained drawn out. Both looked at Lois. "A visitor?" came from both pairs of lips. "Yes, indeed, a visitor. A gentleman. He is coming to stay over Sunday. So, Charry, you must see and have things very special, and so must I." "A gentleman! Who is he? Uncle Tim?" "Not a bit of it. A young, at least a much younger gentleman. A travelled gentleman. An elegant gentleman. A friend of Mrs. Barclay." "What are we to do with him?" "Nothing. Nothing whatever. We have nothing to do with him, and couldn't do it if we had." "You needn't laugh. We have got to lodge him and feed him. That's easy. I'll put the white spread on the bed in the spare room, and you may get out your pickles." "Pickles? Is he fond of pickles?" "I don't know," said Lois, laughing still. "I have an impression he is a man who likes all sorts of nice things." "I hate men who like nice things." "But, Lois, there will be Saturday tea, and Sunday breakfast, and dinner, and supper, and Monday morning breakfast." "Perhaps Monday dinner." "Oh, he can't stay to dinner." "Why not?" "It is washing day." "My dear Charry, to such men Monday is just like all other days, and washing is, well, of course, a necessity, but it is done by fairies, or it might be, for all they know about it." "There's 5 meals, anyhow," Charity went on. "Wouldn't it be a good plan to get Uncle Tim to be here?" "What for?" "Why, we haven't a man in the house." "What then?" "Who'll talk to him?" "Mrs. Barclay will take care of that. You, Charity dear, see to your pickles." "I don't know what you mean," said Charity fretfully. "What are we going to have for dinner Sunday? I could fricassee a pair of chickens." "No, Charity, you couldn't. Sunday is Sunday, just as much with Mr. Dillwyn here." "Dillwyn," said Madge. "I've heard you speak of him." "Very likely. I saw him once or twice in my New York days." "And he gave you lunch." "Mrs. Wishart and me, yes, and a good lunch it was. That's why I spoke of pickles, Charity. Do the very best you can." "I cannot do my best unless I cook the chickens," said Charity, who all this while stood leaning upon her broom. "I might do it for once." "Where is your leave to do wrong once?" "But this is a particular occasion. You may call it a necessity. A necessity makes an exception." "What is a necessity, Charity?" said Mrs. Armadale, who until now had not spoken. "Why, grandma, you want to treat a stranger well?" "With whatever I have got to give him. But Sunday time isn't mine to give." "But necessary things, grandma. We may do necessary things." "What have you got in the house?" "Nothing on earth, except a ham to boil. Cold ham, that's all. Do you think that's enough?" "It won't hurt him to dine on cold ham," the old lady said complacently. "Why don't you cook your chickens and have them cold too?" Lois asked. "Cold fricassee ain't worth a cent." "Cook them some other way. Roast them, or give them to me and I'll do them for you." "I'll do them, Charity. Then with your nice bread, and apple sauce, and potatoes, and some of my pears and apples, and a pumpkin pie, Charity, and coffee, we shall do very well. Mr. Dillwyn has made a worse dinner in the course of his wanderings, I'll undertake to maintain." "What shall I have for supper?" Charity asked doubtfully. "Supper comes first." "Shortcake, and some of your cold ham, and stew up some quinces and apples together, Cherry. You don't want anything more or better." "Do you think he will understand having a cold dinner Sunday?" Charity asked. "Men make so much of hot dinners." "What does it signify, my dear, whether he understands it or not?" said Mrs. Armadale. "What we have to do is what the Lord tells us to do. That is all you need mind." "I mind what folks think, though," said Charity. "Mrs. Barclay's friends especially." "I do not think he will notice it," said simple Mrs. Armadale. Chapter 33 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 33. The Value of Money. There was a little more bustle in the house than usual during the next 2 days, and the spare room was no doubt put in very particular order, with the best of all the house could furnish on the bed and toilet table. Pantry and larder were also well stocked, and Lois was just watching the preparation of her chickens Saturday evening, and therefore in the kitchen, when Mr. Dillwyn came to the door. Mrs. Barclay herself let him in, and brought him into her own warm, comfortable, luxurious-looking sitting-room. The evening was falling dusk, so that the little wood lire in Mrs. Barclay's chimney had opportunity to display itself, and, I might say, the room too, which never could have shown to better advantage. The flickering light danced back again from gilded books, from the polished case of the piano, from picture-frames and pictures and piles of music, and comfortable easy-chairs standing invitingly, and trinkets of art or curiosity, an unrolled engraving in one place, a stereoscope in another, a work-basket, and the bright brass stand of a microscope. The greeting was warm between the two friends, and then Mrs. Barclay sat down and surveyed her visitor, whom she had not seen for so long. He was not a beauty of Tom Caruthers's sort, but he was what I think better, manly, and intelligent, and with an air and bearing of frank nobleness which became him exceedingly. That he was a man with a serious purpose in life, or any object of earnest pursuit, you would not have supposed, and that character had never belonged to him. Mrs. Barclay, looking at him, could not see any sign that it was his now. Look and manner were easy and careless as of old. "You are not changed," she remarked. "What should change me?" said he, while his eye ran rapidly over the apartment. "And you do not look as if life was stagnating here." "It does not stagnate. I never was further from stagnation in all my life. And yet Shampuashuh is in a corner. Is not most of the work of the world done in corners? It is not the butterfly, but the coral insect, that lays foundations and lifts up islands out of the sea. You are not a coral insect, any more than I am a butterfly," said Dillwyn, laughing. "Rather more." "I acknowledge it thankfully, and I am rejoiced to know from your letters that the seclusion has been without any evil consequences to yourself. It has been pleasant?" "Royally pleasant. I have delighted in my building, even although I could not tell whether my island would not prove a dangerous one to mariners." "I have just been having a discourse on that subject with my sister. I think one's sisters are, I beg your pardon, the mischief. Tom's sister has done for him, and mine is very eager to take care of me." "Did you consult her?" asked Mrs. Barclay with surprise. "Nothing of the kind. I merely told her I was coming up here to see you. A few questions followed as to what you were doing here, which I did not tell her, by the way, and she hit the bull's-eye with the instinctive accuracy of a woman, poured out upon me, in consequence, a lecture upon imprudence. Of course I confessed to nothing, but that mattered not. All that Tom's sister urged upon him, my good sister pressed upon me." "So did I once, did I not?" "You are not going to repeat it?" "No, that is over for me. I know better. But, Philip, I do not see the way very clear before you." He left the matter there, and went off into a talk with her upon widely different subjects, touching or growing out of his travels and experiences during the last year and a half. The twilight darkened, and the fire brightened, and in the light of the fire the two sat and talked, till a door opened, and in the same flickering shine a figure presented itself which Mr. Dillwyn remembered, though now it was clothed in nothing finer than a dark calico, and round her shoulders a little white worsted shawl was twisted. Mrs. Barclay began a sentence of introduction, but Mr. Dillwyn cut her short. "Do not do me such dishonour," he said. "Must I suppose that Miss Lothrop has forgotten me?" "Not at all, Mr. Dillwyn," said Lois frankly. "I remember you very well. Tea will be ready in a minute. Would you like to see your room first?" "You are too kind to receive me." "It is a pleasure. You are Mrs. Barclay's friend, and she is at home here. I will get a light." Which she did, and Mr. Dillwyn, seeing he could not find his own way, was obliged to accept her services, and see her trip up the stairs before him. At the door she handed him the light and ran down again. There was a fire here too, a wood fire, blazing hospitably, and throwing its cheery light upon a wide pleasant country room, not like what Mr. Dillwyn was accustomed to, but it seemed the more hospitable. Nothing handsome here, no articles of luxury beside the fire. The reflection of the blaze came back from dark old-fashioned chairs and chests of drawers, dark chintz hangings to windows and bed, white counterpane and napery, with a sonsy, sober, quiet air of comfort, and the air was fresh and sweet as air should be, and as air can only be at a distance from the smoke of many chimneys, and the congregated habitations of many human beings. I do not think Mr. Dillwyn spent much attention upon these details, yet he felt himself in a sound, clear, healthy atmosphere, socially as well as physically, also had a perception that it was very far removed from that in which he had lived and breathed hitherto. How simply that girl had lighted him up the stairs, and given him his brass candlestick at the door of his room! What aplomb could have been more perfect? I do not mean to imply that Mr. Dillwyn knew the candlestick was brass. I am afraid there was a glamour over his eyes, which made it seem golden. He found Mrs. Barclay seated in a very thoughtful attitude before her fire when he came down again, but just then the door of the other room was opened, and they were called in to tea. The family were in rather gala trim. Lois, as I said, wore indeed only a dark print dress, with her white fichu over it, but Charity had put on her best silk, and Madge had stuck 2 golden chrysanthemums in her dark hair, with excellent effect, and Mrs. Armadale was stately in her best cap. Alas, Philip Dillwyn did not know what any of them had on. He was placed next to Mrs. Armadale, and all supper-time his special attention, so far as appeared, was given to the old lady. He talked to her, and he served her, with an easy, pleasant grace, and without at all putting himself forward, or taking the part of the distinguished stranger. It was simply good will and good breeding. However, it produced a great effect. "The air up here is delicious," he remarked, after he had attended to all the old lady's immediate wants, and applied himself to his own supper. "It gives one a tremendous appetite." "I allus like to see folks eat," said Mrs. Armadale. "After one's done the getting things ready, I hate to have it all for nothing." "It shall not be for nothing this time, as far as I am concerned." "Ain't the air good in New York?" Mrs. Armadale next asked. "I do not think it ever was so sweet as this. But when you crowd 1 million or so of people into room that is only enough for 1,000, you can guess what the consequences must be." "What do they crowd up so for, then?" "It must be the case in a great city." "I don't see the sense of that," said Mrs. Armadale. "Ain't the world big enough?" "Far too big," said Mr. Dillwyn. "You see, when people's time is very valuable, they cannot afford to spend too much of it running about after each other." "What makes their time worth any more nor our'n?" "They are making money so fast with it." "And is that what makes folks' time vallyble?" "In their opinion, madam." "I never could see no use of having much money," said the old lady. "But there comes a question," said Dillwyn. "What is much?" "More'n enough, I should say." "Enough for what? That also must be settled." "I'm an old-fashioned woman," said the old lady. "I go by the old-fashioned book of the world. That says, we brought nothing into this world, and we can carry nothing out. Therefore, having food and raiment, let us be therewith content." "But again, what sort of food and what sort of raiment?" urged the gentleman, pleasantly. "For instance, would you be content to exchange this delicious manufacture, which seems to me rather like ambrosia than common food, for some of the black bread of Norway, with no qualification of golden butter, or for Scotch oatmeal bannocks, or for sour corn cake?" "I would be quite content if it was the Lord's will," said the old lady. "There's no obligation upon anybody to have it sour." Mr. Dillwyn laughed gently. "I can fancy," he said, "that you never would allow such a dereliction in duty. But, beside having the bread sweet, is it not allowed us to have the best we can get?" "The best we can make," answered Mrs. Armadale. "I believe in everybody doing the best he can with what he has got to work with, but food ain't worth so much that we should pay a large price for it." The gentleman's eye glanced with a scarcely perceptible movement over the table at which he was sitting. Bread, indeed, in piles of white flakiness, and butter, but besides there was the cold ham in delicate slices, and excellent looking cheese, and apples in a sort of beautiful golden confection, and cake of superb colour and texture, a pitcher of milk that was rosy sweet, and coffee rich with cream. The glance that took all this in was slight and swift, and yet the old lady was quick enough to see and understand it. "Yes," she said, "it's all there is on the table. Our cow eats our own grass, and Madge, my daughter, makes the butter and the cheese. We've raised and cured our own pork, and the wheat that makes the bread is grown on our ground, too. We farm it out on shares, and it is ground at a mill about 4 miles off. Our hens lay our eggs. It's all from home." "But suppose the case of people who have no ground, nor hens, nor pork, nor cow. They must buy." "Of course," said the old lady. "Everybody ain't farmers." "I am ready to wish I was one," said Dillwyn. "But even then, I confess, I should want coffee and tea and sugar, as I see you do." "Well, those things don't grow in America," said Mrs. Armadale. "And spice don't, neither, mother," observed Charity. "So it appears that even you send abroad for luxuries," Mr. Dillwyn went on. "And why not? And the question is, where shall we stop? If I want coffee, I must have money to buy it, and the better the coffee, the more money. And the same with tea. In cities we must buy all we use or consume, unless one is a butcher or a baker. May I not try to get more money, in order that I may have better things? We have got round to our starting point." "That they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare," Mrs. Armadale said quietly. "Then where is the line? Miss Lois, you are smiling. Is it at my stupidity?" "No," said Lois. "I was thinking of a lunch, such as I have seen it, in one of the great New York hotels." "Well," said he, without betraying on his own part any recollection, "how does that come in? By way of illustrating Mrs. Armadale, or me?" "I seem to remember a number of things that illustrate both," said Lois. "But as I profited by them at the time, it would be ungrateful in me to instance them now." "You profited by them with pleasure, or otherwise?" "Not otherwise. I was very hungry." "You evade my question, however." "I will not. I profited by them with much pleasure." "Then you are on my side, as far as I can be said to have a side?" "I think not. The pleasure is undoubted, but I do not know that that touches the question of expediency." "I think it does. I think it settles the question. Mrs. Armadale, your granddaughter confesses the pleasure, and what else do we live for, but to get the most good out of life?" "What pleasure does she confess?" asked the old lady, with more eagerness than her words hitherto had manifested. "Pleasure in nice things, grandmother, in particularly nice things. that had cost a great deal to fetch them from nobody knows where, and pleasure in pretty things too. That hotel seemed almost like the halls of Aladdin to my inexperienced eyes. There is certainly pleasure in a wonderfully dainty meal, served in wonderful vessels of glass and china and silver, and marble and gold and flowers to help the effect. I could have dreamed myself into a fairy tale often, if it had not been for the people. "Life is not a fairy tale," said Mrs. Armadale, somewhat severely. "No, grandmother, and so the humanity present generally reminded me. But the illusion for a minute was delightful." "Is there any harm in making it as much like a fairy tale as we can?" Some of the little courtesies and hospitalities of the table came in here, and Mr. Dillwyn's question received no answer. His eye went round the table. No, clearly these people did not live in fairyland, and as little in the search after it. Good, strong, sensible, practical faces. Women that evidently had their work to do, and did it. Habitual energy and purpose spoke in every one of them, and purpose attained. Here was no aimless dreaming or fruitless wishing. The old lady's face was sorely weather-beaten, but calm as a ship in harbour. Charity was homely but comfortable. Madge and Lois were blooming in strength and activity, and as innocent apparently of any vague unfulfilled longings as a new-blown rose. Only when Mr. Dillwyn's eye met Mrs. Barclay's, he was sensible of a different record. He half sighed. The calm and the rest were not there. The talk rambled on. Mr. Dillwyn made himself exceedingly pleasant, told of things he had seen in his travels, things and people and ways of life, interesting even Mrs. Armadale with a sort of fascinated interest, and gaining, he knew, no little share of her goodwill. So, just as the meal was ending, he ventured to bring forward the old subject again. "You will pardon me, Mrs. Armadale," he began, "but you are the first person I ever met who did not value money." "Perhaps I am the first person you ever met who had something better." "You mean?" said Philip, with a look of inquiry. "I do not understand." "I have treasure in heaven." "But the coin of that realm is not current here, and we are here. That coin makes me richer now, and I take it with me when I go," said the old lady, as she rose from the table. Chapter 34
of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 34. Under the Umbrella. Mrs. Barclay returned to her own room, and Mr. Dillwyn was forced to follow her. The door was shut between them and the rest of the household. Mrs. Barclay trimmed her fire, and her guest looked on absently. Then they sat down on opposite sides of the fireplace, Mrs. Barclay smiling inwardly, for she knew that Philip was impatient. However, nothing could be more sedate to all appearance than she was. "Do you hear how the wind moans in the chimney?" she said. "That means rain. Rather dismal, isn't it?" "No, in this house nothing is dismal. There is a wholesome way of looking at everything." "Not at money?" "It is no use, Philip, to talk to people about what they cannot understand." "I thought understanding on that point was universal." "They have another standard in this family for weighing things from that which you and I have been accustomed to go by." "What is it?" "I can hardly tell you. In a word, I am not sure that I can tell you at all. Ask Lois." "When can I ask her? Do you spend your evenings alone?" "By no means. Sometimes I go out and read Rob Roy to them. Sometimes the girls come to me for some deeper reading or lessons." "Will they come to night?" "Of course not. They would not interfere with your enjoyment of my society." "Can you not ask Lois in on some pretext?" "Not without her sister. It is hard on you, Philip. I will do the best for you I can, but you must watch your opportunity." Mr. Dillwyn gave it up with good grace, and devoted himself to Mrs. Barclay for the rest of the evening. On the other side of the wall separating the two rooms, meanwhile, a different colloquy had taken place. "So that is one of your fine people?" said Miss Charity. "Well, I don't think much of him." "I have no doubt he would return the compliment," said Madge. "No," said Lois, "I think he's too polite." "He was polite to grandmother," returned Charity. "Not to anyone else that I saw. But, girls, didn't he like the bread?" "I thought he liked everything pretty well," said Madge. "When's he goin'?" Mrs. Armadale asked suddenly. "Monday sometime," Madge answered. "Mrs. Barclay said until Monday. What time Monday, I don't know." "Well, we've got things enough to hold out till then," said Charity, gathering up her dishes. "It's fun, too. I like to set a nice table." "Why, grandmother?" said Lois. "Don't you like Mrs. Barclay's friend?" "Well enough, child. I don't want him for none of our'n." "Why, grandmother?" said Madge. "His world ain't our world, children, and his hopes ain't our hopes, if the poor soul has any. Seems to me he's all in the dark." "That's only on one subject," said Lois. "About everything else he knows a great deal, and he has seen everything." "Yes," said Mrs. Armadale, "very likely he has. He likes to talk about it, and he has a pleasant tongue, and he is a civil man. But there's one thing he hain't seen, and that is the light, and one thing he don't know, and that is happiness. And he may have plenty of money, I dare say he has, but he's what I call a poor man. I don't want you to have no such friends." "But, grandmother, you do not dislike to have him in the house these 2 days, do you?" "It can't be helped, my dear, and we'll do the best for him we can, but I don't want you to have no such friends." "I believe we should go out of the world to suit grandmother," remarked Charity. "She won't think us safe as long as we're in it." The whole family went to church the next morning. Mr. Dillwyn's particular object, however, was not much furthered. He saw Lois, indeed, at the breakfast table, and the sight was everything his fancy had painted it. He thought of Milton's "Pensive nun, devout and pure, Sober, steadfast, and demure." Only the description did not quite fit, for there was a healthy, sweet freshness about Lois which gave the idea of more life and activity, mental and bodily, than could consort with a pensive character. The rest fitted pretty well, and the lines ran again and again through Mr. Dillwyn's head. Lois was gone to church long before the rest of the family set out, and in church she did not sit with the others, and she did not come home with them. However, she was at dinner. But immediately after dinner Mrs. Barclay withdrew again into her own room, and Mr. Dillwyn had no choice but to accompany her. "What now?" he asked. "What do you do the rest of the day?" "I stay at home and read. Lois goes to Sunday school." Mr. Dillwyn looked through the windows. The rain Mrs. Barclay threatened had come, and had already begun in a sort of fury, in company with a wind which drove it and beat it, as it seemed, from all points of the compass at once. The lines of raindrops went slantwise past the windows, and then beat violently upon them. The ground was wet in a few minutes. The sky was dark with its thick watery veils. Wind and rain were holding revelry. "She will not go out in this weather," said the gentleman, with conviction which seemed to be agreeable. "The weather will not hinder her," returned Mrs. Barclay. "This weather?" "No, Lois does not mind weather. I have learned to know her by this time. Where she thinks she ought to go, or what she thinks she ought to do, there no hindrance will stop her. It is good you should learn to know her too, Philip." "Pray tell me, is the question of ought never affected by what should be legitimate hindrances?" "They are never credited with being legitimate," Mrs. Barclay said, with a slight laugh. "The principle is the same as that old soldier's who said, you know, when ordered upon some difficult duty, 'Sir, if it be possible, it shall be done, and if it is impossible, it must be done.'" "That will do for a soldier," said Dillwyn. "At what o'clock does she go?" "In about a quarter of an hour. I shall expect to hear her feet pattering softly through the hall, and then the door will open and shut without noise, and a dark figure will shoot past the windows." Mr. Dillwyn left the room, and probably made some preparations, for when, a few minutes later, a figure all wrapped up in a waterproof cloak did pass softly through the hall, he came out of Mrs. Barclay's room and confronted it, and I think his overcoat was on. "Miss Lois, you cannot be going out in this storm?" "Oh yes, the storm is nothing, only something to fight against." "But it blows quite furiously." "I don't dislike a wind," said Lois, laying her hand on the lock of the door. "You have no umbrella." "Don't need it. I'm all protected, don't you see, Mr. Dillwyn? You are not going out." "Why not?" "But you have nothing to call you out." "I beg your pardon. The same thing, I venture to presume, that calls you out. Duty. Only, in my case, the duty is pleasure. You are not going to take care of me?" "Certainly. But there is no need. Not the least in the world." "From your point of view?" He was so alertly ready, had the door open and his umbrella spread, and stood outside waiting for her. Lois did not know how to get rid of him. She would surely have done it if she could. So she found herself going up the street with him by her side, and the umbrella warding off the wind and rain from her face. It was vexatious and amusing, from her face, who had faced Sharnpuashuh storms ever since she could remember. It was very odd to be taken care of on a sudden, when you are accustomed, and perfectly able, to take care of yourself. It is also agreeable. "You had better take my arm, Miss Lois," said her companion. "I could shield you better." "Well," said Lois, half laughing, "since you are here, I may as well take the good of it." And then Mr. Dillwyn had got things as he wanted them. "I ventured to assume a little while ago, Miss Lois, that duty was taking you out into this storm. But I confess my curiosity to know what duty could have the right to do it. If my curiosity is indiscreet, you can rebuke it." "It is not indiscreet," said Lois. "I have a sort of Bible class in the upper part of the village, a quarter of a mile beyond the church." "I understood it was something of that kind, or I should not have asked. But in such weather as this, surely they would not expect you?" "Yes, they would. At any rate, I am bound to show that I expect them." "Do you expect them to come out to day?" "Not all of them," Lois allowed. "But if there would not be one, still I must be there." "Why, if you will pardon me for asking?" "It is good they should know that I am regular, and to be depended on. And besides, they will be sure to measure the depth of my interest in the work by my desire to do it. And one can do so little in this world, at one's best, that one is bound to do all one can." "All one can," Mr. Dillwyn repeated. "You cannot put it at a lower figure. I was struck with a word in one of Mrs. Barclay's books, the Life and Correspondence of John Foster. Power to its very last particle is duty." "But that would be to make life a terrible responsibility." "Say noble, not terrible," said Lois. "I confess it seems to me terrible also. I do not see how you can get rid of the element of terribleness." "Yes, if duty is neglected, not if duty is done." "Who does his duty at that rate?" "Some people try," said Lois. "And that trying must make life a servitude." "Service is not servitude!" exclaimed Lois again, with the same wholesome hearty ring in her voice that her companion had noticed before. "How do you draw the line between them?" he asked, with an inward smile. And yet Mr. Dillwyn was earnest enough too. "There is more than a line between them," said Lois. "There is all the distance between freedom and slavery." And the words recurred to her, "I will walk at liberty, for I seek thy precepts." But she judged they would not be familiar to her companion, nor meet appreciation from him, so she did not speak them. "Service," she went on, "I think is one of the noblest words in the world. But it cannot be rendered servilely. It must be free, from the heart." "You make nice distinctions. Service, I suppose you mean, of one's fellow creatures?" "No," said Lois, "I do not mean that. Service must be given to God. It will work out upon one's fellow creatures, of course." "Nice distinction again," said Mr. Dillwyn. "But very real, and very essential. Is there no service, true service, that is given wholly to one's needy fellows of humanity? It seems to me I have heard of such." "There is a good deal of such service," said Lois, "but it is not the true. It is partial and arbitrary. It ebbs and flows, and chooses, and is found consorting with what is not service, but the contrary. True service, given to God, and rising from the love of him, goes where it is sent, and does what it is bidden, and has too high a spring ever to fail. Real service gives all, and is ready for everything." "How much do you mean, I wonder, by giving all? Do you use the words soberly?" "Quite soberly," said Lois, laughing. "Giving all what?" "All one's power, according to Foster's judgment of it." "Do you know what that would end in?" "I think I do. How do you mean?" "Do you know how much a man or woman would give who gave all he had?" "Yes, of course I do." "What would be left for himself?" Lois did not answer at once, but then she stopped short in her walk and stood still. in the midst of rain and wind, confronting her companion, and her words were with an energy that she did not at all mean to give them. There would be left for him all that the riches and love of God could do for his child. Mr. Dillwyn gazed into the face that was turned towards him, flushed, fired, earnest, full of a grand consciousness, as of a most simple unconsciousness, and for the moment did not think of replying. Then Lois recollected herself, smiled at herself, and went on. "I am very foolish to talk so much," she said. "I do not know why I do. Somehow I think it is your fault, Mr. Dillwyn. I am not in the habit, I think, of holding forth so to people who ought to know better than myself." "I am sure you are aware that I was speaking honestly, and that I do not know better," he said. "I suppose I thought so," Lois answered, "but that does not quite excuse me. Only I was sorry for you, Mr. Dillwyn." "Thank you. Now may I go on? The conversation can hardly be so interesting to you as it is to me." "I think I have said enough," said Lois, a little shyly. "No, not enough, for I want to know more. The sentence you quoted from Foster, if it is true, is overwhelming. If it is true, it leaves all the world with terrible errors of obligation." "Yes," Lois answered, half reluctantly. "Duty unfulfilled is terrible, but not all the world, Mr. Dillwyn." "You are an exception?" "I did not mean myself. I do not suppose I do all I ought to do. I do try to do all I know, but there are a great many beside me who do better." "You agree, then, that one is not bound by duties unknown?" Lois hesitated. "You are making me talk again, as if I were wise," she said. "What should hinder any one from knowing his duty, Mr. Dillwyn?" "Suppose a case of pure ignorance." "Then let ignorance study." "Study what?" "Mr. Dillwyn, you ought to ask somebody who can answer you better." "I do not know any such somebody." "Haven't you a Christian among all your friends?" "I have not a friend in the world of whom I could ask such a question with the least hope of having it answered." "Where is your minister?" "My minister? Clergyman, you mean? Miss Lois, I have been a wanderer over the earth for years. I have not any minister." Lois was silent again. They had been walking fast, as well as talking fast, in spite of wind and rain. The church was left behind some time ago, and the more comely and elegant part of the village settlement. "We shall have to stop talking now," Lois said, "for we are near my place." "Which is your place?" "Do you see that old schoolhouse a little further on? We have that for our meetings. Some of the boys put it in order, and make the fire for me." "You will let me come in?" "You?" said Lois. "Oh no! Nobody is there but my class." "You will let me be one of them to day? Seriously, I am going to wait to see you home. You will not let me wait in the rain." "I shall bid you go home," said Lois, laughing. "I am not going to do that." "Seriously, Mr. Dillwyn, I do not need the least care." "Perhaps. But I look at the matter from my point of view." What a troublesome man, thought Lois. But then they were at the schoolhouse door. The wind and rain came with such a wild burst that it seemed the one thing to do to get under shelter. And so Mr. Dillwyn went in with her, and how to turn him out Lois did not know. It was a bare little place. The sanded floor gave little help or seeming comfort. The wooden chairs and benches were old and hard. However, the small stove did give out warmth enough to make the place habitable, even to its furthest corners. 6 people were already there. Lois gave a rapid glance at the situation. There was no time, and it was no company for a prolonged battle with the intruder. "Mr. Dillwyn," she said softly, "will you take a seat by the stove, as far from us as you can, and make believe you have neither eyes nor ears. You must not be seen to have either, by any use you make of them. If you keep quite still, maybe they will forget you are here. You can keep up the fire for us." She turned from him to greet her young friends, and Mr. Dillwyn obeyed orders. He hung up his wet hat and coat, and sat down in the furthest corner, placing himself so, however, that neither eyes nor ears should be hindered in the exercise of their vocation, while his attitude might have suggested a fit of sleepiness, or a most indifferent meditation on things far distant, or possibly rest after severe exertion. Lois and her 6 scholars took their places at the other end of the room, which was too small to prevent every word they spoke from being distinctly heard by the one idle spectator. A spectator, in truth, Mr. Dillwyn desired to be, not merely an auditor. So, as he had been warned he must not be seen to look, he arranged himself in a manner to serve both purposes, of seeing and not seeing. The hour was not long to this one spectator, although it extended itself to full an hour and a half. He gave as close attention as ever when a student in college he had given to lecture or lesson, and yet, though he did this, Mr. Dillwyn was not, at least not at the time, thinking much of the matter of the lesson. He was studying the lecturer, and the study grew intense. It was not flattering to perceive, as he soon did, that Lois had entirely forgotten his presence. He saw it by the free unconcern with which she did her work, as well as in the absorbed interest she gave to it. Not flattering, and it cast a little shadow upon him, but it was convenient for his present purpose of observation, so he watched and listened. He heard the sweet utterance and clear enunciation, first of all. He heard them, it is true, whenever she spoke, but now the utterance sounded sweeter than usual, as if there were a vibration from some fuller than usual mental harmony, and the voice was a silvery melody. It contrasted with the other voices, which were more or less rough or grating or nasal, too high pitched or low and rough cadenced, as uncultured voices are apt to be. From the voices, Mr. Dillwyn's attention was drawn to what the voices said, and here he found, most unexpectedly, a great deal to interest him. Those rough voices spoke words of genuine intelligence, they expressed earnest interest, and they showed the speakers to be acute, thoughtful, not uninformed, quick to catch what was presented to them, often cunning to deal with it. Mr. Dillwyn was in danger of smiling more than once, and Lois met them, if not with the skill of a practised logician, with the quick wit of a woman's intuition and a woman's loving sympathy, armed with knowledge and penetration and tact and gentleness and wisdom. It was something delightful to hear her soft accents answer them with such hidden strength under their softness. It was charming to see her gentleness and patience, and eagerness too, for Lois was talking with all her heart. Mr. Dillwyn lost his wonder that her class came out in the rain. He only wished he could be one of them, and have the privilege too. It was impossible but that with all this mental observation, Mr. Dillwyn's eyes should also take notice of the fair exterior before them. They would not have been worthy to see it else. Lois had laid off her bonnet in the hot little room. It had left her hair a little loosened and disordered, yet not with what deserved to be called disorder. It was merely a softening and lifting of the rich full masses, adding to the grace of the contour, not taking from it. Nothing could be plainer than the girl's dress, all the more the observer's eyes noted the excellent lines of the figure and the natural charm of every movement and attitude. The charm that comes, and always must come, from inward refinement and delicacy, when combined with absence of consciousness, which can only be helped, not produced, by any perfection of the physical structure. Then the tints of absolute health, and those low, musical, sensitive tones, flowing on in such sweet modulations. What a woman was this! Mr. Dillwyn could see, too, the effect of Mrs. Barclay's work. He was sure he could. The whole giving of that Bible lesson betrayed the refinement of mental training and culture. Even the management of the voice told of it. Here was not a fine machine, sound and good, yet in need of regulating and working and lubricating to get it in order. All that had been done, and the smooth running told how well. By degrees Mr. Dillwyn forgot the lesson and the class and the schoolhouse, and remembered but one thing any more, and that was Lois. His head and heart grew full of her. He had been in the grasp of a strong fancy before, a fancy strong enough to make him spend money and spend time for the possible attainment of its object. Now it was fancy no longer. He had made up his mind, as a man makes it up once for all, not to try to win Lois, but to have her. She, he saw, was as yet ungrazed by any corresponding feeling towards him. That made no difference. Philip Dillwyn had one object in life from this time. He hardly saw or heard Lois's leave takings with her class, but as she came up to him he rose. "I have kept you too long, Mr. Dillwyn, but I could not help it, and really, you know, it was your own fault." "Not a minute too long," he assured her, and he put on her cloak and handed her her bonnet, with grave courtesy, and a manner which Lois would have said was absorbed, but for a certain element in which even then struck her. They set out upon their homeward way, but the walk home was not as the walk out had been. The rain and wind were unchanged. The wind, indeed, had an added touch of waywardness, as they more nearly faced it, going this way, and the rain was driven against them with great fury. Lois was fain to cling to her companion's arm, and the umbrella had to be handled with discretion. But the storm had been violent enough before, and it was no feature of that which made the difference. Neither was it the fact that both parties were now almost silent, whereas on the way out they had talked incessantly, though it was a fact. Perhaps Lois was tired with talking, seeing that she had been doing nothing else for 2 hours. But what ailed Philip? And what gave the walk its new character? Lois did not know, though she felt it in every fibre of her being, and Mr. Dillwyn did not know, though the cause lay in him. He was taking care of Lois. He had been taking care of her before, but now, unconsciously, he was doing it as a man only does it for one woman in the world. Hardly more careful of her, yet with that indefinable something in the manner of it, which Lois felt even in the putting on of her cloak in the schoolhouse. It was something she had never touched before in her life, and did not know what it meant. At least, I should say her reason did not know. Yet nature answers to nature infallibly, and by some hidden intuition of recognition the girl was subdued and dumb. This was nothing like Tom Caruthers, and anything she had received from him. Tom had been flattering, demonstrative, obsequious. There was no flattery here, and no demonstration, and nothing could be farther from obsequiousness. It was the delicate reverence which a man gives to only one woman of all the world, something that must be felt and cannot be feigned. The most subtle incense of worship one human spirit can render to another, which the one renders and the other receives, without either being able to tell how it is done. The more is the incense sweet, penetrating, powerful. Lois went home silently through the rain and wind, and did not know why a certain mist of happiness seemed to encompass her. She was ignorant why the storm was so very beneficent in its action, did not know why the wind was so musical and the rain so refreshing, could not guess why she was sorry to get home. Yet the fact was before her as she stepped in. "It has done you no harm," said Mr. Dillwyn, smiling, as he met Lois's eye, and saw her fresh flushed cheeks. "Are you wet?" "I think not at all." "This must come off, however," he went on, proceeding to unfasten her cloak. "It has caught more raindrops than you know." And Lois submitted, and meekly stood still and allowed the cloak, very wet on one side, to be taken off her. "Where is this to go? There seems to be no place to hang it here." "Oh, I will hang it up to dry in the kitchen, thank you," said Lois, offering to take it. "I will hang it up to dry in the kitchen, if you will show me the way. You cannot handle it." Lois could have laughed, for did she not handle everything? And did wet or dry make any difference to her? However, she did not on this occasion feel like contesting the matter, but with unwonted docility preceded Mr. Dillwyn through the sitting room, where were Mrs. Armadale and Madge, to the kitchen beyond, where Charity was just putting on the tea kettle. Chapter 34. Under the Umbrella.
Chapter 35 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 35. Opinion. Mr. Dillwyn rejoined Mrs. Barclay in her parlour, but he was a less entertaining man this evening than he had been during the former part of his visit. Mrs. Barclay saw it and smiled and sighed. Even at the tea-table things were not like last evening. Philip entered into no discussions, made no especial attempts to amuse anybody, attended to his duties in the unconscious way of one with whom they have become second nature, and talked only so much as politeness required. Mrs. Barclay looked at Lois, but could tell nothing from the grave face there. Always on Sunday evenings it had a very fair, sweet gravity. The rest of the time after tea was spent in making music. It had become a usual Sunday evening entertainment. Mrs. Barclay played, and she and the two girls sang. It was all sacred music, of course, varied exceedingly, however, by the various tastes of the family. Old hymns and psalm tunes were what Mrs. Armadale liked, and those generally came first. and the girls had more modern pieces, and with those Mrs. Barclay interwove an anthem or a chant now and then. Madge and Lois both had good voices and good natural taste and feeling, and Mrs. Barclay's instructions had been eagerly received. This evening Philip joined the choir, and Charity declared that it was better than they could do in the Episcopal Church. "Do they have the best singing in the Episcopal Church?" asked Philip absently. "Well, they set up to, and you see they give more time to it. Our folks won't practise." "I don't care how folks' voices sound if their hearts are in it," said Mrs. Armadale. "You may notice voices sound better if hearts are in it," said Dillwyn. "That made a large part of the beauty of our concert this evening." "Was yourn in it?" asked Mrs. Armadale abruptly. "My heart? In the words? I'm afraid I must own it was not in the way you mean, madam, if I must answer truth." "Don't you always speak truth?" "I believe I may say that it is my habit," Philip answered, smiling. "Then do you think you ought to sing such words if you don't mean them?" The question looked abrupt on paper. It did not sound equally so. Something of earnest wistfulness there was in the old lady's look and manner, a touch of solemnity in her voice which made the gentleman forgive her on the spot. He sat down beside her. "Would you bid me not join in singing such words then?" "It's not my place to bid or forbid, but you can judge for yourself. Do you set much value on professions that mean nothing?" "I made no professions." "Ain't it professin' when you say what the hymns say?" "If you will forgive me, I did not say it," responded Philip. "Ain't singin' sayin'?" "They are generally looked upon as essentially different. People are never held responsible for the things they sing out of church," added Philip, smiling. "Is it otherwise with church singing?" "What's church singin' good for, then?" "I thought it was to put the minds of the worshippers in a right state, to sober and harmonize them." "I thought it was to tell the Lord how we felt," said the old lady. "That is a new view of it, certainly." "I thought the word was to tell one how we had ought to feel," said Charity. "There wouldn't more'n one in a dozen sing, mother, if you had your way, and then we should have nice music." "I think it would be nice music," said the old lady, with a kind of sober tremble in her voice, which somehow touched Philip. The ring of truth was there, at any rate. "Could the world be managed," he said, with very gentle deference, "could the world be managed on such principles of truth and purity? Must we not take people as we find them?" "Those are the Lord's principles," said Mrs. Armadale. "Yes, but you know how the world is. Must we not a little, as I say, take people as we find them?" "The Lord won't do that," said the old lady. "He will either make them better, or he will cast them away. But we must deal with things as they are." "How are you going to deal with them?" "In charity and kindness, having patience with what is wrong, and believing that the good God will have more patience yet." "You had better believe what he tells you," the old lady answered, somewhat sternly. "But, grandmother," Lois put in there, "he does have patience." "With whom, child?" Lois did not answer. She only quoted softly the words, "Plenteous in mercy, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth." "Ay, child, but you know what happens to the houses built on the sand." The party broke up here, Mrs. Barclay bidding good night and leaving the dining room, whither they had all gone to eat apples. As Philip parted from Lois, he remarked, "I did not understand the allusion in Mrs. Armadale's last words." Lois's look fascinated him. It was just a moment's look, pausing before turning away, swift with eagerness and intent on some hidden feeling which he hardly comprehended. She only said, "Look in the end of the 7th chapter of Matthew." "Well," said Mrs. Barclay, when the door was closed, "what do you think of our progress?" "Progress?" repeated Philip vacantly. "I beg your pardon. In music, man," said Mrs. Barclay, laughing. "Oh, admirable! Have you a Bible here?" "A Bible?" Mrs. Barclay echoed. "Yes, there is a Bible in every room, I believe, yonder on that table. Why? What do you want of one now?" "I have had a sermon preached to me, and I want to find the text." Mrs. Barclay asked no further, but she watched him, as with a book in his hand he sat down before the fire and studied the open page. Studied with grave thoughtfulness, drawing his brows a little, and pondering with eyes fixed on the words for some length of time. Then he bade her good night with a smile, and went away. He went away in good earnest next day, but as a subject of conversation in the village his visit lasted a good while. That same evening Mrs. Marks came to make a call just before supper. "How much pork are you going to want this year, mother?" she began, with the business of one who had been stirring her energies with a walk in a cool wind. "I suppose about as usual," said Mrs. Armadale. "I forget how much that is. I can't keep it in my head from one year to another. Besides, I didn't know but you'd want an extra quantity if your family was going to be larger." "It's not going to be larger, as I know." If my pork ain't, I shall come short home. It beats me. I've fed them just the same as usual, and their corn's every bit as good as usual, never better. Good big, fat, yellow ears that had ought to make a porker's heart dance for joy, and I should think they were suffering from continual lowness of spirits, to judge by the way they don't get fat. They're growing really long-legged and slab-sided, just the way I hate to see pigs look. Don't know what's the matter with them. Where do you keep 'em? Under the barn, just where they always be. Well, you've had a visitor. Mrs. Barclay has. I understood 'twas her company, but you saw him. We saw him as much as she did, put in Charity. What's he like? Nobody answered. Is he one of your high flyers? I don't know what you call high flyers, Aunt Anne, said Madge. He was a gentleman. What do you mean by that? I saw some gentlemen last summer at Appledore, and I don't want to see no more. Was he that kind? I wasn't there, said Madge, and can't tell. I should have no objection to see a good many of them if he is. I heard he went to Sunday school with Lois with the rain. How did you know? Said Lois. Why shouldn't I know? I thought nobody was out but me. Do you think folks will see an umbrella walking up street in the rain and not look to see if there's somebody under it? I shouldn't, said Lois. When should an umbrella be out walking but in the rain? We'll go along. What sort of a man is he, and what brings him to Shampuashuh? He came to see Mrs. Barclay, said Madge. He's the sort of man you're willing to take trouble for, said Charity. Real nice and considerate, and to hear him talk it's as good as a book, and he's awfully polite. You should have seen him marching in here with Lois's wet cloak, out to the kitchen with it and hanging it up. So to pay I turned round and hung up his'n. One good turn deserves another, I told him. But first I declare I thought I couldn't keep from laughing. Mrs. Marks laughed a little here. I know the thought, she said. Wears kid gloves always, and a little line of hair over his upper lip, and he's lazy like. I would lose all my patience to have one of them round for long, smoking a cigar every other thing, and poisoning all the air for half a mile. I think he is sort o' lazy, said Charity. He don't smoke, said Lois. Guess he does, said Madge. I found an end of cigar just down by the front steps when I was sweeping. I don't think he's a lazy man either, said Lois. That slow, easy way does not mean laziness. What does it mean? Inquired Mrs. Marks sharply. It's nothing to us what it means, said Mrs. Armadale, speaking for the first time. We have no concern with this man. He came to see Mrs. Barclay, his friend, and I suppose he'll never come again. Why shouldn't he come again, mother, said Charity. If she's his friend, he might want to see her more than once, seems to me. And what's more, he is coming again. I heard him asking her if he might, and then Mrs. Barclay asked me if it would be convenient, and I said it would, of course. He said he would be coming back from Boston in a few weeks, and he would like to stop again as he went by. And do you know, I think she coloured. It was only a little, but she ain't a woman to blush much, and I believe she knows why he wants to come, as well as he does. Nonsense, Charity, said Madge incredulously. Then half the world are busy with nonsense. That's all I have to say, and I'm glad for my part I've got something better to do. Do you say he's coming again? Inquired Mrs. Armadale. He says so, mother. What for? Why, to visit his friend Mrs. Barclay, of course. She is our friend, said the old lady, and her friends must be entertained, but he is not our friend, children. We ain't of his kind, and he ain't of our'n. What's the matter? Ain't he good? Asked Mrs. Marks. He's very good, said Madge. Not in grandmother's way, said Lois softly. Mother, said Mrs. Marks, you can't have everyone cut out on your pattern. Mrs. Armadale made no answer. And there ain't enough o' your pattern to keep one from being lonesome if we're to have nothing to do with the rest. Better so, said the old lady. I don't want no company for my children that won't help them on the road to heaven. They'll have company enough when they get there. And how are you going to be the salt of the earth then if you won't touch nothing? How if the salt loses its saltiness, daughter? Well, mother, it always puzzles me. There's so much to be said on both sides of things. I'll go home and think about it. Then he ain't one of your Appledore friends, Lois? Not one of my friends at all, Aunt Anne. So the talk ended. There was a little private extension of it that evening when Lois and Madge went up to bed. It's a pity Grandma is so sharp about things, the latter remarked to her sister. Things? What things? Well, people. Don't you like that Mr. Dillwyn? Yes? So do I. And you don't want us to have anything to do with him. But she is right, said Lois. He is not a Christian. But one can't live only with Christians in this world, and Lois, I tell you what I think. He is a great deal pleasanter than a good many Christians I know. He is good company, said Lois. He has seen a great deal, and read a great deal, and he knows how to talk. That makes him pleasant. Well, he's a great deal more improving to be with than anyone I know in Shampuashuh, in one way. Why shouldn't one have the pleasure then, and the good, if he isn't a Christian? The pleasanter he is, I suppose the more danger, grandmother would think. Danger of what? You know, Madge, it isn't my say-so, or even grandmother's. You know, Christians are not of the world. But they must see the world. If we were to see much of that sort of person, we might get to wishing to see them always. By that sort of person, I suppose you mean Mr. Dillwyn. Well, I have got so far as that already. I wish I could see such people always. I am sorry. Why, you ought to be glad at my good taste. I am sorry because you are wishing for what you cannot have. How do you know that? You cannot tell what may happen. Madge, a man like Mr. Dillwyn would never think of a girl like you or me. I'm not wanting him to think of me, said Madge rather hotly. But Lois, if you'll come to that, I think I and you are fit for anybody. Yes, said Lois quietly, I think so too. But they do not take the same view. And if they did, Madge, we could not think of them. Why not, if they did? I do not hold quite such extreme rules as you and grandmother do. And the Bible? Other people do not think the Bible is so strict. You know what the words are, Madge. I don't know what the words mean. Lois was brushing out the thick masses of her beautiful hair, which floated about her in waves of golden brown, and Madge had been thinking privately that if anybody could have just that view of Lois, his scruples, if he had any, would certainly give way. Now, at her sister's last words, however, Lois laid down her brush, and coming up, laid hold of Madge by the shoulders and gave her a gentle shaking. It ended in something of a romp, but Lois declared Madge should never say such a thing again. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 36. 2 Sunday Schools. Lois was inclined now to think it might be quite as well if something hindered Mr. Dillwyn's second visit. She did not wonder at Madge's evident fascination. She had felt the same herself long ago, and in connection with other people. The charm of good breeding and gracious manners, and the habit of the world, even apart from knowledge and cultivation and the art of conversation. Yes, Mr. Dillwyn was a good specimen of this sort of attraction, and for a moment Lois' imagination recalled that day's 2 walks in the rain. Then she shook off the impression. 2 poor Shampuashuh girls were not likely to have much to do with that sort of society, and it was best they should not. It would be just as well if Mr. Dillwyn was hindered from coming again. But he came. A month had passed. It was the beginning of December when he knocked next at the door, and cold and grey and cloudy and windy as it is December's character in certain moods to be. The reception he got was hearty in proportion. Fires were larger, the table even more hospitably spread, Mrs. Barclay even more cordial, and the family atmosphere not less genial. Nevertheless, the visit for Mr. Dillwyn's special ends was hardly satisfactory. He could get no private speech with Lois. She was always busy, and at meal times it was obviously impossible, and would have been impolitic to pay any particular attention to her. Philip did not attempt it. He talked rather to every one else, made himself delightful company, but groaned in secret. "Cannot you make some excuse for getting her in here?" he asked Mrs. Barclay at evening. "Not without her sister." "With her sister, then?" "They are very busy just now, preparing something they call apple butter." "It's unlucky, Philip. I am very sorry. I always told you. Your way looked to me intricate." Fortune favoured him, however, in an unexpected way. After a day passed in much inward impatience, for he had not got a word with Lois, and he had no excuse for prolonging his stay beyond the next day, as they sat at supper, the door opened, and in came 2 ladies. Mr. Dillwyn was formally presented to one of them as to "my aunt, Mrs. Marks." The other was named as Mrs. Seelye. The latter was a neat, brisk little body, with a capable air and a mien of business, all whose words came out as if they had been nicely picked and squared, and sorted and packed, and served in order. "Sorry to interrupt, Miss Armadale," she began, in a chirruping little voice. Indeed, her whole air was that of a notable little hen looking after her chickens. Charity assured her it was no interruption. "Mrs. Seelye and I had our tea hours ago," said Mrs. Marks. "I had muffins for her, and we ate all we could then. We don't want no more now. We're on business." "Yes," said Mrs. Seelye. "Mrs. Marks and we've got to see everybody, pretty much, and there ain't much time to do it in. So you see we can't choose. And we just come here to see what you'll do for us." "What do you want us to do for you, Mrs. Seelye?" Lois asked. "Well, I don't know. Only all you can. We want your counsel, and then your help. Mr. Seelye, he said, go to the Lothrop girls first. I didn't come first, 'cause there was somebody else on my way here, but this is our fourth call. Ain't it, Mrs. Marks?" "I thought I'd never get you away from number 3, was the answer. "They were very much interested, and I wanted to make them all understand. It was important that they should all understand." "And there are different ways of understanding," added Mrs. Marks. "And there are a good many of them, the Hicks, I mean. And so we thought we'd got it all right with one. We found somebody else was in a fog, and then he had to be fetched out." "But we are all in a fog," said Madge, laughing. "What are you coming to? And what are we to understand?" "We have a little plan," said Mrs. Seelye. "It'll be a big one before we get through with it," added her coadjutor. "Nobody'll be frightened here if you call it a big one to start with, Mrs. Seelye. I like to look things in the face." "So do we," said Mrs. Armadale with a kind of grim humour, "if you will give us a chance." "Well, it's about the children," said Mrs. Seelye. "Christmas," added Mrs. Marks. "Be quiet, Anne," said her mother. "Go on, Mrs. Seelye. Whose children?" "I might say they are all Mr. Seelye's children," said the little lady, laughing. "And so they are in a way, as they are all belonging to his church. He feels he's responsible for the care of them, and he don't want to lose them. And that's what it's all about, and how the plan came up." "How's he going to lose them?" Mrs. Armadale asked, beginning now to knit again. "Well, you see the other church is making great efforts, and they're going to have a tree." "What sort of a tree? And what do they want a tree for?" "Why, a fair tree, and why, a Christmas tree!" cried the two ladies who advocated the plan, both in a breath. "Mother don't know about that," Mrs. Marks went on. "It's a new fashion, mother, come up since your day. They have a green tree planted in a tub, and hung with all sorts of things to make it look pretty, little candles especially, and at night they light it up, and the children are tickled to death with it." "Indoors?" "Why, of course indoors. Couldn't be out of doors in the snow." "I didn't know," said the old lady. "I don't understand the new fashions. I should think they would burn up the house if it's indoors." "Oh, no, no danger," explained Mrs. Seelye. "They made them wonderfully pretty, with the branches all hung full with glass balls, and candles, and ribbons, and gilt toys, and papers of sugar plums, cornucopia, you know, and dolls, and tops, and jacks, and trumpets, and wimps, and everything you can think of, till it is all full as it can be, and the branches hang down with the weight, and it looks like a fairy tree, and then the heavy presents lie at the foot round about and cover the top." "I should think the children would be delighted," said Madge. I don't believe it's as much fun as Santa Claus and the stocking, said Lois. No, nor I, said Mrs. Barclay. But we have nothing to do with the children's stockings, said Mrs. Seeley. They may hang up as many as they like. That's at home. This is in the church. Oh, in the church. I thought you said it was in the house, in people's houses, said Charity. So it is, but this tree is to be in the church. What tree? La, how stupid you are, Charity, exclaimed her aunt. Didn't Mrs. Seeley tell you? The tree the other church are getting up. Oh, said Charity. Well, you can't hinder them, as I see. Don't want to hinder them? What should we hinder them for? But we don't want them to get all our children away. That's what we're looking at. Do you think they'll go? Mr. Seeley's afraid it'll thin off the school dreadful, said Mr. Seeley's helpmate. They're safe to go, added Mrs. Marks. Ask children to step in and see fairyland, and why shouldn't they go? I'd go if I was they. All the rest of the year it ain't fairyland and Shampuashuh. I'd go fast enough. Then I don't see what you're going to do about it, said Charity, but to sit down and count your chickens that are left. That's what we came to tell you, said the minister's wife. Well, tell, said Charity. You haven't told yet, only what the other church is going to do. Well, we thought the only way was for us to do something too. Only not another tree, said Lois. Not that, for pity's sake. Why not? asked the little minister's wife, with an air of being somewhat taken aback. Why haven't we as good a right to have a tree as they have? Right, if you like, said Lois, but right isn't all. Go on, and let's hear your wisdom, Lois, said her aunt. I suppose you'll say first we can't do it. We can do it, perhaps, said Lois, but, Aunt, it would make bad feeling. That's not our lookout, rejoined Mrs. Marks. We haven't any bad feeling. No, not in the least, added Mrs. Seeley. We only want to give our children as good a time as the others have. That's right. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, Mrs. Armadale's voice was here heard to say. Yes, I know, mother. You have old-fashioned ideas, said Mrs. Marks, but the world ain't as it used to be when you was a girl. Now everybody's putting steam on, and churches and Sunday schools as well as all the rest. We have organs and choirs and concerts and celebrations and fairs and festivals, and if we don't go with the crowd, they'll leave us behind, you see. I don't believe it all, said Mrs. Armadale. Well, mother, we've got to take the world as we find it. Now, the children all through the village are all agog with the story of what the yellow church is going to do, and if the white church don't do something, they'll all run to the other way. That you may depend on. Children are children. I sometimes think the grown folks are children, said the old lady. Well, we ought to be children, said Mrs. Seeley. I am sure we all know that, but Mr. Seeley thought this was the only thing we could do. There comes in the second difficulty, Mrs. Seeley, said Lois. We cannot do it. I don't see why we cannot. We've as good a place for it, quite. I mean, we cannot do it satisfactorily. It will not be the same thing. We cannot raise the money. Don't it take a good deal? Well, it takes considerable, but I think if we all try, we can scare it up somehow. Lois shook her head. The other church is richer than we are, she said. That's a fact, said Charity. Mrs. Seeley hesitated. I don't know, she said. They have one or two rich men, Mr. George. Oh, and Mr. Flare, cried Madge, and Buck, and Setterdown, and the Ropers, and the Magnuses. Yes, said Mrs. Seeley, but we have more people, and there is none of them to call poor. if we get them interested. And those we have spoken to are very much taken with the plan, very much. I think it would be a great disappointment now if we were to stop, and the children have got talking about it. I think we can do it, and it would be a very good thing for the whole church to get them interested." "You can always get people interested in play," said Mrs. Armadale. "What you want is to get them interested in work." "There'll be a good deal of work about this before it's over," said Mrs. Seelye, with a pleased chuckle. "And I think when they get their pride up, the money will be coming." Mrs. Marks made a grimace, but said nothing. "When pride cometh, then cometh shame," said Mrs. Armadale quietly. "Oh, yes, some sorts of pride," said the little minister's wife briskly. "But I mean a proper sort. We don't want to let our church go down, and we don't want to have our Sunday school thin out. And I can tell you, where the children go, there the fathers and mothers will be going next thing." "What do you propose to do?" said Lois. "We have not fairly heard yet." "Well, we thought we'd have some sort of celebration, and give the school a jolly time somehow. We'd dress up the church handsomely with evergreens, and have it well lighted, and then we would have a Christmas tree if we could, or if we couldn't, then we'd have a real good hot supper, and give the children presents. But I am afraid if we don't have a tree, they'll all run off to the other church, and I think they're going already, so as to get asked. Mr. Seelye said the attendance was real thin last Sabbath." There followed an animated discussion of the whole subject, with every point brought up again and again and again. The talkers were, for the most part, Charity and Madge, with the two ladies who had come in, Mrs. Armadale rarely throwing in a word, which always seemed to have a disturbing power, and things were taken up and gone over anew to get rid of the disturbance. Lois sat silent and played with her spoon. Mrs. Barclay and Philip listened with grave amusement. "Well, I can't sit here all night," said Charity at last, rising from behind her tea-board. "Madge and Lois, just jump up and put away the things, won't you? And hand me up the knives and plates. Don't trouble yourself, Mrs. Barclay. If other folks in the village are as busy as I am, you'll come short home for your Christmas work, Mrs. Seelye." "It's the busy people always that help," said the little lady propitiatingly. "That's a fact. But I don't see no end of this to take hold of. You hain't got the money, and if you had it, you don't know what you want, and if you did know, it ain't in Shampuashuh, and I don't see who is to go to New York or New Haven shopping for you, and if you had it, who knows how to fix a Christmas tree? Not a soul in our church." Mrs. Barclay and her guest withdrew at this point of the discussion, but later, when the visitors were gone, she opened the door of her room and said, "Madge and Lois, can you come in here for a few minutes? It is business." The two girls came in, Madge a little eagerly, Lois, Mrs. Barclay fancied with a manner of some reserve. "Mr. Dillwyn has something to suggest," she began, "about this plan we have heard talked over, that is, if you care about its being carried into execution." "I care, of course," said Madge. "If it is to be done, I think it will be great fun." "If it is to be done," Lois repeated. "Grandmother does not approve of it, and I always think what she does not like I must not like." "Always?" asked Mr. Dillwyn. "I try to have it always. Grandmother thinks that the best way to keep a Sunday school together is to make the lessons interesting." "I am sure she is right," said Mr. Dillwyn. "But to the point," said Mrs. Barclay. "Lois, they will do this thing, I can see. The question now is, do you care whether it is done ill or well?" "Certainly. If it is done, I should wish it to be as well done as possible. failure is more than failure. How about ways and means? Money? Oh, if the people all set their hearts on it, they could do it well enough. But they are slow to take hold of anything out of the common run they are accustomed to. The wheels go in ruts at Shampuashuh. Shampuashuh is not the only place, said Philip. Then will you let an outsider help? Help? We would be very glad of help, said Madge, but Lois remarked, I think the church ought to do it themselves if they want to do it. Well, hear my plan, said Mr. Dillwyn. I think you objected to 2 rival trees? I object to rival anythings, said Lois, in church matters especially. Then I propose that no tree be set up, but instead that you let Santa Claus come in with his sledge. Santa Claus? cried Lois. Who would be Santa Claus? An old man in a white mantle, his head and beard covered with snow and fringed with icicles, his dress of fur, his sledge a large one, and well heaped up with things to delight the children. What do you think? Madge's colour rose, and Lois' eye took a sparkle. Both were silent. Then Madge spoke. I don't see how that plan could be carried out, any more than the other. It is a great deal better. It is magnificent, but it is a great deal too magnificent for Shampuashuh. Why so? Nobody here knows how to do it. I know how. You? Oh, but that would be too much. All you have to do is to get the other things ready, and let it be known that at the proper time Santa Claus will appear, with a well-furnished sled, sharp on time. Well furnished? But there again, I don't believe we can raise money enough for that. How much money? asked Dillwyn with an amused smile. Oh, I can't tell. I suppose $100 at least. I have as much as that lying useless. It may just as well do some good. It never was heard that anybody but Santa Claus furnished his own sled. If you will allow me, I will take care of that. How splendid! cried Madge. But it is too much. It wouldn't be right for us to let you do all that for a church that is nothing to you. On the contrary, you ought to encourage me in my first endeavours to make myself of some use in the world, Miss Madge. I have never so far done a bit of good in my life. Oh, Mr. Dillwyn, I cannot believe that. People do not grow useful so all of a sudden without practice, said Madge, hitting a great general truth. It is a fact, however, said he, half lightly and yet evidently meaning what he said. I have lived 32 years in the world, nearly 33, without making my life of the least use to anybody so far as I know. Do you wonder that I seized a chance? Lois' eyes were suddenly lifted and then as suddenly lowered. She did not speak. I can read that, he said laughingly, for his eyes had caught the glance. You mean, if I am so eager for chances, I might make them. Miss Lois, I do not know how. Come, Philip, said Mrs. Barclay, you are making your character unnecessarily bad. I know you better than that. Think what you have done for me. I beg your pardon, said he. Think what you have done for me. That score cannot be reckoned to my favour. Have no scruples, Miss Madge, about employing me, though I believe Miss Lois thinks the good of this undertaking a doubtful one. How many children does your school number? Altogether, and they would be sure for once to be altogether, there are 150. Have you the names? Oh, certainly. And the age, proximately? Yes, that too. And you know something, I suppose, about many of them, something about their families and conditions? About all of them? said Madge. Yes, indeed we do. Till Mrs. Barclay came, you must understand, put in Lois here. We had nothing, or not much, to study besides Shampuashuh, so we studied that. "And since Mrs. Barclay came?" asked Philip. "Oh, Mrs. Barclay has been opening one door after another of knowledge, and we have been peeping in." "And what special door offers most attractions to your view of them all?" "I don't know. I think perhaps for me geology and mineralogy, but almost every one helps in the study of the Bible." "Oh, do they?" said Dillwyn somewhat dryly. "I like music best," said Madge. "But that is not a door into knowledge," objected Lois. "I meant of all the doors Mrs. Barclay has opened to us. Mrs. Barclay is a favoured person." "It is we that are favoured," said Madge. "Our life is a different thing since she came. We hope she will never go away." Then Madge coloured with some sudden thought, and she went back to the former subject. "Why do you ask about the children's ages and all that, Mr. Dillwyn?" "I was thinking. When a thing is to be done, I like to do it well. It occurred to me that as Santa Claus must have something on his sledge for each one, it might be good, if possible, to secure some adaptation of fitness in the gift. Those who would like books should have books, and the right books, and playthings had better not go astray, if we can help it. And perhaps the poorer children would be better for articles of clothing. I am only throwing out hints." "Capital hints!" said Lois. "You mean, if we can tell what would be good for each one. I think we can, pretty nearly. But there are a few poor people in Shampuashuh, Mr. Dillwyn." "Shampuashuh is a happy place." "This plan will give you an immensity of work, Mr. Dillwyn." "What then?" "I have scruples. It is not fair to let you do it. What is Shampuashuh to you?" "It might be difficult to make that computation," said Mr. Dillwyn dryly. "Have no scruples, Miss Lois. As I told you, I have nothing better to do with myself. If you can make me useful, it will be a rare chance." "But there are plenty of other things to do, Mr. Dillwyn," said Lois. He gave her only a glance and a smile by way of answer, and plunged immediately into the business question with Madge. Lois sat by, silent and wondering, till all was settled that could be settled that evening, and she and Madge went back to the other room. End of chapter 36. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 37 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 37. An Oyster Supper. "Hurrah!" cried Madge, but softly. "Now it will go, mother. What do you think? Guess, Charity. Mr. Dillwyn is going to take our Sunday school celebration on himself. He's going to do it, and we're to have, not a stupid Christmas tree, but Santa Claus and his sled, and he'll be Santa Claus. Won't it be fun?" "Who'll be Santa Claus?" said Charity, looking stupefied. "Mr. Dillwyn. In fact, he'll be Santa Claus and his sled too. He'll do the whole thing. All we have got to do is to dress the children and ourselves and light up the church." "Will the committees like that?" "Like it? Of course they will like it. Like it, indeed! Don't you see it will save them all expense? They'll have nothing to do but dress up and light up." "And warm up too, I hope. What makes Mr. Dillwyn do all that? I don't just make out." "I'll tell you," said Madge, shaking her finger at the others impressively. "He's after Mrs. Barclay, so this gives him a chance to come here again. Don't you see?" "After Mrs. Barclay?" repeated Charity. "I want to know." "Don't believe it," said Lois. "She is too old for him." "She's not old," said Madge. "And he is no chicken, my dear. You'll see. It's she he's after. He's coming next time as Santa Claus, that's all. And we have got to make out a list of things for presents, for every individual girl or boy in the Sunday school. There's a job for you. Santa Claus will want a big sled." "Who is going to do what?" inquired Mrs. Armadale here. "I don't understand. You speak so fast, children." "Mother, instead of a Christmas tree, we are going to have Santa Claus and his sled, and the sled is to be heaped full of presents for all the children, and Mr. Dillwyn is going to do it, and get the presents, and be Santa Claus himself." "How be Santa Claus?" "Why, he will dress up like Santa Claus and come in with his sled." "Where?" "In the church, grandmother. There is no other place. The other church have their Sunday school room, you know, but we have none." "They are going to have their tree in the church, though," said Charity. "They reckon the Sunday school room won't be big enough to hold all the folks." "Are they going to turn the church into a playhouse?" Mrs. Armadale asked. "It's for the sake of the church and the school, you know, mother. Santa Claus will come in with his sled and give the presents. That is all. At least, that is all the play there will be." "What else will there be?" "Oh, there'll be singing, grandma," said Madge. "Hymns and carols and such things, that the children will sing, and speeches and prayers, I suppose." "The church used to be God's house in my day," said the old lady, with a concerned face, looking up from her knitting, while her fingers went on with their work as busily as ever. "They don't mean it for anything else, grandmother," said Madge. "It's all for the sake of the school." "Maybe they think so," the old lady answered. "What else, mother? What else should it be?" But this she did not answer. "What's Mr. Dillwyn got to do with it?" she asked presently. "He's going to help," said Madge. "It's nothing but kindness. He supposes it is something good to do, and he says he'd like to be useful." "He ain't no idea how," said Mrs. Armadale. "Poor creature, you can tell him it ain't the Lord's work he's doing." "But we cannot tell him that, mother," said Lois. "If the people want to have this celebration, and they will, hadn't we better make it a good one? Is it really a bad thing? The devil's ways never help no one to heaven, child. Not if they go singing hymns all the way." "But, mother," cried Madge, "Mr. Dillwyn ain't a Christian, maybe, but he ain't as bad as that." "I didn't mean Mr. Dillwyn, dear, nor no one else. I meant theatre work." "Santa Claus, mother?" "It's actin', ain't it?" The girls looked at each other. "There's very little of anything like acting about it," Lois said. "Make straight paths for your feet," said Mrs. Armadale, rising to go to bed. "Make straight paths for your feet, children. Straight ways is the shortest too. If the children that don't love their teachers wants to go to the yellow church, let 'em go. I'd rather have the Lord in a little school than Santa Claus in a big one." She was leaving the room, but the girls stayed her, and begged to know what they should do in the matter of the list they were engaged to prepare for Mr. Dillwyn. "You must do what you think best," she said. "Only don't be mixed up with it all any more than you can help, Lois." Why did the name of one child come to her lips and not the other? Did the old lady's affection, or natural acuteness, discern that Mr. Dillwyn was not drawn to Shampuashuh by any particular admiration of his friend Mrs. Barclay? Had she some of that preternatural intuition, plain old countrywoman though she was, which makes a woman see the invisible and hear the inaudible, which serves as one of the natural means of defence granted to the weaker creatures? I do not know. I do not think she knew. However, the warning was given, and not on that occasion alone. And as Lois heeded all her grandmother's admonitions, although in this case without the most remote perception of this possible ground to them, it followed that Mr. Dillwyn gained less by his motion than he had hoped and anticipated. The scheme went forward, hailed by the whole community belonging to the White Church, with the single exception of Mrs. Armadale. It went forward, and was brought to a successful termination. I might say a triumphant termination. Only the triumph was not for Mr. Dillwyn, or not in the line where he wanted it. He did his part admirably. A better Santa Claus was never seen, nor a better filled sled. And genial pleasantness, and wise management, and cool generalship, and fun and kindness, were never better represented. So it was all through the consultations and arrangements that preceded the festival, as well as on the grand occasion itself, and Shampuashuh will long remember the time with wonder and exultation. But it was Madge who was Mr. Dillwyn's coadjutor and fellow counsellor. It was Madge and Mrs. Barclay who helped him in all the work of preparing and ticketing the parcels for the sled, as well as in the prior deliberations as to what the parcels should be. Madge seemed to be the one at hand always to answer a question. Madge went with him to the church, and in general, Lois, though sympathizing and curious, and interested and amused, was very much out of the play. Not so entirely as to make the fact striking, only enough to leave Mr. Dillwyn disappointed and tantalized. I am not going into a description of the festival and the show. The children sang, the minister made a speech to them, not 10 consecutive words of which were listened to by 3/4 of the people. The church was filled with men, women, and children. The walls were hung with festoons and wreaths, and emblazoned with mottoes. The anthems and carols followed each other till the last thread of patience in the waiting crowd gave way, and at last came what they were waiting for, Santa Claus, all fur robes and snow and icicles, dragging after him a sledge that looked like a small mountain, with a heap of articles piled and packed upon it. And then followed a very busy and delightful hour and a half, during which the business was the distribution of pleasure. It was such warm work for Santa Claus that at the time he had no leisure for thinking. Naturally, the thinking came afterwards. He and Mrs. Barclay sat by her fire, resting, after coming home from the church. Dillwyn was very silent and meditative. "You must be glad it is done, Philip," said his friend, watching him, and wishing to get at his thoughts. "I have no particular reason to be glad." "You have done a good thing." "I am not sure if it is a good thing. Mrs. Armadale does not think so." "Mrs. Armadale has rather narrow notions." "I don't know. I should be glad to be sure she is not right. It's discouraging," he added, with half a smile. "For the first time in my life I set myself to work, and now I am not at all certain that I might not just as well have been idle." "Work is a good thing in itself," said Mrs. Barclay, smiling. "Pardon me, work for an end. Work without an end, or with the end not attained. It is no better than a squirrel in a wheel." "You have given a great deal of pleasure." "To the children. For aught I know, they might have been just as well without it. There will be a reaction to morrow, very likely, and then they will wish they had gone to see the Christmas tree at the other church." "But they were kept at their own church." "How do I know that is any good? Perhaps the teaching at the other school is the best." "You are tired," said Mrs. Barclay sympathizingly. "Not that. I have done nothing to tire me, but it strikes me it is very difficult to see one's ends in doing good. Much more difficult than to see the way to the ends." "You have partly missed your end, haven't you?" said Mrs. Barclay softly. He moved a little restlessly in his chair, then got up and began to walk about the room, then came and sat down again. "What are you going to do next?" she asked in the same way. "Suppose you invite them, the 2 girls, or her alone, to make you a visit in New York." "Where?" "At any hotel you prefer. Say the Windsor." "Oh, Philip, Philip!" "What? You could have pleasant rooms and be quite private and comfortable, as much as if you were in your own house." "And what should we cost you?" "You are not thinking of that," said he. "I will get you a house, if you like it better, but then you would have the trouble of a staff and servants. I think the Windsor would be much the easiest plan." "You are in earnest?" "In earnest?" he repeated in surprise. "Have you ever questioned it? You judge because you never saw me in earnest in anything before in my life." "No, indeed," said Mrs. Barclay. "I always knew it was in you. What you wanted was only an object. What do you say to my plan?" "I am afraid they would not come. There is the care of the old grandmother. They would not leave everything to their sister alone."
tempt them with pictures and music, and the opera." "The opera! Philip, she would not go to a theatre, or anything theatrical, for any consideration. They are very strict on that point, and Sunday keeping, and dancing. Do not speak to her of the opera." "They are not so far wrong. I never saw a decent opera yet in my life." "Philip!" exclaimed Mrs. Barclay in the greatest surprise. "I never heard you say anything like that before." "I suppose it makes a difference," he said thoughtfully, "with what eyes a man looks at a thing. And dancing, I don't think I care to see her dance." "Philip, you are extravagant." "I believe I should be fit to commit murder if I saw her waltzing with anybody." "Jealous already?" said Mrs. Barclay slyly. "If you like. Do you see her as I see her?" he asked abruptly. There was a tone in the last words which gave Mrs. Barclay's heart a kind of constriction. She answered with gentle sympathy, "I think I do." "I have seen handsomer women," he went on. "Madge is handsomer in a way. You may see many women more beautiful, according to the rules, but I never saw any one so lovely." "I quite agree with you," said Mrs. Barclay. "I never saw anything so lovely," he repeated. "She is most like—" "A white lily," said Mrs. Barclay. "No, that is not her type. No, as long as the world stands, a rose just open will remain the fairest similitude for a perfect woman. Its commonness cannot hinder that. She is not an unearthly dendrobium. She is an earthly rose, not too good for human nature's daily food. If one could find the right sort of human nature, just so fresh, unconscious, and fair, with just such a dignity of purity about her, I cannot fancy her at the opera or dancing." "A sort of unapproachable tea rose?" said Mrs. Barclay, smiling at him, though her eyes were wistful. "No," said he, "a tea rose is too fragile. There is nothing of that about her, thank heaven." "No," said Mrs. Barclay, "there is nothing but sound, healthy life about her, mental and bodily, and I agree with you, sweet as ever a human life can be. In the garden or at her books. Hark! That is for supper." For here there came a slight tap on the door. "Supper!" cried Philip. "Yes, it is rather late, and the girls promised me a cup of coffee after your exertions. But I dare say everybody wants some refreshment by this time. Come." There was a cheery supper table spread in the dining room, coffee indeed, and Stony Creek oysters, and excellently cooked. Only Charity and Madge were there. Mrs. Armadale had gone to bed, and Lois was attending upon her. Mr. Dillwyn, however, was served assiduously. "I hope you're hungry. You've done a load of good this evening, Mr. Dillwyn," said Charity, as she gave him his coffee. "Thank you. I don't see the connection," said Philip, with an air as different as possible from that he had worn in talking to Mrs. Barclay in the next room. "People ought to be hungry when they have done a great deal of work," Madge explained, as she gave him a plate of oysters. "I do not feel that I have done any work." "Oh, well, I suppose it was play to you," said Charity, "but that don't make any difference. You've done a load of good. Why, the children will never be able to forget it, nor the grown folks either, as far as that goes. They'll talk of it and of you for 2 years and more." "I'm doubtful about the real worth of fame, Miss Charity, even when it lasts 2 years." "Oh, but you've done so much good," said the lady. "Everybody sees now that the white church can hold her own. Nobody'll think of making disagreeable comparisons if they have 50 Christmas trees. Suppose I had helped the yellow church?" Charity looked as if she did not know what he could be at. Just then in came Lois and took her place at the table, and Mr. Dillwyn forgot all about rival churches. "Here's Mr. Dillwyn. Don't you think he's done any good, Lois?" cried her elder sister. "Do cheer him up a little. I think it's a shame to talk so. Why, we've done all we wanted to, and more. There won't be a soul go away from our church or school after this, now they see what we can do. And I shouldn't wonder if we got some accessions from the other instead. And here's Mr. Dillwyn says he don't know as he's done any good." Lois lifted her eyes and met his, and they both smiled. Miss Lois sees the matter as I do, he said. These are capital oysters. Where do they come from? But Philip, cried Mrs. Barclay, you have given a great deal of pleasure. Isn't that good? Depends, said he. Probably it will be followed by a reaction. And you have kept the church together, added Charity, who was zealous. By a rope of sand, then, Miss Charity. At any rate, Mr. Dillwyn, you meant to do good, Lois put in here. I do not know, Miss Lois. I am afraid I was thinking more of pleasure myself, and shall experience myself the reaction I spoke of. I think I feel the shadow of it already, as a coming event. But if we aren't to have any pleasure because afterwards we feel a little flat, and of course we do, said Charity, everybody knows that. But, for instance, if we're not to have green peas in summer because we can't have them any way but dry in winter, things would be very queer, queerer than they are, and they're queer enough already. This speech called forth some merriment. You think even the dry remains of pleasure are better than nothing, said Philip. Perhaps you are right. And to have those, we must have the green reality, said Lois merrily. I wonder if there is any way of keeping pleasure green, said Dillwyn. Vain, vain, Mr. Dillwyn, said Mrs. Barclay. Tu las, tu cas, tu pas. Don't you know? Solomon said, I believe, that all was vanity, and he ought to know. But he didn't know, said Lois quickly. Lois, said Charity, it's in the Bible. I know it is in the Bible that he said so, Lois rejoined merrily. Was he not right, then? Mr. Dillwyn asked. Perhaps, Lois answered, now gravely, if you take simply his view. What is his view? Won't you explain? I suppose you ain't going to set up to be wiser than Solomon at this time of day, said Charity severely, but that stirred Lois's merriment again. Explain, Miss Lois, said Dillwyn. I am not Solomon, that I should preach, she said. You just said you knew better than he, said Charity. How should you know better than the Bible? I don't see. It's news. Why, Charity, Solomon was not a good man. How came he to write Proverbs, then? At least, he was not always a good man. That don't hinder his knowing what was vanity, does it? But, Lois, said Mrs. Barclay, go back and tell us your secret if you have one. How was Solomon's view mistaken? Or what is yours? These things were all given for our pleasure, Mrs. Barclay. But they die, and they go, and they fade, said Mrs. Barclay. You will not understand me, said Lois, and yet it is true. If you are Christ's, then all things are yours, the world, or life, or death, or things present, or things to come, all are yours. There is no loss, but there comes more gain. I wish you'd let Mr. Dillwyn have some more oysters, said Charity. And Madge, do hand along Mrs. Barclay's cup. You mustn't talk if you can't eat at the same time. Lois ain't Solomon yet, if she does preach. You shut up, Lois, and mind your supper. My rule is to enjoy things as I go along, and just now it's oysters. I will say for Lois, here put in Mrs. Barclay, that she does exemplify her own principles. I never knew anybody with such a spring of perpetual enjoyment. She ain't happier than the rest of us, said the elder sister. Not so happy as grandmother, added Madge. At least, grandmother would say so. I don't know. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 38. Breaking Up. Mr. Dillwyn went away. Things returned to their normal condition at Shambuashu, saving that for a while there was a great deal of talk about the Santa Claus doings and the principal actor in them, and no end of speculations as to his inducements and purposes to be served in taking so much trouble. For Shampuashuh people were shrewd and did not believe any more than King Lear that anything could come of nothing, that he was not moved by general benevolence poured upon the school of the White Church was generally agreed. "What's we to him?" asked pertinently one of the old ladies, and vain efforts were made to ascertain Mr. Dillwyn's denomination. "For all I can make out, he ain't got none," was the declaration of another matron. "I don't believe he is no better than he should be," which was ungrateful and hardly justified Miss Charity's prognostications of enduring fame, by which, of course, she meant good fame. Few had seen Mr. Dillwyn undisguised, so that they could give a report of him, but Mrs. Marks assured them he was a real personable man, nice and plain, and taken no airs. She liked him first rate. "Who's he after? Not one of you gals?" "Mercy, no, he indeed. He's one of the high flyers. He won't come to Shampuashuh to look for a wife. Seems to me he's made o' money, and he's been everywhere. He's fished for crocodiles in the Nile, and eaten his luncheon at the top of the pyramids of Egypt, and sailed to the North Pole to be sure of cool lemonade in summer. He won't marry in Shampuashuh." "What brings him here, then?" "The spirit of restlessness, I should say. Those people that have been everywhere, you may notice, can't stay nowhere. I always knew there was fools in the world, but I didn't know there was so many of 'em as there be. He ain't no fool neither some ways, and that makes him a bigger fool in the end. Only I don't know why the fool should have all the money." And so, after a little, the talk about this theme died out, and things settled down. Not without some of the reaction Mr. Dillwyn had predicted, but they settled down, and all was as before in Shampuashuh. Mr. Dillwyn did not come again to make a visit, or Mrs. Marks' aroused vigilance would have found some ground for suspicion. There did come numerous presents of game and fruit from him, but they were sent to Mrs. Barclay, and could not be objected against, although they came in such quantities that the whole household had to combine to dispose of them. What would Philip do next? Mrs. Barclay queried. As he had said, he could not go on with repeated visits to the house. Madge and Lois would not hear of being tempted to New York, paint the pictures bright as she would. Things were not ripe for any decided step on Mr. Dillwyn's part. And how should it become so? Mrs. Barclay could not see the way. She did for Philip what she could by writing to him, whether for his good or his harm, she could not decide. She feared the latter. She told him, however, of the sweet, quiet life she was leading, of the reading she was doing with the two girls, and the whole family, of the progress of Lois and Madge were taking in singing and drawing, and in various branches of study, of the walks in the fresh sea breezes, and the cosy evenings with wood fires and the lamp, and she told him how they enjoyed his game, and what a comfort the oranges were to Mrs. Armadale. This lasted through January, and then there came a change. Mrs. Armadale was ill. There was no more question of visits or of studies, and all sorts of enjoyments and occupations gave place to the one absorbing interest of watching and waiting upon the sick one. And then that ceased too. Mrs. Armadale had caught cold. She had not strength to throw off disease. It took violent form, and in a few days ran its course. Very suddenly the little family found itself without its head. There was nothing to grieve for but their own loss. The long, weary earth journey was done, and the traveller had taken up her abode where there is the rest begun, the Christ faith for his people won. She had gone triumphantly. Through God we shall do valiantly, being her last uttered words. Her children took them as a legacy and felt rich. But they looked at her empty chair and counted themselves poorer than ever before. Mrs. Barclay saw that the mourning was deep, yet with the reserved strength of New England natures it made no noise and scarce any show. Mrs. Barclay lived much alone those first days. She would gladly have talked to somebody. She wanted to know about the affairs of the little family, but saw no one to talk to until 2 or 3 days after the funeral, coming home one afternoon from a walk in the cold. She found her fire had died out, and she went into the next room to warm herself. There she saw none of the usual inmates. Mrs. Armadale's chair stood on one side the fire, unoccupied, and on the other side stood Uncle Hotchkiss. "How do you do, Mr. Hotchkiss? May I come and warm myself? I have been out and am half frozen." "I guess you're welcome to most anything in this house, ma'am, and fire we wouldn't grudge to anybody. Sit down, ma'am." And he set a chair for her. "It's pretty tight weather." "We had nothing like this last winter," said Mrs. Barclay, shivering. "We expect to have 1 or 2 snaps in the course of the winter," said Mr. Hotchkiss. "Shampuashuh ain't what you call a cold place, but we expect to see them 2 snaps. It comes seasonable this time. I'd rather have it now than in March. My sister that's gone, she could always tell you how the weather was going to be. I've never seen no one like her for that." "Nor for some other things," said Mrs. Barclay. "It is a sad change to feel her place empty." "Ay," said Uncle Tim, with a glance at the unused chair. "It's a difference between full and empty. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me back empty," Ruth's mother-in-law said. "Who's Ruth?" Mrs. Barclay asked, a little bewildered, and willing to change the subject, for she noticed a suppressed quiver in the hard features. "Do I know her?" "I mean Ruth the Moabeth. Of course you know her. She was a poor heathen thing, but she got all right at last. It was her mother-in-law that was bitter. Well, troubles hadn't ought to make us bitter. I guess there's always something wrong when they do." "Hard to help it sometimes," said Mrs. Barclay. "She wouldn't ha' let you say that," said the old man, indicating sufficiently by his accent of whom he was speaking. "There warn't no bitterness in her, and she had seen trouble enough. She's out o' it now." "What will the girls do? Stay on and keep the house here just as they have done?" "Well, I don't know," said Mr. Hotchkiss, evidently glad to welcome a business question, and now taking a chair himself. "Mrs. Marks and me, we've been arguing that question out, and it ain't decided. There's one big house here, and there's another where Mrs. Marks lives, and there's one little family, and here's another little family. It's experience to scatter over so much ground. They had ought to come to Mrs. Marks, or she had ought to move in here, and then the other house could be rented. That's how the thing looks to me. It's expensive for 5 people to take 2 big houses to live in. I know the girls have got you now, but they might not keep you always, and we must look at things as they be." "I must leave them in the spring," said Mrs. Barclay hastily. "In the spring, must ye?" "Must," she repeated. "I would like to stay here the rest of my life, but circumstances are imperative. I must go in the spring." "Then I think that settles it," said Mr. Hotchkiss. "I'm glad to know of it. That is, of course, I'm sorry you're going. The girls be very fond of you." "And I of them," said Mrs. Barclay, "but I must go." After that she waited for the chance of a talk with Lois. She waited not long. The household had hardly settled down into regular ways again after the disturbance of sickness and death, when Lois came one evening at twilight into Mrs. Barclay's room. She sat down, at first was silent, and then burst into tears. Mrs. Barclay let her alone, knowing that for her just now the tears were good, and the woman who had seen so much heavier life storms looked on almost with a feeling of envy at a weeping which gave so simple and frank expression to grief, until this feeling was overcome by another, and she begged Lois to weep no more. "I do not mean it. I did not mean it," said Lois, drying her eyes. "It is ungrateful of me, for we have so much to be thankful for. I am so glad for grandmother." Yet somehow the tears went on falling. "Glad?" repeated Mrs. Barclay doubtfully. "You mean because she is out of her suffering?" "She did not suffer much. It is not that. I am so glad to think she has got home." "I suppose," said Mrs. Barclay in a constrained voice, "to such a person as your grandmother, death has no fear, yet life seems to me more desirable." "She has entered into life," said Lois. "She is where she wanted to be, and with what she loved best, and I'm very, very glad, even though I do cry." "How can you speak with such certainty, Lois? I know in such a case as that of your grandmother there could be no fear, and yet I do not see how you can speak as if you knew where she is and with whom." "Only because the Bible tells us," said Lois, smiling even through wet eyes. "Not the place. It does not tell us the place, but with Christ. that they are, and that is all we want to know, beyond the sighing and the weeping. It makes me gladder than ever I can tell you to think of it. Then what are those tears for, my dear?" "It's the turning over a leaf," said Lois sadly, "and that is always sorrowful. And I have lost Uncle Tim says," she broke off suddenly. "He says, can it be? He says you say you must go from us in the spring." "That is turning over another leaf," said Mrs. Barclay. "But is it true?" "Absolutely true. Circumstances make it imperative. It is not my wish. I would like to stay here with you all my life." "I wish you could. I half hoped you would," said Lois wistfully. "But I cannot, my dear, I cannot." "Then that is another thing over," said Lois. "What a good time it has been, this year and a half you have been with us. How much worth to Madge and me. But won't you come back again?" "I fear not. You will not miss me so much. You will all keep house together, Mr. Hotchkiss tells me." "I shall not be here," said Lois. "Where will you be?" Mrs. Barclay started. "I don't know, but it will be best for me to do something to help along. I think I shall take a school somewhere. I think I can get one." "A school, my dear? Why should you do such a thing?" "To help along," said Lois. "You know, we have not much to live on here at home. I should make one less here, and I should be earning a little besides." "Very little, Lois. Very little will do. But you do a great deal now towards the family support. What will become of your garden?" "Uncle Tim can take care of that. Besides, Mrs. Barclay, even if I could stay at home, I think I ought not. I ought to be doing something, be of some use in the world. I am not needed here. Now dear grandmother is gone, and there must be some other place where I am needed." "My dear, somebody will want you to keep house for him some of these days." Lois shook her head. "I do not think of it," she said. "I do not think it is very likely that is anybody I should want. But if it were true," she added, looking up and smiling, "that has nothing to do with present duty. My dear, I cannot bear to think of your going into such drudgery." "Drudgery," said Lois. "I do not know. Perhaps I should not find it so, but I may as well do it as somebody else. You are fit for something better." "There's nothing better, and there's nothing happier," said Lois, rising, "than to do what God gives us to do. I should not be unhappy, Mrs. Barclay. It wouldn't be just like these days we have passed together, I suppose. These days have been a garden of flowers." "And what have they all amounted to?" thought Mrs. Barclay when she was left alone. "Have I done any good or only harm by ascending to that mad proposition of Philip's? Some good, surely. These two girls have grown and changed mentally at a great rate of progress. They are educated, cultivated, informed, refined to a degree that I would never have thought a year and a half could do. Even so, have I done them good? They are lifted quite out of the level of their surroundings, and to be lifted so means something a barren living alone. Yet I will not think that it is better to rise in the scale of being, if ever one can, whatever comes of it. What one is in oneself is of more importance than one's relations to the world around. But Philip, I have helped him nourish this fancy, and it is not a fancy now, it is the man's whole life. Hey ho, I begin to think he was right, and that it is very difficult to know what is doing good and what isn't. I must write to Philip." So she did at once. She told him of the contemplated changes in the family arrangements, of Lois' plan for teaching a district school, and declared that she herself must now leave Shampuashuh. She had done what she came for, whether for good or for ill, it was done, and she could no longer continue living there on Mr. Dillwyn's bounty. Now it would be mere bounty. If she stayed where she was, until now she might say she had been doing his work. His work was done now, her part of it. The rest he must finish for himself. Mrs. Barclay would leave Shampuashuh in April. This letter would bring matters to a point, she thought, if anything could. She much expected to see Mr. Dillwyn himself appear again before March was over. He did not come, however. He wrote a short message to Mrs. Barclay saying that he was sorry for her resolve and would combat it if he could, but felt that he had not the power. She must satisfy her fastidious notions of independence, and he could only thank her to the last day of his life for what she had already done for him, service which thanks could never repay. He sent his letter, but said nothing of coming, and he did not come. Later, Mrs. Barclay wrote again. The household changes were just about to be made. She herself had but a week or two more in Shampuashuh, and Lois, against all expectation, had found opportunity immediately to try her vocation for teaching. The lady placed over a school in a remote little village had suddenly died, and the trustees of the school had considered favourably Lois' application. She was going in a day or two to undertake the charge of the score or two of boys and girls of all ages in a wild and rough part of the country, where even the accommodations for her own personal comfort, Mrs. Barclay feared, would be of the plainest. To this letter also she received an answer, though after a little interval. Mr. Dillwyn wrote. He regretted Lois' determination, regretted that she thought it necessary, but appreciated the straightforward, unflinching sense of duty which never consulted with ease or selfishness. He himself was going, he added, on business for a time to the north, that is, not Massachusetts, but Canada. He would therefore not see Mrs. Barclay until after a considerable interval. Mrs. Barclay did not know what to make of this letter. Had Philip given up his fancy? It was not like him. Men are fickle, it is true, but fickle in his friendships she had never known Mr. Dillwyn to be. Yet this letter said nothing of love or hope or fear. It was cool, friendly, businesslike. Mrs. Barclay nevertheless did not know how to believe in the business. He have business. What business? She had always known him as an easy, graceful pleasure-taker, finding his pleasure in no evil ways, indeed, kept from that by early associations or by his own refined tastes and sense of honour, but never living to anything but pleasure. His property was ample and unencumbered. Even the care of that was not difficult, and did not require much of his time. And now, just when he ought to put in his claim for Lois, if he was ever going to make it, just when she was set loose from her old ties and marking out a new and hard way of life for herself, he ought to come, and he was going on business to Canada. Mrs. Barclay was excessively disgusted and disappointed. She had not, indeed, all along seen how Philip's wooing could issue successfully, if it ever came to the point of wooing. The elements were too discordant, and principles too obstinate. And yet she had worked on in hope, vague and doubtful, but still hope, thinking highly herself of Mr. Dillwyn's pretensions and powers of persuasion, and knowing that in human nature at large all principle and all discordance are apt to come to signal defeat when love takes the field. But now there seemed to be no question of wooing. Love was not on hand where his power was wanted. The friends were all scattered, one from another. Lois going to the drudgery of teaching rough boys and girls, she herself to the seclusion of some quiet seaside retreat, and Mr. Dillwyn to hunt bears in Canada. End of chapter 38. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Chapter 39 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 39. Luxury. So they were all scattered, but the moving and communicating wires of human society seem as often as any way to run underground, quite out of sight at least, then specially strong when to an outsider they appear to be broken and parted for ever. Into the history of the summer it is impossible to go minutely. What Mr. Dillwyn did in Canada, and how Lois fought with ignorance and rudeness and prejudice in her new situation, Mrs. Barclay learned but very imperfectly from the letters she received, so imperfectly that she felt she knew nothing. Mr. Dillwyn never mentioned Miss Lothrop. Could it be that he had prematurely brought things to a decision and so got them decided wrong? But in that case Mrs. Barclay felt sure some sign would have escaped Lois, and she gave none. The summer passed, and 2/3 of the autumn. One evening in the end of October, Mrs. Wishart was sitting alone in her back drawing-room. She was suffering from a cold and coddling herself over the fire. Her major domo brought her Mr. Dillwyn's name and request for admission, which was joyfully granted. Mrs. Wishart was denied to ordinary visitors, and Philip's arrival was like a benediction. "Where have you been all summer?" she asked him, when they had talked a while of some things nearer home. "In the backwoods of Canada." "The backwoods of Canada. I assure you it is a very enjoyable region. What could you find to do there?" "More than enough. I spent my time between hunting, fishing, and studying." "Studying what, pray? Not backwoods farming, I suppose?" "Well, no, not exactly. Backwoods farming is not precisely in my line." "What is in your line that you could study there?" "It is not a bad place to study anything, if you except perhaps art and antiquity." "I did not know you studied anything but art." "It is hardly a sufficient object to fill a man's life worthily, do you think so?" "What would fill it worthily?" the lady asked, with a kind of dreary abstractedness. And if Philip had surprised her a moment before, he was surprised in his turn. As he did not answer immediately, Mrs. Wishart went on. "A man's life or a woman's life? What would fill it worthily, do you know? Sometimes it seems to me that we are all living for nothing. I am ready to confess that has been the case with me, to my shame be it said. I mean that there is nothing really worth living for. That cannot be true, however. Well, I suppose I say so at the times when I am unable to enjoy anything in my life. And yet, if you stop to think, what does anybody's life amount to? Nobody's missed after he's gone, or only for a minute and for himself. There's not a year in my life that I can remember that I would be willing to live over again. Apparently, then, to enjoy is not the chief end of existence. I mean, of this existence. What do we know of any other? And if we do not enjoy ourselves, pray, what in the world should we live for?" "I have seen people that I thought enjoyed themselves," Philip said slowly. "Have you? Who were they? I do not know them." "You know some of them. Do you recollect a friend of mine for whom you negotiated lodgings at a far-off country village?" "Yes, I remember. They took her, didn't they?" "They took her, and I had the pleasure once or twice of visiting her there." "Did she like it?" "Very much. She could not help liking it, and I thought those people seemed to enjoy life. Not relatively, but positively." "The Lothrops!" cried Mrs. Wishart. "I cannot conceive it. Why, they are very poor." "They made no hindrance in their case." "Poor people, I am afraid they have not been enjoying themselves this year. I heard of Mrs. Armadale's death." "Yes. Oh, she was old. She could not be expected to live long. But they are all broken up." "How am I to understand that?" "Well, you know, they have very little to live upon. I suppose it was for that reason Lois went off to a distance from home to teach a district school. You know, or do you know, what country schools are? In some places, this was one of the places. Pretty rough and hard living. And then a railroad was opened in the neighbourhood. The place became sickly. A fever broke out among Lois scholars and the families they came from, and Lois spent her vacation in nursing. Then got sick herself with the fever, and is only just now getting well." "I heard something of this before from Mrs. Barclay." "Then Madge went to take care of Lois, and they were both there. That is weeks and weeks ago, months, I should think." "But the sick one is well again?" "She is better, but one does not get up from those fevers so soon. One's strength is gone. I have sent for them to come and make me a visit and recruit." "They're coming, I hope?" "I expect them here tomorrow." Mr. Dillwyn had nearly been betrayed into an exclamation. He remembered himself in time, and replied with proper self-possession that he was very glad to hear it. "Yes, I told them to come here and rest. They must want it, poor girls, both of them." "Then they are coming tomorrow?" "Yes." "By what train?" "I believe it is the New Haven train that gets in about 5 o'clock, or 6. I do not know exactly." "I know. Now, Mrs. Wishart, you are not well yourself, and must not go out. I will meet the train and bring them safe to you." "You? Oh, that's delightful. I have been puzzling my brain to know how I should manage, for I am not fit to get out yet, and servants are so unsatisfactory. Will you really? That's good of you. Not at all. It is the least I can do. The family received me most kindly on more than one occasion, and I would gladly do them a greater service than this. At 2:00 next day, the waiting room of the New Haven station held, among others, 2 very handsome young girls, who kept close together, waiting for their summons to the train. One of them was very pale and thin and feeble-looking, and indeed said so that she leaned part of her weight upon her sister. Madge was pale too, and looked somewhat anxious. Both pairs of eyes watched languidly the moving, various groups of travellers clustered about in the room. "Madge, it's like a dream," murmured the one girl to the other. "What? If you mean this crowd, my dreams have more order in them. I mean, being away from Easterbrook and off a sick bed and moving, and especially going to where we are going. It's a dream." "Why?" "Too good to be true. I had thought, do you know, I never should make a visit there again." "Why not, Lois?" "I thought it would be best not. But now the way seems clear, and I can take the fun of it. It is clearly right to go." "Of course, it is always right to go wherever you are asked." "Oh, no, Madge." "Well, wherever the invitation is honest, I mean." "Oh, that isn't enough." "What else?" "Supposing you have the means to go. I am not sure that we have that condition in the present instance. But if you have, what else is to be waited for?" "Duty," Lois whispered. "Oh, bother duty. Here have you gone and almost killed yourself for duty. Well, supposing one does kill oneself, one must do what is duty." "That isn't duty." "Oh, it may be. Not to kill yourself. You have almost killed yourself, Lois." "I couldn't help it." "Yes, you could. You make duty a kind of iron thing." "Not iron," said Lois. She spoke slowly and faintly, but now she smiled. "It is golden. That don't help. Chains of gold may be as hard to break as chains of iron." "Who wants them broken?" said Lois in the same slow, contented way. "Duty? Why, Madge, it's the king's orders." "Do you mean that you were ordered to go to that place, and then to nurse those children through the fever?" "Yes, I think so. I should be terribly afraid of duty if I had thought it came in such shapes. There's the train. Now, if you can get downstairs." That was accomplished, though with tottering steps, and Lois was safely seated in one of the cars, and her head pillowed upon the back of the seat. There was no more talking than for some time. Only when Harlem Bridge was passed and New York close at hand, Lois spoke. "Madge, suppose Mrs. Wishart should not be here to meet us. You must think what you would do." "Why, the train don't go any further, does it?" "No, but it goes back. I mean, it will not stand still for you. It moves away out of the station house as soon as it is empty. There will be carriages waiting, I suppose, but I am sure I hope she will meet us. I wrote in plenty of time. Don't worry, dear. We'll manage." "I'm not worrying," said Lois. "I am a great deal too happy to worry." However, that was not Madge's case, and she felt very fidgety. With Lois so feeble, and in a place so unknown to her, and with baggage checks to dispose of, and so little time to do anything, and no doubt a crowd of doubtful characters lounging about, as she had always heard they did in New York, Madge did wish very anxiously for a pilot and a protector. As the train slowly moved into the Grand Central, she eagerly looked to see some friend appear, but none appeared. "We must go out, Madge," said Lois. "Maybe we shall find Mrs. Wishart. I dare say we shall. She could not come into the cars." The two made their way accordingly, slowly, at the end of the procession filing out of the car, till Madge got out upon the platform. There she uttered an exclamation of joy. "Oh, Lois! There's Mr. Dillwyn! But we are looking for Mrs. Wishart," said Lois. The next thing she knew, however, somebody was carefully helping her down to the landing, and then her hand was on a stronger arm than that of Mrs. Wishart, and she was slowly following the stream of people to the front of the station house. Lois was too exhausted by this time to ask any questions, suffered herself to be put in a carriage passively, where Madge took her place also, while Mr. Dillwyn went to give the checks of their baggage in charge to an expressman. Lois then broke out again with, "Oh, Madge, it's like a dream." "Isn't it?" said Madge. "I have been in a regular fidget for 2 hours past, for fear Mrs. Wishart would not be here." "I didn't fidget," said Lois, "but I did not know how I was going to get from the cars to the carriage. I feel in a kind of exhausted Elysium." "It's convenient to have a man belonging to one," said Madge. "Hush, pray," said Lois, closing her eyes, and she hardly opened them again until the carriage arrived at Mrs. Wishart's, which was something of a drive. Madge and Mr. Dillwyn kept up a lively conversation about the journey and Lois' condition, and her summer, and how he happened to be at the Grand Central. "He went to meet some friends," he said coolly, "whom he expected to see by that train." "Then we must have been in your way," exclaimed Madge regretfully. "Not at all," he said. "But we hindered you from taking care of your friends?" "No," he said indifferently, "by no means. They are taken care of." And both Madge and Lois were too simple to know what he meant. At Mrs. Wishart's, Lois was again helped carefully out and carefully in, and half carried upstairs to her own room, whither it was decided she had better go at once. And there, after being furnished with a bowl of soup, she was left, while the others went down to tea. So Madge found her an hour afterwards, sunk in the depth of a great soft easy chair, gazing at the fanciful flames of a kennel coal fire. "Oh, Madge, it's a dream," Lois said again, languidly, though with plenty of expression. "I can't believe in the change of Easterbrook here." "It's a change from Shampuashuh," Madge returned. "Lois, I didn't know things could be so pretty. And we have had the most delightful tea, and something cakes Mrs. Wishart calls wigs, the best things you ever saw in your life. But Mr. Dillwyn wouldn't let us send some up to you." "Mr. Dillwyn?" "Yes, he said they were not good for you. He has been just as pleasant as he could be. I never saw anybody so pleasant. I like Mr. Dillwyn very much." "Don't," said Lois languidly. "Why? You had better not." "But why not? You are ungrateful, it seems to me, if you don't like him." "I like him," said Lois slowly, "but he belongs to a different world from ours. The worlds can't come together, so it is best not to like him too much." "How do you mean, a different world?" "Oh, he's different, Madge. All his thoughts and ways and associations are unlike ours, a great way off from ours, and must be. It is best, as I said, I guess it is best not to like anybody too much." With which oracular and superhumanly wise utterance, Lois closed her eyes softly again. Madge, provoked, was about to carry on the discussion when, noticing how pale the cheek was which lay against the crimson chair cushion, and how very delicate the lines of the face, she thought better of it and was silent. A while later, however, when she had brought Lois a cup of gruel and biscuit, she broke out on a new theme. "What a thing it is that some people should have so much silver, and other people so little. What silver are you thinking of?" "Why, Mrs. Wishart's, to be sure. Whose else? I saw never anything like it out of Aladdin's cave. Great urns and salvers and cream jugs and sugar bowls and cake baskets and pitchers and salt cellars. The salt cellars were lined with something yellow, or washed, to hinder the staining, I suppose." "Gold," said Lois. "Gold?" "Yes, plated with gold. Well, I never saw anything like the sideboard downstairs, the sideboard and the tea table. It is funny, Lois, as I said, why some should have so much and others so little." "We, you mean? What should we do with a load of silver?" "I wish I had it, and then you'd see. You should have a silk dress to begin with, and so should I." "Never mind," said Lois, letting her eyelids fall again with an expression of supreme content, having finished her gruel. "There are compensations, Madge." "Compensations? What compensations? We are hardly respectably dressed, you and I, for this place." "Never mind," said Lois again. "If you had been sick as I was, and in that place, and among those people, you would know something." "What should I know? How delightful this chair is, and how good that gruel out of a china cup, and how delicious all this luxury. Mrs. Wishart isn't as rich as I am to night. The difference is, She can keep it, and you cannot, you poor child." "Oh yes, I can keep it," said Lois in the slow, happy accent with which she said everything tonight. "I can keep the remembrance of it and the good of it. When I get back to my work, I shall not want it." "Your work," said Madge. "Yes." "Esterbrooke." "Yes, if they want me." "You are never going back to that place," exclaimed Madge energetically. "Never, not with my good leave. Bury yourself in that wild country and kill yourself with hard work. Not if I know it." "If that is the work given me," said Lois in the same calm voice. "They want somebody there, badly, and I have made a beginning." "A nice beginning. Almost killed yourself. Now, Lois, don't think about anything. Do you know, Mrs. Wishart says you are the handsomest girl she ever saw." "That's a mistake. I know several much handsomer." "She tried to make Mr. Dillwyn say so too, and he wouldn't." "Naturally. It was funny to hear them. She tried to drive him up to the point, and he wouldn't be driven. He said one clever thing after another, but always managed to give her no answer, till at last she pinned him with a point-blank question." "What did he do then?" "Said what you said, that he had seen women who could be called handsomer." The conversation dropped here, for Lois made no reply, and Madge recollected she had talked enough. End of chapter 39. Recording by Monika, Rolley.
Chapter 40 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 40. Attentions. It was 10 days before Lois went downstairs. She seemed indeed to be in no hurry. Her room was luxuriously comfortable. Madge tended her there, and Mrs. Wishart visited her, and Lois sat in her great easy chair and rested, and devoured the delicate meals that were brought her, and the colour began gently to come back to her face, in the imperceptible fashion in which a white Van Thol tulip takes on its hues of crimson. She began to read a little, but she did not care to go downstairs. Madge told her everything that went on, who came, and what was said by one and another. Mr. Dillwyn's name was of very frequent occurrence. "He's a real nice man," said Madge enthusiastically. "Madge, Madge, Madge, you mustn't speak so," said Lois. "You must not say 'real nice.'" "I don't downstairs," said Madge, laughing. "It was only to you. It is more expressive, Lois, sometimes, to speak wrong than to speak right." "Do not speak so expressively, then." "But I must when I am speaking of Mr. Dillwyn. I never saw anybody so nice. He is teaching me to play chess, Lois, and it is such fun." "It seems to me he comes here very often." "He does. He is an old friend of Mrs. Wishart's, and she is as glad to see him as I am." "Don't be too glad, Madge. I do not like to hear you speak so." "Why not?" "It was one of the reasons why I did not want to accept Mrs. Barclay's invitation last winter, that I knew he would be visiting her constantly. I did not expect to see him here much." Lois looked grave. "What harm in seeing him, Lois? Why shouldn't one have the pleasure? For it is a pleasure. His talk is so bright, and his manner is so very kind and graceful, and he is so kind. He is going to take me to drive again." "You go to drive with Mrs. Wishart. Isn't that enough?" "It isn't a quarter so pleasant," Madge said, laughing again. "Mr. Dillwyn talks something one likes to hear talked. Mrs. Wishart tells me about old families, and where they used to live, and where they live now. What do I care about old New York families? And Mr. Dillwyn lets me talk. I never have anything whatever to say to Mrs. Wishart. She does it all." "I would rather have you go driving with her, though." "Why, Lois? That's ridiculous. I like to go with Mr. Dillwyn." "Don't like it too well." "How can I like it too well?" "So much that you would miss it, when you do not have it any longer." "Miss it!" said Madge half angrily. "I might miss it, as I might miss any pleasant thing, but I could stand that. I'm not a chicken just out of the egg. I've missed things before now, and it hasn't killed me." "Don't think I am foolish, Madge. It isn't a question of how much you can stand. But the men like this one are so pleasant with their graceful, smooth ways, that country girls like you and me might easily be drawn on, without knowing it, further than they want to go." "He does not want to draw anybody on," said Madge indignantly. "That's the very thing. You might think, or I might think, that pleasant manner means something, and it don't mean anything." I don't want it to mean anything, as you say. But what has our being country girls to do with it? We are not accustomed to that sort of society, and so it makes, I suppose, more impression. And what might mean something to others would not to us. From such men, I mean." "What do you mean by such men?" asked Madge, who was getting rather excited. "Rich, fashionable, belonging to the great world, and having the ways of it. You know what Mr. Dillwyn is like. It is not what we have in Shanepuasha." "But, Lois, what are you talking about? I don't care a red cent for all this, but I want to understand. You said such a manner would mean nothing to us." "Yes." "Why not to us, as well as anybody else?" "Because we are nobodies, Madge." "What do you mean?" said the other hotly. "Just that. It is quite true. You are nobody, and I am nobody. You see, if we were somebody, it would be different." "If you think I'll tell you what, Lois, I think you are fit to be the wife of the best man that lives and breathes." "I think so myself," Lois returned quietly. "And I am." "I think you are, Madge, but that makes no difference. My dear, we are nobody." "How?" impatiently. "Isn't our family as respectable as anybody's? Haven't we had governors and governors of Massachusetts and Connecticut both, and judges and ministers, ever so many, among our ancestors? And didn't a half dozen of 'em or more come over in the Mayflower?" "Yes, Madge, all true, and I am as glad of it as you are." "Then you talk nonsense." "No, I don't," said Lois, sighing a little. "I have seen a little more of the world than you have, you know, dear Madge. Not very much, but a little more than you, and I know what I am talking about. We are unknown, we are not rich, we have none of what they call connections. So you see I do not want you to like too much a person who, beyond civility, and kindness perhaps, would never think of liking you." "I don't want him to, that's one thing," said Madge. "But if all that is true, he is meaner than I think him, that's what I've got to say, and it is a mean state of society where all that can be true." "I suppose it is human nature," said Lois. "It's awfully mean human nature." "I guess there is not much true nobleness but where the religion of Christ comes in. If you have got that, Madge, be content and thankful." "But nobody likes to be unjustly depreciated." "Isn't that pride?" "One must have some pride. I can't make religion everything, Lois. I was a woman before I was a Christian." "If you want to be a happy woman, you will let religion be everything." "But, Lois, wouldn't you like to be rich and have pretty things about you?" "Don't ask me," said Lois, smiling. "I am a woman too, and dearly fond of pretty things. But, Madge, there is something else I love better," she added, with a sudden sweet gravity, "and that is the will of my God. I would rather have what He chooses to give me. Really and truly, I would rather have that." The conversation therewith was at an end. In the evening of that same day Lois left her seclusion and came downstairs for the first time. She was languid enough yet to be obliged to move slowly, and her cheeks had not got back their full colour, and were thinner than they used to be; otherwise she looked well, and Mrs. Wishart contemplated her with great satisfaction. Somewhat to Lois's vexation, they found Mr. Dillwyn downstairs also. Lois had the invalid's place of honour, in a corner of the sofa, with a little table drawn up for her separate tea, and Madge and Mr. Dillwyn made toast for her at the fire. The fire gave its warm light, the lamps glittered with a more brilliant illumination, ruddy hues of tapestry and white gleams from silver and glass filled the room, with lights and shadows everywhere, that contented the eye of the imagination too with suggestions of luxury and plenty and sheltered comfort. Lois felt the shelter and the comfort and the pleasure, with that enhanced intensity which belongs to one's sensations in a state of convalescence, and in her case was heightened by previous experiences. Nestled among cushions in her corner, she watched everything and took the effect of every detail, tasted every flavour of the situation, but all with a thoughtful, wordless gravity. She hardly spoke at all. After tea, Mr. Dillwyn and Madge sat down to the chessboard, and then Lois's attention fastened upon them. Madge had drawn the little table that held the chessmen into very close proximity to the sofa, so that she was just at Lois's hand; but then her whole mind was bent upon the game, and Lois could study her as she pleased. She did study Madge. She admired her sister's great beauty, the glossy black hair, the delicate skin, the excellent features, the pretty figure. Madge was very handsome, there was no doubt. Mr. Dillwyn would not have far to look, Lois thought, to find one handsomer than herself was. There was a frank, fine expression of face too, and manners thoroughly good. They lacked some of the quietness of long usage, Lois thought; a quick look or movement now and then, or her eager eyes, or an abrupt tone of voice, did in some measure betray the country girl, to whom everything was novel and interesting, and distinguished her from the half blasé, wholly indifferent air of other people. She will learn that quietness soon enough, thought Lois, and then nothing could be left to desire in Madge. The quietness had always been a characteristic of Lois herself; partly difference of temperament, partly the sweeter poise of Lois's mind, had made this difference between the sisters. And now, of course, Lois had had more experience of people and the world. But it was not in her the result of experience, this fair, unshaken balance of mind and manner which was always a charm in her. However, this by the way, the girl herself was drawing no comparisons, except so far as to judge her sister handsomer than herself. From Madge her eye strayed to Mr. Dillwyn and studied him. She was lying back a little in shadow and could do it safely. He was teaching Madge the game, and Lois could not but acknowledge and admire in him the finished manner she missed in her sister. Yes, she could not help admiring it. The gentle, graceful, easy way in which he directed her, gave reproofs and suggestions about the game, and at the same time kept up a running conversation with Mrs. Wishart, letting not one thing interfere with another, nor failing for a moment to attend to both ladies. There was a quiet perfection about the whole home picture. It remained in Lois's memory for ever. Mrs. Wishart sat on an opposite sofa knitting, not a long blue stocking, like her dear grandmother, but a web of wonderful hues, thick and soft, and various as the feathers on a peacock's neck. It harmonized with all the rest of the room, where warmth and color and a certain fullness of detail gave the impression of long established, easy living. The contrast was very strong with Lois's own life surroundings. She compared and contrasted, and was not quite sure how much of this sort of thing might be good for her. However, for the present here she was, and she enjoyed it. Then she queried if Mr. Dillwyn were enjoying it. She noticed the hand which he had run through the locks of his hair, resting his head on the hand. It was well formed, well kept; in that nothing remarkable; but there was a certain character of energy in the fingers which did not look like the hand of a lazy man. How could he spend his life so in doing nothing? She did not fancy that he cared much about the game, or much about the talk. What was he there for so often? Did he possibly care about Madge? Lois's thoughts came back to the conversation. "Mrs. Wishart, what is to be done with the poor of our city?" Mr. Dillwyn was saying. "I don't know. I wish something could be done with them to keep them from coming to the house. My cook turns away a dozen a day some days." "Those are not the poor I mean." "They are poor enough." "They are to a large extent pretenders. I mean the masses of solid poverty which fill certain parts of the city, and not small parts either. It is no pretense there." "I thought there were societies enough to look after them. I know I pay my share to keep up the societies. What are they doing?" "Something, I suppose, as if a man should carry a watering pot to Vesuvius." "What in the world has turned your attention that way?" "I pay my subscriptions, and then I discharge the matter from my mind. It is the business of the societies. What has set you to thinking about it?" "Something I have seen, and something I have heard." "What have you heard? Are you studying political economy? I did not know you studied anything but art criticism." "What do you do with your poor at Shampuashuh, Miss Madge?" "We do not have any poor. That is, hardly any. There is nobody in the poorhouse. A few, perhaps half a dozen people cannot quite support themselves. Check to your queen, Mr. Dillwyn." "What do you do with them?" "Oh, take care of them. It's very simple. They understand that whenever they are in absolute need of it, they can go to the store and get what they want." "At whose expense?" "Oh, there is a fund there for them. Some of the better off people take care of that." "I should think that would be quite too simple," said Mrs. Wishart, "and extremely liable to abuse." "It is never abused, though. Some of the poor, those poor ones, will come as near as possible to starving before they will apply for anything." Mrs. Wishart remarked that Shampuashuh was altogether unlike all the other places she had ever heard of. "Things at Shampuashuh are as they ought to be," Mr. Dillwyn said. "Now, Mr. Dillwyn," cried Madge, "I will forgive you for taking my queen if you will answer a question for me. What is art criticism?" "Why, Madge, you know," said Lois from her sofa corner. "I do not admire ignorance so much as pretend to it," Madge rejoined. "What is art criticism, Mr. Dillwyn?" "What is art?" "That is what I do not know," said Madge, laughing. "I understand criticism. It is the art that bothers me. I only know that it is something as far from nature as possible." "Oh, Madge, Madge!" said Lois again, and Mr. Dillwyn laughed a little. "On the contrary, Miss Madge, your learning must be unlearnt. Art is really so near to nature check that it consists in giving again the facts and effects of nature in human language." "Human language? That is letters and words." "Those are the symbols of one language." "What other is there?" "Music, painting, architecture. I am afraid, Miss Madge, that is checkmate?" "You said you had seen and heard something, Mr. Dillwyn," Mrs. Wishart now began. "Do tell us what. I have neither seen nor heard anything in an age." Mr. Dillwyn was setting the chessmen again. "What I saw," he said, "was a silk necktie or scarf, such as we wear. What I heard was the price paid for making it." "Was there anything remarkable about the scarf?" "Nothing whatever, except for the aforesaid price." "What was the price paid for making it?" 2 cents. "Who told you?" "A friend of mine, who took me in on purpose that I might see and hear what I have reported." 2 cents, did you say? But that's no price." "So I thought." "How many could a woman make in a day, Madge, of those silk scarfs?" "I don't know. I suppose a dozen." "A dozen, I was told, is a fair day's work," Mr. Dillwyn said. "They do more, but it is by working on into the night." "Good patience! 25 cents for a hard day's work," said Mrs. Wishart. $1.50 a week? Where is bread to come from to keep them alive to do it?" "Better die at once, I should say," echoed Madge. "Many a one would be glad of that alternative, I doubt not," Mr. Dillwyn went on. "But there is perhaps an old mother to be taken care of, or a child or two to feed and bring up." "Don't talk about it," said Mrs. Wishart. "It makes me feel blue." "I must risk that. I want you to think about it. Where is the help to come from? These are the people I was thinking of when I asked you what was to be done with our poor." "I don't know why you ask me. I can do nothing. It is not my business." "Will it do to assume that as quite certain?" "Why, yes. What can I do with a set of master tailors?" "You can cry down the cheap shops, and say why." "Are the dear shops any better?" Mr. Dillwyn laughed. "Presumably. But talking, even your talking, will not do all. I want you to think about it." "I don't want to think about it," answered the lady. "It's beyond me. Poverty is people's own fault. Industrious and honest people can always get along." "If sickness does not set in, or some father or husband or son does not take to bad ways." "How can I help all that?" asked the lady, somewhat pettishly. "I never knew you were in the benevolent and reformatory line before, Mr. Dillwyn. What has put all this in your head?" "Those scarfs, for one thing. Another was a visit I had lately occasion to make. It was near midday. I found a room as bare as a room could be, of all that we call comfort. In the floor a small pine table set with 3 plates, bread, cold herrings, and cheese. That was the dinner for a little boy, whom I found setting the table, and his father and mother. The parents work in a factory hard by from early to late. They have had the sickness in the family this autumn, and are too poor to afford a fire to eat their dinner by, or to make it warm, so the other child, a little girl, has been sent away for the winter. It was frostily cold the day I was there. The boy goes to school in the afternoon, and comes home in time to light up a fire for his father and mother to warm themselves by at evening. And the mother has all her housework to do after she comes home." "That's better than the other case," said Mrs. Wishart. "But what could be done, Mr. Dillwyn?" said Lois from her corner. "It seems as if something was wrong. But how could it be mended?" "I want Mrs. Wishart to consider of that." "I can't consider it," said the lady. "I suppose it is intended that there should be poor people always, to give us something to do." "Then let us do it." "How?" "I am not certain, but I make a suggestion. Suppose all the ladies of the city devoted their diamonds to this purpose. Then any number of dwelling houses could be put up, separate, but so arranged as to be warmed by the steam from a general centre, at a merely nominal cost for each one, well ventilated and comfortable, so putting an end to the enormity of tenement houses. Then a commission might be established to look after the rights of the poor, to see they got proper wages, were not cheated, and that all should have work who wanted it. So much might be done." "With no end of money." "I propose to take the diamonds of the city, you know." "And why just the diamonds?" inquired Mrs. Wishart. "Why don't you speak of some of the indulgences of the men? Take the horses, or the wines." "I am speaking to a lady," said Dillwyn, smiling. "When I have a man to apply to, I will make my application accordingly." "Ask him for his tobacco?" said Mrs. Wishart. "Certainly for his tobacco. There is as much money spent in this city for tobacco as there is for bread." Madge exclaimed in an incredulous astonishment, and Lois asked if the diamonds of the city would amount to very much. "Yes, Miss Lois. American ladies are very fond of diamonds, and it is a common thing for one of them to have from 10,000 to 20,000 or $30,000 worth of them as part of the adornment of her pretty person at one time." "$20,000 worth of diamonds on at once!" cried Madge. "I call that wicked." "Why?" asked Mr. Dillwyn, smiling. "There's no wickedness in it," said Mrs. Wishart. "How should it be wicked? You put on a flower, and another who can afford it puts on a diamond. What's the difference?" "My flower does not cost anybody anything," said Madge. "What do my diamonds cost anybody?" returned Mrs. Wishart. Madge was silent, though not because she had nothing to say, and at this precise moment the door opened and visitors were ushered in. CHAPTER 41
of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 41. Chess. There entered upon the scene, that is, a little lady of very gay and airy manner, whose airiness, however, was thoroughly well bred. She was accompanied by a tall, pleasant-looking man, of somewhat dreamy aspect, and they were named to Lois and Madge as Mrs. and Mr. Burrage. To Mr. Dillwyn they were not named, and the greeting in that quarter was familiar, the lady giving him a nod, and the gentleman an easy "Good evening." The lady's attention came round to him again as soon as she was seated. "Why, Philip, I did not expect to find you. What are you doing here?" "I was making toast a little while ago." "I did not know that was one of your accomplishments." "They said I did it well. I have picked up a good deal of cooking in the course of my travels." "In what part of the world did you learn to make toast?" asked the lady, while a pair of lively eyes seemed to take note rapidly of all that was in the room. Rapidly but carefully, Lois thought. She was glad she herself was hidden in the shadowy sofa corner. "I believe that is always learned in a cold country, where people have fire," Mr. Dillwyn answered the question. "These people, who travel all over, get to be insufferable," the little lady went on, turning to Mrs. Wishart. "They think they know everything, and they are not a bit wiser than the rest of us. You were not at the de Larges' luncheon. What a pity!" "I know. Your cold shut you up. You must take care of that cold. Well, you lost something. This is the 7th entertainment that has been given to that English party, and every one of them has exceeded the others. There is nothing left for the 8th. Nobody will dare give an 8th. One is fairly tired with the struggle of magnificence. It's the battle of the giants over again, with a difference." "It is not a battle with attempt to destroy," said her husband. "Yes, it is, to destroy competition. I have been at every one of the 7 but one, and I am absolutely tired with splendour. But there is really nothing left for any one else to do. I don't see how one is to go any further without the lamp of Aladdin." "A return to simplicity would be grateful," remarked Mrs. Wishart, "and as new as anything else could be." "Simplicity! O my dear Mrs. Wishart, don't talk of simplicity. We don't want simplicity. We have got past that. Simplicity is the dream of children and country folks, and it means eating your meat with your fingers." "It's the sweetest way of all," said Dillwyn. "Where did you discover that? It must have been among savages. Children, country folks, and savages, I ought to have said." "Orientals are not savages. On the contrary, very far exceeding in politeness any Western nation I know of." "You would set a table, then, with napkins and fingers. Or are the napkins not essential?" "C'est selon," said Dillwyn. "In a strawberry bed, or under a cherry tree, I should vote them a nuisance. At an Asiatic grandee's table you would have them embroidered and perfumed, and one for your lap and another for your lips. Evidently they are long past the stage of simplicity. Talking of napkins, we had them embroidered, and exquisitely, Japanese work, at the de Larges'. Mine had a peacock in one corner, or I don't know if it was a peacock. It was a gay feathered bird." "A peacock has a tail," suggested Mr. Dillwyn. "Well, I don't know whether it had a tail, but it was most exquisite, in blue and red and gold. I never saw anything prettier, and at every plate were such exquisite gifts, really elegant, you know.
Flowers are all very well, but when it comes to jewelry, I think it is a little beyond good taste. Everybody can't do it, you know, and it is rather embarrassing to nous autres." "Simplicity has its advantages," observed Mr. Dillwyn. "Nonsense, Philip! You are as artificial a man as any one I know." "In what sense?" asked Mr. Dillwyn calmly. "You are bound to explain, for the sake of my character, that I do not wear false heels to my boots." "Don't be ridiculous. You have no need to wear false heels. Art need not be false, need it?" "True art never is," said Mr. Dillwyn, amid some laughter. "Well, artifice, then." "Artifice, I am afraid, is of another family, and not allied to truth." "Well, everybody that knows you are true. But they know, too, that if ever there was a fastidious man, it is you, and a man that wants everything at its last pitch of refinement. Which desirable stage, I should say, the luncheon you were describing had not reached." "You don't know. I had not told you the half. Fancy, the ice floated in our glasses in the form of pond lilies, as pretty as possible, with broad leaves and buds." "How did they get it in such shapes?" asked Madge, with her eyes a trifle wider open than was usual with them. "Oh, froze it in moulds, of course. But you might have fancied the fairies had carved it. Then, Mrs. Wishart, there was an arrangement of glasses over the gas burners, which produced the most silver sounds of music you ever heard. No chime, you know, of course, but a most peculiar, sweet, mysterious succession of musical breathings. Add to that, by means of some invisible vaporizers, the whole air was filled with sweetness. Now it was orange flowers, and now it was roses, and then again it would be heliotrope or violets. I never saw anything so refined and so exquisite in my life. Waves of sweetness rising and falling, coming and going and changing. It was perfect." The little lady delivered herself of this description with much animation, accompanying the latter part of it with a soft waving of her hand, which altogether overcame Philip's gravity, and he burst into a laugh, in which Mr. Burrage presently joined him, and Lois and Madge found it impossible not to follow. "What's the matter, Philip?" the lady asked. "I am reminded of an old gentleman I once saw at Gratz. He was copying the Madonna della Sceglia in a mosaic made with the different coloured wax heads of matches." "He must have been out of his head." "That was the conclusion I came to. Pray, what brought him to your remembrance just then?" "I was thinking of the different ways people take in the search after happiness." "And one worth as much as another, I suppose you mean. That is a matter of taste. Mrs. Wishart, I see your happiness is cared for in having such charming friends with you. Oh, by the way, talking of seeing, have you seen Dulles & Grant's new Persian rugs and carpets?" "I have been hardly anywhere. I wanted to take Madge to see Brett's collection of paintings, but I have been unequal to any exertion." "Well, the first time you go anywhere, go to Dulles & Grant's. Take her to see those. Pictures are common, but these Turkish rugs and things are not. They are the most exquisite, the most odd, the most delicious things you ever saw. I have been wanting to ruin myself with them ever since I saw them. It's high art, really. Those Orientals are wonderful people. There is one rug, it is as large as this floor nearly. Well, it is covered with medallions in old gold, set in a wild, irregular design of all sorts of cashmere shawl colours, thrown about anyhow, and yet the effect is rich beyond description, simple too. Another, oh, that is very rare. It is a rare Keelam carpet. Let me see if I can describe it. The ground is a full bright red. Over this run palm leaves, and little bits of ruby and maroon and gold mosaic, and between the palm leaves come great ovals of olive mixed with black, blue, and yellow, shading off into them. I never saw anything I wanted so much." "What price?" "Oh, they are all prices. The Keelan carpet is only 1,500, but my husband says it is too much. Then another Persian carpet has a centre of red and white, round this a border of palm leaves, round these another border of deliciously mixed up warm colours, warm and rich, then another border of palms, and then the rest of the carpet is in blended shades of dark dull red and pink, with olive flowers thrown over it. Oh, I can't tell you the half. You must go and see. They have immensely wide borders, all of them, and great, thick, soft piles." "Have you been to Brett's collection?" "Yes." "What is there?" "The usual thing. Oh, but I haven't told you what I have come here for to-night." "I thought it was to see me." "Yes, but not for pleasure this time," said the lively lady, laughing. "I had business. I really do have business sometimes. I came this evening because I wanted to see you when I could have a chance to explain myself. Mrs. Wishart, I want you to take my place. They have made me first directress of the Forlorn Children's Home." "Does the epithet apply to the place or to the children?" Mr. Dillwyn asked. "Now I cannot undertake the office," Mrs. Burrage went on without heeding him. "My hands are as full as they can hold, and my head fuller. You must take it, Mrs. Wishart. You are just the person." "I?" said Mrs. Wishart, with no delighted expression. "What are the duties?" "Oh, just oversight, you know, keeping things straight. Everybody needs to be kept up to the mark. I cannot, for our reading club meets just at the time when I ought to be up at the home." The ladies went into a closer discussion of the subject in its various bearings, and Mr. Dillwyn and Madge returned to their chess play. Lois lay watching and thinking. Mr. Burrage looked on at the chessboard, and made remarks on the game languidly. By and by the talk of the two ladies ceased, and the head of Mrs. Burrage came round, and she also studied the chess players. Her face was observant and critical, Lois thought, oddly observant and thoughtful. "Where did you get such charming friends to stay with you, Mrs. Wishart? You are to be envied." Mrs. Wishart explained how Lois had been ill, and had come to get well under her care. "You must bring them to see me. Will you? Are they fond of music? Bring them to my next musical evening." And then she rose, but before taking leave she tripped across to Lois's couch, and came and stood quite close to her, looking at her for a moment in what seemed to the girl rather an odd silence. "You aren't equal to playing chess yet?" was her equally odd, abrupt question. Lois' smile showed some amusement. "My brother is such an idle fellow. He has got nothing better to do than to amuse sick people. It's charity to employ him. And when you are able to come out, if you'll come to me, you shall hear some good music. Good bye." Her brother! thought Lois as she went off. Mr. Dillwyn her brother! I don't believe she likes Madge and me to know him. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Chauncey Burrage drove away in silence for a few minutes. Then the lady broke out: "There's mischief there, Chauncey." "What mischief?" the gentleman asked innocently. "Those girls." "Very handsome girls, at least the one that was visible." "The other's worse. I saw her." "The one you saw is handsome, but the other is peculiar. She is rare. Maybe not just so handsome, but more refined and peculiar. I don't know just what it is in her, but she fascinated me. Masses of auburn hair, not just auburn, more of a golden tint than brown, with a gold reflet, you know, that is so lovely, and a face—" "Well, what sort of a face?" asked Mr. Burrage, as his spouse paused. "Something between a baby and an angel, and yet with a sort of Sibyl look of wisdom. I believe she put one of Domenichino's Sibyls into my head. There's that kind of complexion." "My dear," said the gentleman, laughing, "you could not tell what complexion she was of. She was in a shady corner." "I was quite near her. Now that sort of thing might just catch Philip." "Well," said the gentleman, "you cannot help that." "I don't know if I can or no." "Why should you want to help it, after all?" "Why? I don't want Philip to make a mismatch." "Why should it be a mismatch?" "Philip has got too much money to marry a girl with nothing." Mr. Burrage laughed. His wife demanded to know what he was laughing at, and he said, "The logic of her arithmetic." "You men have no more logic in action than we women have in speculation. I am logical the other way." "That is too involved for me to follow. But it occurs to me to ask, why should there be any match in the case here?" "That's so like a man. Why shouldn't there? Take a man like my brother, who don't know what to do with himself, a man whose eye and ear are refined till he judges everything according to a standard of beauty, and give him a girl like that to look at. I said she reminded me of one of Domenichino's Sibyls, but it isn't that. I'll tell you what it is. She is like one of Fra Angelico's angels. Fancy Philip set down opposite to one of Fra Angelico's angels in flesh and blood." "Can a man do better than marry an angel?" "Yes, so long as he is not an angel himself, and don't live in paradise." "They do not marry in paradise," said Mr. Burrage, dryly. "But why a fellow may not get as near a paradisaical condition as he can, with the drawback of marriage, and in this mundane sphere, I do not see." "Men never see anything till afterwards. I don't know anything about this girl, Chauncey, except her face, but it is just the way with men to fall in love with a face. I do not know what she is, only she is nobody, and Philip ought to marry somebody. I know where they are from. She has no money, and she has no family. She has, of course, no breeding. She has probably no education to fit her for being his wife. Philip ought to have the very reverse of all that, or else he ought not to marry at all, and let his money come to little Phil Chauncey." "What are you going to do about it?" asked the gentleman, seeming amused. But Mrs. Burrage made no answer, and the rest of the drive, long as it was rather stupid. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika, Rolley. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 42. Rules. The next day Mr. Dillwyn came to take Madge to see Brett's collection of paintings. Mrs. Wishart declared herself not yet up to it. Madge came home in a great state of delight. "It was so nice," she explained to her sister, "just as nice as it could be. Mr. Dillwyn was so pleasant and told me everything and about everything, about the pictures and the masters. I shouldn't have known what anything meant, but he explained it all. And it was so much fun to see the people." "The people?" said Lois. "Yes, there were a great many people, almost a crowd, and it did amuse me to watch them." "I thought you went to see the paintings." "Well, I saw the paintings, and I heard more about them than I can ever remember." "What was there?" "Oh, I can't tell you. Landscapes, and then holy families and saints in misery of one sort or another, and battle pieces, but those were such confusion that all I could make out was horses on their hind legs and portraits. I think it is nonsense for people to try to paint battles. They can't do it, and besides, as far as the fighting goes, one fight is just like another. Mr. Dillwyn told me of a travelling showman in Germany who travelled about with a panorama of a battle, and every year he gave it a new name, the name of the last battle that was in men's mouth. And all he had to do was to change the uniforms, he said. He had a pot of green paint for the Prussians, and red for the English, and blue, I believe, for the French, and so on. And it did just as well." "What did you see that you liked best?" I'll tell you. It was a little picture of kittens in and out of a basket. Mr. Dillwyn didn't care about it, but I thought it was the prettiest thing there. Mrs. Burrage was there. Was she? And Mr. Dillwyn does know more than ever anybody else in the world, I think. Oh, he was so nice, Lois, so nice and kind. I wouldn't have given a pin to be there if it hadn't been for him. He wouldn't let me get tired, and he made everything amusing, and oh, I could have sat there till now and watched the people. The people? If the pictures were good, I don't see how you could have eyes for the people. The proper study of mankind is man, my dear, and I liked them alive better than painted. It was fun to see the dresses and then the ways, how some people try to be interested. Like you. What do you mean? I was interested, and some talked and flirted and some stared. I watched every new set that came in. Mr. Dillwyn says he will come and take us to the Philharmonic as soon as the performances begin. Madge, it is better for us to go with Mrs. Wishart. She may go too, if she likes. And it is better for us not to go with Mr. Dillwyn more than we can help. I won't, said Madge. I can't help going with him whenever he asks me, and I'm not going any other time. What did Mrs. Burrage say to you? Not much. I caught her looking at me more than once. She said she would have a musical party next week, and we must come, and she asked if you would be well enough. I hope I shall not. That's nonsense. Mr. Dillwyn wants us to go, I know. That is not a reason for going. I think it is. He's just as good as he can be, and I like him more than anybody else I ever saw in my life. I'd like to see the thing he'd ask me that I wouldn't do. Madge. Hush, Lois. That's nonsense. Madge, you trouble me very much. And that's nonsense too. Madge was beginning to get over the first sense of novelty and strangeness in all about her, and as she overcame that, a feeling of delight replaced it and grew and grew. Madge was revealing an enjoyment. She went out with Mrs. Wishart for drives in the park and for shopping expeditions in the city, and once or twice to make visits. She went out with Mr. Dillwyn too, as we have seen, who took her to drive and conducted her to galleries of pictures and museums of curiosities, and finally, and with Mrs. Wishart, to a Philharmonic rehearsal. Madge came home in a great state of exultation, though Lois was almost indignant to find that the place and the people had rivalled the performance in producing it. Lois herself was almost well enough to go, though delicate enough still to allow her the choice of staying at home. She was looking like herself again, yet a little paler in colour and more deliberate in action than her old wont. Both the tokens of a want of strength which continued to be very manifest. One day Madge came home from going with Mrs. Wishart to Dulles and Grant's. I may remark that the evening at Mrs. Burrage's had not yet come off, owing to a great storm the night of the music party, but another was looming up in the distance. Lois, Madge delivered herself as she was taking off her wrappings, it is a great thing to be rich. One needs to be sick to know how true that is, responded Lois. If you could guess what I would have given last summer and fall for a few crumbs of the comfort with which this house is stacked full, like hay in a barn. But I'm not thinking of comfort. I am. How I wanted everything for the sick people at Easterbrook. Think of not being able to change their bed linen properly, nor anything like properly. Of course, said Madge, poor people do not have plenty of things, but I was not thinking of comfort when I spoke. Comfort is the best thing. Don't you like pretty things? Too well, I'm afraid. You cannot like them too well. Pretty things were meant to be liked. What else were they made for? And of all pretty things, oh, those carpets and rugs, Lois, I never saw or dreamed of anything so magnificent. I should like to be rich for once. To buy a Persian carpet? Yes, that and other things. Why not? Madge, don't you know this was what grandmother was afraid of when we were learning to know Mr. Dillwyn? What? Said Madge defiantly. That we would be bewitched or dazzled and lose sight of better things. I think bewitched is the word, or these beautiful things and this luxurious comfort. It is bewitching, and so are the fine manners and the cultivation and the delightful talk. I confess it. I feel it as much as you do, but this is just what dear grandmother wanted to protect us from. What did she want to protect us from? Repeated Madge vehemently. Not Persian carpets, nor luxury. We are not likely to be tempted by either of them in Shampuashuh. We might here. Be tempted to what? I shall hardly be likely to go and buy a $1,500 carpet. And it was cheap at that, Lois. I can live without it besides. I haven't got so far that I can't stand on the floor without any carpet at all if I must. You needn't think it. I do not think it. Only do not be tempted to fancy, darling, that there is any way open to you to get such things. That is all. Any way open to me? You mean I might marry a rich man some day? You might think you might. Why shouldn't I? Because, dear Madge, you will not be asked. I told you why. And if you were, Madge, you could not marry a man that was not a Christian. Grandmother made me promise I never would. She did not make me promise it. Lois, don't be ridiculous. I don't want to marry anybody at present, but I like Persian carpets, and nothing will make me say I don't. And I like silver and gold, and servants and silk dresses, and ice cream, and pictures, and big houses, and big mirrors, and all the rest of it. You can find it all in the 18th chapter of Revelation, in the description of the city Babylon, which means the world. I thought Babylon was Rome. Read for yourself. I think Madge did not read it for herself, however, and the days went on after the accustomed fashion, till the one arrived which was fixed for Mrs. Chauncey Burrage's second musical party. The 3 ladies were all invited. Mrs. Wishart supposed they were all going, but when the day came, Lois begged off. She did not feel like going, she said. It would be far pleasanter to her if she could stay at home quietly. It would be better for her. Mrs. Wishart demurred. The invitation had been very urged. Mrs. Burrage would be disappointed, and, besides, she was a little proud herself of her handsome young relations, and wanted the glory of producing them together. However, Lois was earnest in her wish to be left at home, quietly earnest, which is the more difficult to deal with, and knowing her passionate love for music, Mrs. Wishart decided that it must be her lingering weakness and languor which indisposed her for going. Lois was indeed looking well again, but both her friends had noticed that she was not come back to her old lively energy, whether of speaking or doing. Strength comes back so slowly, they said, after one of those fevers. Yet Madge was not satisfied with this reasoning, and pondered, as she and Mrs. Wishart drove away, what else might be the cause of Lois' refusal to go with them. Meanwhile, Lois, having seen them off and heard the house door close upon them, drew up her chair before the fire and sat down. She was in the back drawing-room, the windows of which looked out to the river and the opposite shore, but the shutters were closed and the curtains drawn, and only the interior view to be had now. Anyway, Lois loved the place. It was large, roomy, old-fashioned, with none of the stiffness of new things about it, elegant with the many tokens of home life and of a long habit of culture and comfort. In a big chimney, a big wood fire was burning quietly. The room was softly warm. A brilliant lamp behind Lois banished even imaginary gloom, and the faint red shine came from the burning hickory logs. Only this last illumination fell on Lois' face, and in it Lois' face showed grave and troubled. She was more like a sibyl at this moment, looking into confused earthly things, than like one of Fra Angelico's angels, rejoicing in the clear light of heaven. Lois pulled her chair nearer to the fire and bent down, leaning towards it, not for warmth, for she was not in the least cold, but for company or for counsel. Who has not taken counsel of a fire? And Lois was in perplexity of some sort, and trying to think hard and to examine into herself. She half wished she had gone to the party at Mrs. Burrage's. And why had she not gone? She did not think it was best to meet Mr. Dillwyn there. And why not, seeing that she met him constantly where she was? Well, that she could not help. This would be voluntary, putting herself in his way and in his sister's way. Better not, Lois said to herself. But why better not? It would surely be a pleasant gathering at Mrs. Burrage's, a pleasant party. Her parties always were pleasant. Mrs. Wishart said there would be none but the best sort of people there, good talking and good music. Lois would have liked it. What if Mr. Dillwyn were there too? Must she keep out of sight of him? Why should she keep out of sight of him? Lois put the question sharply to her conscience, and she found that the answer, if given truly, would be that she fancied Mr. Dillwyn liked her sister's society better than her own. But what then? The blood began to rush over Lois' cheeks and brow, and to burn in her pulses. Then it must be that she herself liked his society, liked him. Yes, a little too well, else what harm in his preferring Madge? Or could it be? Lois hid her face in her hands for a while, greatly disturbed. She was very much afraid the case was even so. But suppose it so, still, what of it? What did it signify whom Mr. Dillwyn liked? To Lois he could never be anything, only a pleasant acquaintance. He and she were in two different lines of life, lines that never cross. Her promise was passed to her grandmother. She could never marry a man who was not a Christian. Happily, Mr. Dillwyn did not want to marry her. No such question was coming up for decision. Then what was it to her if he liked Madge? Something, because it was not liking that would end in anything. It was impossible a man in his position and circumstances should choose for wife one in hers. If he could make such a choice, it would be Madge's duty, as much as it would be her own, to refuse him. Would Madge refuse? Lois believed not. Indeed, she thought no one could refuse him that had not unconquerable reasons of conscience, and Madge, she knew, did not share those which were so strong in her own mind. Ought Madge to share them? Was it indeed an absolute command that justified and necessitated the promise made to her grandmother, or was it a less stringent thing that might possibly be passed over by one not so bound? Lois's mind was in a turmoil of thoughts most unusual and most foreign to her nature and habit. Thoughts seemed to go round in a whirl, and in the midst of the whirl there would come before her mind's eye, not now Tom Caruso's face, but the vision of a pair of pleasant grey eyes, at once keen and gentle, or of a close head of hair, with the white hand roving amid the thick locks of it, or the outlines of a figure manly and lithe, or some little thing done with that ease of manner which was so winning. Sometimes she saw them as in Mrs. Wishart's drawing-room, and sometimes at a table in the dear old house in Shampuashuh, and sometimes under the drip of an umbrella in a pouring rain, and sometimes in the old schoolhouse. Manly and kind and full of intelligence, filled with knowledge, well-bred and noble, so Lois thought of him. Yet he was not a Christian, therefore no fit partner for Madge or for anyone else who was a Christian. Could that be the absolute fact? Must it be? Was such the inevitable and universal conclusion? On what did the logic of it rest? Some words in the Bible bore the brunt of it, she knew. Lois had read them and talked them over with her grandmother, and now an irresistible desire took possession of her to read them again, and more critically. She jumped up and ran upstairs for her Bible. The fire was down in her own room, the gas was not lit. So she went back to the bright drawing-room, which to-night she had all to herself. She laid her book on the table and opened it, and then was suddenly checked by the question, what did all this matter to her, that she should be so fiercely eager about it? Dismay struck her anew. What was any unchristian man to her, that her heart should beat so at considering possible relations between them? No such relations were desired by any such person. What ailed Lois even to take up the subject? If Mr. Dillwyn liked either of the sisters particularly, it was Madge. Probably his liking, if it existed, was no more than Tom Caruso's, of which Lois thought with great scorn. Still, she argued, did it not concern her to know with certainty what Madge ought to do in the event of Mr. Dillwyn being not precisely like Tom Caruso's? End of chapter 42. Recording by Monika Rolley. Chapter 43 of Nobody. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika Rolley. Nobody by Susan Warner. Chapter 43. About Work. The sound of the opening door made her start up. She would not have even a servant surprise her so. Kneeling on the floor with her face buried in her hands on the table, she started up hurriedly, and then was confounded to see entering Mr. Dillwyn himself. She had heard no ring of the doorbell. That must have been when she was upstairs getting her Bible. Lois found her feet in the midst of a terrible confusion of thoughts, but the very inward confusion admonished her to be outwardly calm. She was not a woman of the world, and she had not had very much experience in the difficult art of hiding her feelings, or acting in any way. Nevertheless, she was a true woman, and woman's blessed or cursed instinct of self-command came to her aid. She met Mr. Dillwyn with a face and manner perfectly composed. She knew she did, and cried to herself privately something very like a sea captain's order to his helmsman. "Steady! Keep her so!" Mr. Dillwyn saw that her face was flushed, but he saw, too, that he had disturbed her and startled her. That must be the reason. She looked so far from being delighted that he could draw no other conclusion. So they shook hands. She thought he did not look delighted either. Of course, she thought Madge was not there, and Mr. Dillwyn, whatever his mood when he came, recognized immediately the decided reserve and coolness of Lois' manner, and, to use another nautical phrase, laid his course accordingly. "How do you do this evening?" "I think quite well. There is nobody at home but me, Mr. Dillwyn." "So I have been told. But it is a great deal pleasanter here, even with only 1/3 of the family, than it is in my solitary rooms at the hotel." At that Lois sat down, and so did he. She could not seem to bid him go away. However, she said, "Mrs. Wishart has taken Madge to your sister's. It is the night of her music party." "Why did not Mrs. Wishart take you?" "I thought it was better for me to stay at home," Lois answered, with a little hesitation. "You are not afraid of an evening alone?" "No, indeed. How could I be? Indeed, I think in New York it is rather a luxury." Then she wished she had not said that. Would he think she meant to intimate that he was depriving her of a luxury? Lois was annoyed at herself, and hurried on to say something else, which she did not intend should be so much in the same line as it proved. Indeed, she was shocked the moment she had spoken. "Don't you go to your sister's music parties, Mr. Dillwyn?" "Not universally." "I thought you were so fond of music," Lois said apologetically. "Yes," he said, smiling, "that keeps me away." "I thought," said Lois, "I thought they said the music was so good." "I have no doubt they say it, and they mean it honestly." "And it is not?" "I find it quite too severe a tax on my powers of simulation and dissimulation. Those are powers you never call in play?" he added, with a most pleasant smile and glance at her. "Simulation and dissimulations?" repeated Lois, who had by no means got her usual balance of mind or manner yet. "Are those powers which ought to be called into play? What are you going to do?" "When?" "When, for instance, you are in the mood for a grand theme of Handel, and somebody gives you a sentimental bit of Rossini, or when Mendelssohn is played, as if songs without words were songs without meaning, or when a singer simply displays to you a voice and leaves music out of the question altogether." "That is hard," said Lois. "What is one to do then?" "It is hard," Lois said again, "but I suppose one ought always to be true. If I am true, I must say what I think." "Yes, if you speak at all." "What will they think then?" "Yes," said Lois, "but after all, that is not the first question." "What is the first question?" "I think to do right." "But what is right? What will people think of me if I tell them their playing is abominable?" "You need not say it just with those words," said Lois, "and perhaps if anybody told them the truth, they would do better. At any rate, what they think is not the question, Mr. Dillwyn." "What is the question?" he asked, smiling. "What the Lord will think." "Miss Lois, do you never use dissimulation?" Lois could not help colouring, a little distressed. "I try not," she answered. "I dare say I do sometimes. I dare not say I do not. It is very difficult for a woman to help it." "More difficult for a woman than for a man?" "I do not know. I suppose it is." "Why should that be?" I do not know, unless because she is the weaker, and it may be part of the defenceless armor of a weak animal. Mr. Dillwyn laughed a little. But that is dissimulation, said Lois. One is not bound always to say all one thinks, only never to say what one does not think. You would always give a true answer to a question? I would try. I believe it. And now, Miss Lois, in that trust, I am going to ask you a question. Do you recollect a certain walk in the rain? Certainly, she said, looking at him with some anxiety. And the conversation we held under the umbrella without simulation or dissimulation? Yes. You tactically, perhaps more than tactically, blamed me for having spent so much of my life in idleness, that is, uselessly to all but myself. Did I? You did, and I have thought about it since. And I quite agree with you that to be idle is to be neither wise nor dignified. But here arises a difficulty. I think I would like to be of some use in the world if I could, but I do not know what to set about. Lois waited with silent attention. My question is this: how is a man to find his work in the world? Lois' eyes, which had been on his face, went away to the fire. His, which had been on the ground, rose to her face. I am in a fog, he said. I believe everyone has his work, Lois remarked. I think you said so. The Bible says so, at any rate. Then how is a man to find his work? Philip asked, half smiling. At the same time he drew up his chair a little nearer the fire and began to put the same in order. Evidently he was not going away immediately, and had a mind to talk out the subject. But why with her? And was he not going to his sister's? If each one has not only his work, but his peculiar work, it must be a very important matter to make sure he has found it. A wheel in a machine can do its own work, but it cannot take the part of another wheel, and your words suppose an exact adjustment of parts and powers. The Bible words, said Lois. Yes, well, to my question, I do not know what I ought to do, Miss Lois. I do not see the work to my hand. How am I ever to be any wiser? I am the last person you should ask, and besides, I do not think anybody knows enough to set another his appointed task. How is he to find it then? He must ask the one who does know. Ask? Pray, you mean? Yes, pray. He must ask to be shown what he ought to do and how to do it. God knows what place he is meant to fill in the world. And if he asks, will he be told? Certainly. That is the promise. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Lois' eyes came over to her questioner at the last words, as it were setting a seal to them. How will he get the answer? Suppose, for instance, I want wisdom, and I kneel down and pray that I may know my work. I rise from my prayer. There is no voice, no writing, no visible sign. How am I the wiser? You think it will not be given him? Lois said with a faint smile. I do not say that. I dare not. But how? You must not think that, or the asking will be vain. You must believe the Lord's promise. Lois was warming out of her reserve, and possibly Mr. Dillwyn had a purpose that she should, though I think he was quite earnest with his question, but certainly he was watching her as well as listening to her. Go on, he said. How will the answer come to me? There is another condition too. You must be quite willing to hear the answer. Why? Else you will be likely to miss it. You know, Mr. Dillwyn, you do not know much about housekeeping things, but I suppose you understand that if you want to weigh anything truly, your balance must hang even. He smiled. Well then, Miss Lois? The answer, it comes different ways, but it is sure to come. I think one way is this. You see distinctly one thing you ought to do. It is not life work, but it is one thing. That is enough for one step. You do that, and then you find that one step has brought you where you can see a little further, and another step is clear. That will do, Lois concluded, smiling. Step by step, you will get where you want to be. Mr. Dillwyn smiled too, thoughtfully, as it were to himself. Was it so that you went to teach school at that unlucky place? What do you call it? It was not unlucky. Easterbrook. Yes, I think I went so. Was not that a mistake? No, I think not. But your work there was broken up. Oh, but I expect to go back again. Back? There? It is so unhealthy. I will not be unhealthy when the railroad is finished. I'm afraid it will for some time, and it is too rough a place for you. That is why they want me the more. Miss Lois, you are not strong enough." "I am very strong," she answered, with a delicious smile. "But there is such a thing, don't you think so? A fitness of means to ends. You would not take a silver spade to break ground with." "I'm not at all a silver spade," said Lois. "But if I were, suppose I had no other?" "Then surely the breaking ground must be left to a different instrument." "That won't do," said Lois, shaking her head. "The instrument cannot choose, you know, where it will be employed. It does not know enough for that." "But it made you ill, that work." "I'm recovering fast." "You came to a good place for recovering," said Dillwyn, glancing round the room, and willing perhaps to leave the subject. "Almost too good," said Lois. "It spoils one. You cannot imagine a contrast between what I came from and this. I have been like one in dreamland. And there comes over me now and then a strange feeling of inequality of things, almost a sense of wrong. The way I'm cared for is so very different from the very best and utmost that could be done for the poor people at Easterbrook. Think of my soups and creams and ices and oranges and grapes. And there, very often I could not get a bit of fresh beef to make beef tea. And what could I do without beef tea? And what would I not have given for an orange sometimes? I do not mean for myself. I could get hardly anything the sick people really wanted. And here it is like rain from the clouds. Where does the sense of wrong come in? It seems as if things need not be so unequal. And what does your silver spade expect to do there? Don't say that. I have no silver spade. But just so far as I could help to introduce better ways and the knowledge of better things, the inequality would be made up, or in the way to be made up. What refining measures are you thinking of, beside your own presence and example? I was certainly not thinking of that. Why, Mr. Dillwyn, knowledge itself is refining, and then so is comfort, and I could help them to more comfort in their houses and in their meals. I began to teach them singing, which has a great effect, and I carried all the pictures I had with me. Most of all, though, to bring them to a knowledge of Bible truth is the principal thing and the surest way. The rest is really an order to that. Wasn't it very hard work? No, said Lois. Some things were hard, but not the work. Because you like it? Yes. Oh, Mr. Dillwyn, there's nothing pleasanter than to do one's work, if it is work one is sure God has given. That must be because you love him, said Philip gravely. Yet I understand that in the universal adjustment of things, the instrument and its proper work must agree. He was silent a minute, and Lois did not break the pause. If he would think, let him think, was her meaning. Then he began again. There are different ways. What would you think of a man who spent his whole life in painting? I should not think that could be anybody's proper life work. I think it was truly his, and he served God in it. Who was he? A Catholic monk in the 15th century. What did he paint? What was his name? His name was Fra Angelico, by reason of the angelic character which belonged to him and to his paintings. Otherwise, Fra Giovanni, he was a monk in a Dominican cloister. He entered the convent when he was 20 years old, and from that time till he was 68 he served God and his generation by painting. Lois looked somewhat incredulous. Mr. Dillwyn here took from one of his pockets a small case, opened it, and put it in her hands. It was an excellent copy of a bit of Fra Angelico's work. That, he said as he gave it her, is the head of one of Fra Angelico's angels, from a group in a large picture. I had this copy made for myself some years ago, at a time when I only dimly felt what now I'm beginning to understand. Lois scarce heard what he said. From the time she received the picture in her hands, she lost all thought of everything else. The unearthly beauty and purity, the heavenly devotion and joy seized her heart as with a spell. The delicate lines of the face, the sweet colouring, the finished, perfect handling were most admirable, but it was the marvellous spiritual love and purity which so took possession of Lois. Her eyes filled and her cheeks flushed. It was, so far as painting could give it, the truth of heaven, and that goes to the heart of the human creature who perceives it. Mr. Dillwyn was watching her meanwhile, and could look safely, secure that Lois was in no danger of finding it out, and while she was, very likely, was thinking of the distance between that angel face and her own, Philip, on the other hand, was following the line of his sister's thought, and tracing the fancied likeness, like one of Fra Angelico's angels. Yes, there was the same sort of grave purity, of unworldly, if not unearthly spiritual beauty. Truly, the rapt joy was not there, nor the unshadowed triumph, but love, and innocence, and humility, and truth, and not a stain of the world upon it. Lois said not a word, but looked and looked, till at last she tendered the picture back to its owner. "Perhaps you would like to keep it," said he, "and show it to your sister." He brought it to have Madge see it, thought Lois, aloud. No, she would enjoy it a great deal more if you showed it to her. Then you could tell her all about it. "I think you could explain it better." As he made no motion to take back the picture, Lois drew in her hand again, and took a further view. How beautiful was the fair, bright, rapt, blissful face of the angel, as if, indeed, he were looking at heaven's glories. Did the painter always paint like this? Always, I believe. He improved in his manner as he went on. He painted better and better, but from youth to age he was incessantly doing the one thing, serving God with his pencil. He never painted for money, that is, not for himself. The money went into the church's treasury. He did not work for fame. Much of his best work is upon the walls of the monks' cells, where few would see it. He would not receive office. He lived upon the Old and the New Testaments and prayer, and the one business of his life was to show forth to the world what he believed, in such beautiful wise that they might be won to believe it too. "That is exactly the work we have to do, everybody," said Lois, lifting her eyes with a bright light in them. "I mean everybody that is a Christian. That is it, to show forth Christ, and in such wise that men may see and believe in him too. That is the word in Philippians, shining as lights in the world, holding forth the word of life. I did not know it was possible to do it in painting, but I see it is. Oh, thank you for showing me this. It has done me good." Her eyes were glistering as she gave him the picture again. Philip put it in security, in silence, and rose up. "Well," said he, "now we'll go and hear somebody play the Carnival of Venice, as if it were all rattle and no fun." "Is that the way they play it?" "It is the way some people play it. Good night." The door closed behind him, and Lois sat down alone before the fire again. End of chapter 43. Recording by Monika, Rolley.